Hi everyone, I'm Jordan. Before watching the video, please take 2 seconds to like the video and subscribe to the channel. This is very important to me. Thank you very much. Now enjoy the story. Part 6. My comatose wife Susan has woken up, and now my relationship with her is getting better and better. However, a strange woman appears. Chapter 159. Blushing Susan. Lynn Tao, are you a pervert? Lynn Tao never expected that Susan would so frankly propose giving herself to him, which made him speechless for a moment. Susan always thought that she owed Lynn Tao, so she was willing to give everything for him, even her body. But Lynn Tao didn't want such a response. He wanted her heart more, not just a sacrifice out of gratitude. Susan knew that revenge and love were incompatible. Carrying a blood feud, she had long been determined not to have any emotional ties with anyone, especially someone like Lynn Tao. She calmly told Lynn Tao that she suffered from misogynism, in an attempt to cut off their emotional entanglement in this way. However, Lynn Tao did not back down. Instead, he hugged Susan tightly and comforted her softly. "You don't need to sacrifice for me. I will always be by your side and face everything with you." His true confession touched Susan's heart. She thought her heart had already turned cold, but was quietly shaken by his warmth. At the moment when her heart was beating, Lynn Tao suddenly changed his tone and began to tease her. "Your heart is beating so fast. Have you fallen in love with me?" Susan's face immediately turned red, and she was ashamed and angry. The two of them played back and forth, and the atmosphere in the room became relaxed and happy. Susan knew that Lynn Tao's love for her was real, but her revenge plan was still a huge obstacle between them. In order to prevent Lynn Tao from getting into danger, she tried to stay away from him, but found that she had already been deeply involved. The sweetness and ease of the moment made her fantasize that if it could continue like this, she would be willing to sleep forever in this happiness and never wake up again. Chapter 160. Lynn Tao versus Susan. Idioms and couplets. Lynn Tao opened the idiom chainbook and challenged Susan with full confidence, but Susan was confident about the game. She couldn't imagine losing to Lynn Tao, especially when the stakes were to call brother Lynn Tao. She felt numb and didn't want to lose at all. However, as the game progressed, Lynn Tao got stuck at the beginning and Susan's self-confidence grew. However, facing Susan's idiom counterattack, Lynn Tao quietly used the treasure book and easily caught the difficult questions she threw. Although Susan thought she would win, as time went by, she gradually fell into a difficult battle, and Lynn Tao relied on the treasure book to fight back strongly. In the end, Susan was exhausted and had to admit defeat. Lynn Tao proudly teased Susan and asked her to fulfill the bet and call him brother. Although Susan was extremely reluctant, she still wrote Lynn Tao Gigi, which caused Lynn Tao to be disgusted. Just when the two were deadlocked, a familiar voice sounded outside the door, breaking the warm and awkward atmosphere. Chen Kursin suddenly visited and interrupted their game, and the scene instantly became funny. This game is not only full of joy and twists and turns, but also brings the two people closer together. Chapter 161. The paternity test report is released, and the beginning of the split between the three members of the Lin family. As soon as Chen Kursin entered the room, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. Susan was actually writing. She was so excited that she almost cried. This was their first real communication. Before, Susan was in a coma and became a vegetable, almost isolated from the outside world. But today, the miraculous progress made Chen Kursin full of hope, and all the credit went to Lynn Tao. Lynn Tao's hand gratefully and even joked, "You saved Sister Susan. I'll marry you." Lynn Tao said with disgust, "Little grapes are not tasty." This sentence instantly ignited Chen Kursin's anger. She waved her fist and rushed towards Lynn Tao, starting a childish attack. However, Lynn Tao easily held her head with his hand and let her step on the spot, which made Susan laugh. Unwilling to accept this, Chen Kursin immediately complained to Susan, acting cute and coquettish, insisting that Lynn Tao bullied her. Susan saw this and wrote down fluently, "It's okay. When I wake up, we will deal with him together." This simple response made Chen Kursin immediately stick to Susan proudly. Lynn Tao could only sigh helplessly when faced with the two teamed-up girls. In this relaxed atmosphere, Chen Kursin suddenly questioned Lynn Tao, suspecting that he cheated in the idiom chain and pairing game with Susan. Lynn Tao looked innocent and proposed another game. This time, Chen Kursin decided to challenge Lynn Tao in her best project, brain teasers. As the challenge unfolded, the confrontation between the three heated up again, and laughter continued. At this time, a paternity test report on Lin Jianjun was quietly sent to their hospital. Chapter 162. Lin Jianjun learned the truth, and the sky was stained with blood. Lin Jianjun sat anxiously in the ward of the First People's Hospital of Shanghai, waiting for the paternity test report to be delivered. However, when the door was pushed open, it was not the person who delivered the report that he expected, but several old acquaintances who came in, the directors of the group. Lu Bingquan, who took the lead, looked at the now decadent Lin Jianjun and sighed. Chairman, the company is not completely hopeless now. As long as young Master Lin takes action, the situation can still be saved. Lin Jianjun smiled bitterly, feeling extremely sad. You all know that it is impossible for Lin Tao and I to reconcile. He has long been resentful of me. I, as his father, have long been insignificant to him. At this moment, the nurse came in and handed him a paternity test report. Lin Jianjun opened the envelope eagerly, but after just one look, his face turned pale and then red. Shock and anger almost made him lose his mind. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, "Stinky bitch!" The report in his hand clearly stated that Lin Hao was not his biological son. After decades of love and extreme partiality, Lin Jianjun turned against his biological son Lin Tao for the so-called son. But now he found that it was all a joke. Lin Jianjun couldn't restrain his despair and anger. He stood up dully, muttering to himself, as if he had lost all his support. Meanwhile, Lin Hao on the other side was still unaware and was jealous of Lin Tao's success and cursing everything he had. Just as his heart was filled with malice, Lin Jianjun was walking step by step behind the truth, ready to meet the devastating answer. Chapter 163. By Yuelan's helplessness. Is blood relationship so important? In the staff dormitory of Lin Group, when Lin Hao heard his mother Bai Yuelan suggest going to the hospital to visit Lin Jianjun, his face instantly darkened. That old loser can't even keep the family property. Why should I serve him? Bai Yuelan sighed and patiently advised, he is your father after all. He has been very kind to us mother and daughter over the years. Your dad would rather get hurt to save us. But Lin Hao didn't buy it at all and sneered, serving him? It's just for money. When he sells all his shares and I get the money, who needs this old guy? At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and Lin Jianjun walked in wearing a hospital gown with a gloomy face. Bai Yuelan went to meet him in surprise, but she was greeted by Lin Jianjun's cold roar, "Bitch." She was stunned. She didn't expect Lin Jianjun to be so out of control. Before she could react, Lin Jianjun was already furious. He grabbed her hair and threw her to the ground. How dare you cheat on me? I did a paternity test, and Lin Hao is not my son at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Jianjun slapped her wildly. Bai Yuelan's face was covered in blood. She cried and begged for mercy, trying to argue in vain. Lin Hao tried to stop him, but was kicked to the ground by Lin Jianjun. Faced with this sudden collapse of the family, Lin Hao was completely stunned. Bai Yuelan could only hug her son tightly and grit her teeth in despair to endure this belated punishment. Only real family member is Lin Tao. Seeing that Bai Yuelan's persuasion worked, Lin Hao quickly stepped forward and knelt in front of Lin Jianjun, playing the emotional card, "Daddy, although we are not related by blood, our feelings go far beyond blood. Lin Tao is unfilial and unfaithful. I am willing to take his place and take care of you in your old age and until the end of your life." He thought he could easily deceive Lin Jianjun and gain the old man's trust again. However, Lin Jianjun suddenly revealed a cold smile, and then his eyes turned cold. He suddenly grabbed Lin Hao's neck and pressed him to the ground. He grabbed the ashtray on the table and smashed it hard on Lin Hao's head. "You are worthy of talking about retirement? You bastard! I have been deceived by you and your son for many years, and you have caused me to sever ties with my own son. Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." The ashtray fell again and again, blood splattered. Lin Hao wailed in pain, and Bai Yuelan cried frantically, "Stop! He is still your son." But Lin Jianjun had already lost his mind and continued to vent his anger for many years. Seeing that Lin Hao was dying, several shareholders arrived in time, forcibly pulled away the out-of-control Lin Jianjun, and saved Lin Hao. The shareholders persuaded Lin Jianjun, "Chairman, the most important thing now is to repair the relationship with Lin Tao, and don't let these people drag you down again." Lin Jianjun glanced coldly at the unconscious Lin Hao and the crying Bai Yuelan, his face full of disgust. He turned and left with only one thought in his mind. "Lin Tao, my only biological son, Daddy is coming to find you now." Chapter 165. Family. Who understands? I met a humble man today. I will really thank you. In the Su family manor, Lin Tao and Chen Kursin were having a brain teaser competition. The score was 95 to 93, but Chung Kersin was still unwilling to lose and nervously asked a difficult question. There were two pairs of father and son eating in the restaurant, but the bill was only 210 yuan. Why? Lin Tao pondered for a moment and caught a glimpse of Susan drawing 3 people on the paper, one old, one young, and one child. An idea suddenly occurred to him. Because they are 3 generations of a family. Chen Kersin gritted her teeth in silence and watched the score become 97-93. Not willing to be outdone, Chen Kersin asked for help, and Susan also joined the battle, and the battle became more intense. Next, Lin Tao used a dirty trick and asked affectionately, "Which organ in the human body will automatically expand when excited?" Chen Kersin blushed and found it difficult to answer. Susan felt ashamed but still wrote down the answer. Golden cudgel? Lin Tao revealed the answer with a wicked smile. It's the pupil. Just as the competition was getting intense, there was a knock on the door. The housekeeper Lu Wan said, "Mr. Lin, your father is here and brought a few things." Lin Tao took the items and opened Lin Jianjun's apology letter, but found that the letter was full of superiority, and it also came with a share transfer contract and a father-son relationship restoration contract. Lin Tao looked at the self-exculpatory letter and instantly changed his expression to that of the old man on the subway. He complained in his heart, "What kind of apology letter is this?" Chapter 166. If I look at you again, will I still feel the same? Lin Jianjun paced back and forth anxiously at the gate of the Su family manor, feeling increasingly uneasy. He had already handed over an apology letter and a share transfer contract, and should have received his son's forgiveness, but until now, Lin Tao had not responded. Why hasn't Lin Tao, this rebellious son, come out to greet me? Has he not forgiven me? Lin Jianjun became more and more anxious, his brows furrowed. But I have already apologized on my own initiative. What else does he want from me? As he paced, the gate of the manor slowly opened, and the housekeeper Lu Wan calmly walked out with a stack of documents in her hands. Lin Jianjun's face showed a hint of expectation, and just as he was about to step forward, Lu Wan said without any emotion, "Mr. Lin, young Master Lin asked me to tell you that he does not accept these documents." Lin Jianjun was stunned. His face turned pale in an instant. He reached out to take back the documents, but Lu Wan returned them to him mercilessly. "He doesn't want to see you again," Lu Wan added coldly, without a trace of fluctuation in her eyes. Lin Jianjun's hands trembled, and the fingertips holding the documents turned white. He looked down at the contracts and apology letters that he had prepared with great effort, as if the weight of these papers was so heavy that he couldn't breathe. "Not seeing me? How is this possible?" He muttered to himself, as if he was unwilling to believe this fact. At this moment, the remorse and powerlessness in his heart surged up like a tide, almost swallowing him up. He suddenly realized that no matter how hard he tried, the family ties that he had severed with his own hands could no longer be repaired. No longer able to maintain the pretended calmness on his face, he slumped to the ground with a blank look in his eyes. D-167 Zhang Lin Tao, at the gate of Su family manor. Lin Jianjun paced anxiously at the gate of the Su family manor, trying to see Lin Tao through the security personnel. He thought that the confession letter he wrote was full of sincerity, and Lin Tao would definitely be moved, and the father-son relationship would be reconciled. But the reality was cruel. Lin Tao clearly expressed that he did not want to meet. Lin Jianjun could not believe it for a while, and was furious, believing that Lin Tao did not forgive him because he was deceived by Lin Hao and his mother. When he was ruthlessly expelled by the security guards, Lin Jianjun returned to the company in disgrace, and was greeted by a group of anxious shareholders. After they learned that Lin Tao had no intention of rescuing the company, they chose to sell their shares to the mysterious buyer Maringzha. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Lin Jianjun tried to stop it, but was besieged and humiliated by the shareholders. In the end, in desperation, he also sold his shares worth hundreds of millions, but only got a mere 8 million in return. The former business empire collapsed, and Lin Jianjun had no choice but to leave. Chapter 169 Wedding Day. Susan woke up today. In order to reconcile, Lin Jianjun came to the Su family with full of fatherly love and an apology letter, but was ruthlessly rejected by Lin Tao, and was full of confusion and anger. He couldn't understand why Lin Tao still didn't forgive him after he apologized. Even though he no longer owned the group and wanted to rely on his son for retirement, he had no way out. Lin Jianjun had no choice but to leave the Su family, but Bai Yuelan and her son were unwilling to fail and planned to continue to gain benefits from Lin Jianjun. Lin Hao proposed a plan. Mother Bai Yuelan would pretend to be a victim, regain Lin Jianjun's favor, and then wait for an opportunity to seize the core business secret of the Su group, the Myandan prescription, to turn things around. A calculated family game quietly unfolds. Although Lin Jianjun is full of hatred for the mother and son, facing the reality of being isolated and helpless, he has to temporarily accept their obedience, in the hope that the grudge will be completely settled when the time is right in the future. Chapter 170. Susan. I will protect my little husband who was brought here for marriage. Lin Tao walked gently to Susan's bed, holding a bunch of violets in his hand, and habitually placed the flowers on the bedside. The air was filled with a faint floral scent, and he took a deep breath, feeling a lot of emotion. Susan, today is our wedding day. Lin Tao's tone was a little nervous. He had never thought that he would welcome his marriage in this way. Facing Susan's sleeping appearance, he felt complicated, and his heart was full of inferiority and anxiety. You are so outstanding, and I am just an ordinary person. Lin Tao sighed self-deprecatingly. I am really afraid that you will regret it after you wake up and kick me out of the Su family. He looked at Susan, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. If you really don't want to, today is your last chance. I am willing to let go and won't make things difficult for you. Although Susan couldn't move, her heart was surging. She had never thought that Lin Tao was so self-deprecating that he was even willing to break off the engagement for her. She originally thought he was just saying it casually, but every word of Lin Tao was a true expression of his feelings. She suddenly realized that her feelings for Lin Tao were deeper than she thought. After a lot of inner struggle, Susan finally made up her mind. She used all her strength to write on the paper, "Please give me your guidance for the rest of my life." When Lin Tao saw this, his mouth slightly raised and he responded, I hope we will never betray each other in this life, and I will still tolerate you in the next life. The two of them understood each other tacitly that their marriage was a foregone conclusion and they would work together in the future. Chapter 171. On the wedding night, Lin Tao and Susan slept together. Okay, stay tonight. When Lin Tao saw Susan's brief answer on the paper, his heart was instantly moved and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect Susan to actually agree. At this moment, Lin Tao felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Don't worry, I promise not to do anything to embarrass you, he said with a smile, and then made the bed happily. However, in the cage of dark consciousness, Susan's heart was already in turmoil. She didn't hate Lin Tao, and even had a vague affection for him, but it was really hard for her to sleep in the same bed with a man. What's more, her current state was so embarrassing. The shyness and uneasiness in her heart made her not know how to face the next night. Is it starting now? Her heartbeat quickened, and she was constantly thinking about it, but she also understood that Lin Tao would not do anything that crossed the line. After all, after so many days of getting along, his sincerity and thoughtfulness had deeply touched her. As the night deepened, the atmosphere in the room was quiet and ambiguous. Lin Tao lay on his side on the bed, feeling nervous and excited. What would the future be like? He didn't know, but at this moment, he was certain of one thing in his heart. This girl would be the one he would protect for the rest of his life. Although the two were in the same room, their moods were completely different. An unexpected marriage seemed to quietly start an unknown but exciting journey. Chapter 172. On the wedding night, Susan saw the light. Wedding night promise. In the red wedding room covered with wedding characters, Lin Tao's heart beat like a drum, anxiously waiting for Susan's response. Will she agree to sleep together? The odds are 50-50. As time passed, finally, the girl on the bed wrote a line of words. Since this is Grandpa's request, I agree. Lin Tao was ecstatic and couldn't suppress his excitement. Susan, don't worry, I don't snore when I sleep. The atmosphere eased amidst the teasing, but what really heated up the atmosphere was Lin Tao's sudden promise. Tonight, I want to sing a song that belongs only to you. Love is simple. As the melodious piano music echoed in the room, Susan closed her eyes, but her heart had already drifted away with the music. This song seemed to be Lin Tao's confession of his sincere feelings for her. As the melody rose and fell, her heart beat faster involuntarily, and the dark cage in front of her seemed to begin to disintegrate, and a faint light appeared faintly. Her consciousness struggled frantically, desperate to wake up and see the man singing to her in person. However, just as she was about to cross the boundary between dream and reality, a stranger's gaze suddenly came from afar. At the exit of the subway station, a tall black man was staring at Susan. Chapter 173. By Susu waits eagerly, firmly believing that Lin Tao will come. By Susu hung up the phone call from her family anxiously, waiting for Lin Tao to arrive. She was full of doubts and worries. Why didn't Lin Tao show up yet? Her 3 brothers had already located her. If she continued to delay, she might not be able to escape. Just as she was anxiously waiting, a lame voice rang in her ears. "Hello, pretty girl. I like you." Susu turned around and saw a foreign man hugging a green-haired woman walking straight towards her. She instinctively dragged her suitcase to change seats, but found that the way ahead was blocked. "What do you want to do?" Susu asked coldly, but the other party did not back down, but made even more rude demands. At the critical moment, Susu quickly took out the anti-wolf spray and sprayed it on the man's face. The man howled in pain and knelt on the ground, covering his face. "You stinky bitch." The green-haired woman rushed towards Susu angrily, but was kicked away by Chen Kursin, who suddenly appeared. She hit her head hard against a pillar and fainted. Chen Kursin smiled playfully and said, "I saved you again, White Lotus girl. This time you have to marry me." Just as the two were joking, the foreign man struggled to stand up and approached them with a fierce look on his face. Seeing the crisis coming again, Su Fan suddenly appeared and knocked the man to the ground with a few moves. Everyone was stunned, and the conflict ended quickly. When Su Fan heard Susu mention Lin Tao and her elopement plan, his face suddenly turned pale. Under the night, several people were waiting for the person who might not show up at all. Chapter 174. Under the soft moonlight, Susan opened her eyes. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, Susan was lying quietly in bed, looking calm on the surface, but her heart was already turbulent. Lin Tao's words, "Turn off the lights and go to bed," made her very nervous. She had never slept with the opposite sex before, and her heart was full of expectations and uneasiness. When Lin Tao gently lifted the quilt and lay down beside her, Susan felt his shoulder gently touching her, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Her thoughts were flying, and she couldn't help but imagine whether Lin Tao would do something to her next, and even worried about the pain of the first time. But to her surprise, Lin Tao fell asleep peacefully after saying goodnight. Susan felt a little lost, and her heart was conflicted and absurd. On the wedding night, she, a beautiful woman, was right next to him, but he fell asleep peacefully? She couldn't understand her complicated emotions and just felt a little frustrated. In the dark room, only the moonlight came in through the window, illuminating a corner of the room. At this moment, Susan's eyelids trembled slightly, and with excitement and expectation in her heart, she slowly opened her eyes. She finally woke up. Everything in front of her became clear from the darkness: the moonlight, the red bed, the stars outside the window. All the details made her feel extremely precious. Looking at Lin Tao's sleeping face, Susan felt a warm current in her heart. His outline looked particularly handsome in the moonlight, full of the sunshine of a boy and the stability of a mature man. She couldn't help but stare at him, thinking that this was exactly the appearance of her childhood Prince Charming. At this moment, she was no longer the cold and arrogant strong woman, but a girl who had her first dream of love. What kind of expression will Lin Tao have when he wakes up tomorrow and finds me open? She secretly looked forward to that moment in her heart. With a smile, she slowly closed her eyes, but after a few minutes she was too excited to fall asleep. The night was long, and she could only sneak a peek at Lin Tao, waiting expectantly for the moment of dawn. Chapter 175. On the second day after their wedding, the couple stared at each other. The next morning, Lin Tao woke up in a daze and found himself lying on the wedding bed on his wedding night. Beside him, Susan was sleeping quietly. Her beauty was particularly moving in the morning light. Her fair skin, slightly trembling eyelashes, and cherry-red lips all made Lin Tao obsessed. He approached silently and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "My wife is really an angel." He quietly gave her a good morning kiss. Although Susan was actually awake, she pretended to be still asleep. Her inner shyness prevented her from immediately confessing that she had regained consciousness, especially when facing Lin Tao's gentle and passionate gaze when he suddenly approached her. During the game time, the two of them played a game of idioms. Lin Tao deliberately used "many children, many blessings" to hint at the future. Although Susan was shy, she continued to play the game. However, when she secretly opened her eyes and saw Lin Tao secretly searching Baidu, her face instantly turned black. Just when Lin Tao proudly said, "Get away with it," Susan finally couldn't help revealing a resentful look, but Lin Tao was still unaware and continued to urge her to continue. D176. Dong. Seeing Lin Tao's focused look for the first time, the girl was stunned. Lin Tao woke up. He thought it was just an ordinary morning, but he was startled by a pair of resentful eyes. Ching Ching Gu, are you awake? He looked at the sleeping girl on the bed with a face full of surprise. Susan finally opened her eyes. Her obsidian-like eyes were looking at him, but they were filled with some kind of vague accusation. She quickly wrote a few words on the paper. You cheated. Lin Tao panicked. He immediately remembered that when he was playing Idiom Chain with Susan just now, he secretly checked the answer on his mobile phone. She saw everything. Susan, don't worry about these little things. You woke up, that's the most important thing. Lin Tao quickly changed the subject. Seeing Susan regain her sight, Lin Tao was overwhelmed with joy. He gently held her hand and said to her tenderly, Your eyes are so beautiful. When they are closed, they are like a quiet and beautiful painting. When they are open, they are like bright watercolors, making the whole world come alive because of you. This compliment made Susan blush slightly. She felt shy but could not refute. She had never expected that this man could express his feelings for her so affectionately. The little anger she had felt for cheating had long since vanished, replaced by a heart-pounding sense of shyness. Lin Tao took the opportunity to ask about Susan's physical condition and learned that although she could open her eyes, her body was still unable to move. He comforted her, Don't worry, waking up is a huge improvement. As long as you continue to insist on massage, you will be fully recovered soon. Susan blinked, her eyes full of hope and expectation. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart that it was fortunate that she met Lin Tao. Otherwise, she would have lost the courage to live long ago. In the following time, Lin Tao massaged Susan as usual. He carefully avoided the places that should not be touched and concentrated on massaging her body. Susan opened her eyes wide at this moment, watching Lin Tao concentrate on his work, and she felt an indescribable touch and excitement deep in her heart. He is really serious, not like before when I doubted whether he was taking advantage of me. Susan thought secretly, her cheeks flushed again. She had never observed Lin Tao so carefully before, and found that he was so charming and even handsome when he was working. An hour later, the massage was over. Lin Tao wiped the sweat off his forehead and was about to make a joke with Susan, but he found that she was staring at him intently. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? He took out his phone and took a picture of himself, and it was still that confident and handsome face. Susan came back to her senses immediately after hearing this and hastily looked away, feeling extremely embarrassed. She had stared at him so intently that she didn't even realize it. Lin Tao looked at her embarrassment, but his heart was filled with sweetness. Although the massage was hard, he felt that it was all worth it when he saw Susan's concern and shyness for him. You are my daughter-in-law. I am willing to be a little tired, he said, his tone full of pampering. Hearing the word daughter-in-law, Susan's face immediately turned red. She lowered her head to avoid Lin Tao's gaze. Her heartbeat quickened, and she felt that this title was too embarrassing. However, a subtle sweet feeling quietly spread in her heart. Chapter 177. Lin Tao went to get married and woke Susan up. Just as Lin Tao and Susan were interacting, a knock on the door interrupted their sweet time. Son-in-law, I'm here to clean the lady. Is it convenient for you to come in? Lu Wan's voice came. Lin Tao glanced at the shy Susan and smiled and replied, Please come in. Susan was once incontinent due to her vegetative state, and Lin Tao suggested using diapers. In order to avoid skin problems, Lu Wan changed them every few hours. Lin Tao considerately left the room, not wanting to let Susan face an embarrassing situation. Susan was secretly grateful that the little dignity in her heart was always carefully maintained by Lin Tao. My son-in-law said there's a surprise? Lu Wan pushed the door open, but when she looked up, she was stunned. She saw Susan's familiar yet strange eyes open. Miss, you're awake. You're finally awake. Lu Wan was so excited that she burst into tears and turned around to report to Susan. At this time, Lin Tao was walking aimlessly in the manor when he suddenly heard a system prompt in his mind. Susan's favorability has increased, and the points for sticking have increased. Along with this good news, the system unlocked a new sticking mirror skill, which can copy the target's abilities by sticking to them. This new skill made Lin Tao see the huge potential in the future. After returning to the room, Lin Tao smiled and said to Susan, Wife, I'm back. Susan's eyes were filled with mixed emotions. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, Su Shangtian received a call. He was overjoyed and jumped up from his seat excitedly. Chairman, what happened? Wake up. It turns out that the wedding is not superstition. My granddaughter was woken up by Xiao Tao. Su Shangtian was overjoyed and rushed out of the office in 2 steps without paying attention to Hu Zheng, who was stunned. At the Su family manor, Lin Tao was telling Susan a story to entertain her, when suddenly, Su Shangtian rushed in breathlessly. He had just heard that his granddaughter Susan, who had been in a coma for a long time, had finally woken up, and he rushed into the room excitedly, not caring about his image. He saw his granddaughter holding Lin Tao's fingers, with eyes full of affection. Su Shangtian couldn't hold back his tears. "Susan, it's good to wake up." Grandpa is finally relieved. Although he tried his best to force a smile, tears still flowed down. His old face made Susan heartbroken. She blamed herself for causing Grandpa so much trouble due to her coma, and tears of guilt welled up again. Lin Tao stood quietly by, feeling complicated. He knew that Susan's awakening meant that everything would change, and that his fate would be entangled with the Su family again. Before leaving, Su Shengtian patted Lin Tao on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Xiao Tao, Susan will be in your hands from now on." Lin Tao agreed with a smile, turned back to Susan and teased, "I will take good care of you in the future, Sister Susan." Susan blushed and protested against being called sister with her eyes. However, at this time, an uninvited guest approaches outside, by Susu. She is still obsessed and firmly believes that Lin Tao still loves her. In order to prove this, she even brings her friends to the door. She cannot accept that Lin Tao's love for her suddenly disappears, and she firmly believes that there is still hope for this relationship. But she didn't know that Lin Tao's heart already belonged to Susan. Su Fan in the dark had a cold look in his eyes. He was alert to Bai Susu's arrival and decided not to tolerate it anymore. He would never show mercy to anyone who tried to destroy his sister's happiness. D180 Zhang Bai Susu's sadness. "It turns out that Lin Tao doesn't love me." Bai Susu stood at the door, looking at the sweet and warm scene in front of her, with mixed feelings in her heart. Lin Tao and Susan were playing and laughing, with a smile on his face that had never appeared in front of her. She had never felt that kind of natural tenderness and unreserved pampering. She stood there in a daze, as if this world no longer belonged to her. Lin Tao used to be the knight who silently guarded behind her, but now, he has chosen another person. "Brother Lin Tao, he has really changed." Bai Susu murmured in a low voice. Her throat seemed to be blocked by something, and even breathing was painful. She never thought that one day she would lose the person she once thought belonged to her forever. Susan's eyes were full of tenderness, while Lin Tao's eyes were full of doting, completely immersed in their world. Bai Susu knew that she had lost, completely lost. A wave of sadness rose in her heart, her nose felt sore, and her eyes couldn't help but moisten. Chen Kursen's noise was blurred in her ears, while Su Fan stood beside her, silent, as if he saw through everything. Bai Susu understood that in this silent battle of love, she was no longer the protagonist. She slowly turned around and walked out of the bridal chamber, leaving behind only the irreparable regret and heartbreaking farewell. Chapter 181. The bond between family members. Susan's sense of familiarity. Lin Tao sat beside the marriage bed, breathed a sigh of relief, and broke the noise in the room. "Okay, stop making noises. Tell me, how did you guys get together?" He looked at the people standing at the door with doubt in his eyes. Bai Susu and Chen Kursen appeared together? This combination surprised him. Was it fate? Even if the plot changed because of him, some kind of force still brought Bai Susu back to Su Fan? Just as Lin Tao was imagining the bloody plot, Bai Susu's eyes flashed with bitterness. She was looking forward to her appointment with Lin Tao, but it was obvious that he had forgotten it. "Brother Lin Tao, I just ran into Exile on the way. I learned that they were here to see Sister Susan, so I followed them." Bai Susu forced a smile and tried to keep her tone calm. "I didn't expect you to really wake Sister Susan up. You're amazing." Lin Tao nodded casually, not noticing the girl's disappointment. But Bai Susu felt bitter in her heart. Does he really not care about me anymore? Even the promise he made was just wishful thinking. At this awkward moment, Su Fan suddenly stepped forward, looked at Lin Tao with complicated eyes, and said, "Thank you." He finally acknowledged Lin Tao's efforts and was grateful to the man who changed his sister's destiny. However, Chen Kursen heartlessly interjected, "Su Fan, you don't want to be a gigolo like Lin Tao, do you? Forget it. Sister Susan already has Lin Tao." Su Fan's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything in the end, and turned away silently. Susan looked at Su Fan's back, and an inexplicable sense of closeness surged in her heart. This feeling, she could not explain, nor could she ignore it. Chapter 182. Susan and Bai Susu, the first unpleasant eye contact. Susan's gaze slowly focused on the girl standing at the door. Bai Susu, the white moonlight in Lin Tao's heart. She is indeed very beautiful, Susan commented silently in her heart, unable to deny that the other person's pure beauty was heart-moving. She remembered Lin Tao's fascination with this girl. The Clean and Innocent by Susu really fit the image of a perfect first love in many men's minds. However, why does Bai Susu appear in front of Lin Tao so frequently now? Doesn't she know that Lin Tao is a married man now? Susan felt a little unhappy, and her intuition told her that things were not that simple. Her eyes were slightly cold, carefully observing Bai Susu's every expression and movement. Bai Susu was no longer the little girl who had nothing to do with Lin Tao, and Susan felt a subtle hostility. Does she regret it? Or does she want to win Lin Tao back? Susan sneered in her heart, thinking about the bloody plots in the past TV dramas. It seemed that such plots would soon happen to her, but she knew that she would never be the supporting actress who was easily defeated. The protagonist of her life would always be herself. Just as Susan was weighing her options, Bai Susu seemed to sense her gaze, and their eyes met unexpectedly. Instantly, an invisible spark bloomed in the air, and the two girls faced each other silently. Bai Susu, who was once weak and harmless, showed unprecedented firmness at this moment. There was no longer tenderness in her eyes, but a hidden jealousy and unwillingness. Susan narrowed her eyes and looked at her coldly. She could see the complicated emotions in Bai Susu's heart: regret, jealousy, and even a hint of hatred. The originally innocent girl seemed to have transformed into her love rival at this moment. Oh, that's interesting. Susan sneered in her heart. She could sense that Bai Susu's feelings for Lin Tao were much more complicated than she had imagined. Bai Susu was filled with uncontrollable anger. She once had all of Lin Tao's attention, but now, Lin Tao stood beside another woman, singing and playing for her affectionately, with no trace of her in his eyes. She was unwilling and jealous. All that she should have had was taken away by Susan. She took away everything that belonged to me. Bai Susu's heart was burning with jealousy. She clenched her fists and stared at Susan. At this moment, the smell of gunpowder in the air became increasingly strong. Even the little girl Chen Kursin next to her noticed something was wrong. She couldn't help rubbing her arms and muttered in a low voice, "Why is it so cold suddenly?" Lin Tao next to her also keenly sensed a hint of something unusual. What's going on? Why do I feel a strange sense of oppression in the air? Susan and Bai Susu in confusion, but he didn't understand that the silent war between them had quietly begun. Chapter 183. Lin Tao decided to take Susan to the amusement park. Susan, the songs you wanted to hear have been sung. Is there anything else you want to do most now? Lin Tao asked softly. Susan was slightly stunned, and she felt eager but hesitant. She had hardly left this room since she became a vegetable. Even the most ordinary outings became a luxury for her. However, she didn't want to cause trouble for Lin Tao. After all, she was now unable to move and relied on him for care. The entanglement in her heart made her choose to remain silent. At this moment, Chen Kursin jumped up excitedly. Amusement park. Sister Susan must want to go to the amusement park. She has always said that she wanted to go to the amusement park. Susan's eyes widened. Chen Kursin's words just spoke her mind. She turned to look at Lin Tao. Although she was a little hesitant, her eyes were full of expectation. Lin Tao saw through her thoughts at a glance, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and touched her head lovingly. Okay, I'll take you to the amusement park today. Susan showed a hint of surprise on her face, but soon revealed a hint of embarrassment, fearing that she would drag down Lin Tao. However, before she could say no, Lin Tao gently interrupted her. Don't worry, Susan. I like to accompany you. Anywhere is fine. Soon, Lu Wan changed Susan into a set of casual and comfortable clothes. Although the clothes were simple, they made her look more elegant and outstanding. Lin Tao looked at her lying on the bed with admiration in his eyes. Susan, you are so beautiful. You look good in anything you wear. Susan heard this. Her cheeks instantly flushed, and she felt a little sweet in her heart. At this moment, she not only felt the long-lost freedom, but also felt Lin Tao's care and love for her in his praise. At this moment, Bai Susu, who was standing aside, could not hide her inner disappointment and jealousy. She used to be Lin Tao's white moonlight, but now she was standing aside, as if she had become an outsider. She looked at the intimate interaction between the two, with a trace of unwillingness in her eyes. The Lin Tao who once gently protected her had completely changed and no longer belonged to her. Lin Tao held Susan's hand and prepared to leave. Bai Susu stood silently by the side, watching the two people walking away, with regret and pain intertwined in her heart. She knew clearly that the Lin Tao who belonged to her would never come back. Chapter 184 Susan. I will be your legs from now on and take you to see the world. Lin Tao gently lifted Susan up and carried her on his broad back. The warm touch instantly spread throughout her body. Susan blushed and her heart was filled with mixed emotions. She once leaned on her father's back, which was the safest place in her memory. Now, this sense of security seemed to have transferred from her father to Lin Tao's back. No matter where you want to go, I will take you to see all the prosperity in the world. Lin Tao's voice was gentle and firm, as if he was promising to protect her forever. Lu Wan kept smiling like an auntie, feeling deeply moved. She had been in the Su family for many years, but she had never seen Susan like this. This once arrogant and cold young lady now showed the appearance of a little girl in front of Lin Tao. It was an incredible transformation. Lin Tao's doting made Susan blush, especially in front of everyone. She closed her eyes unconsciously, as if trying to escape the embarrassment. Son-in-law, the wheelchair is ready. It's downstairs. Lu Wan spoke, interrupting the warm atmosphere. No need. Lin Tao shook his head, his eyes determined. I'll carry her there myself. It's only a few hundred meters. Then, Lin Tao carried Susan steadily on his back, gently adjusted her posture, and began to walk out. Outside the window, the sun shone on them, and their long shadows trailed behind them, like a painting. Susan's heartbeat accelerated. She had never been so dependent on someone before. Susu, who was standing by, was watching this scene with a surging wave in her heart. She had thought that Lin Tao still had unfinished feelings for her, but now it seemed that her appearance was just an insignificant episode. The warmth that once belonged to her was now completely occupied by Susan. At this moment, she suddenly realized that she had completely lost him. The air was filled with a kind of silent sweetness and bitterness. Susan leaned against Lin Tao's chest, feeling his steady steps, and her heart was gradually filled with a wonderful sense of stability. She suddenly stopped resisting and was no longer entangled. She knew that Lin Tao would lead her to a bright future, no matter how far ahead. This time, she was no longer alone. She already had him. Chapter 185 Su Fan's Fear. My sister wouldn't fall in love with me, right? Okay, Susan, let's go. Lin Tao gently adjusted his position and carried Susan steadily on his back. He could feel her gentle breathing and even the soft touch of her two lumps against him. With his heart agitated, he tried hard not to be distracted and walked steadily towards the door. Susan lay on his shoulder, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Although her body could not move, her heart was beating like a deer. For her, this was a long-awaited trip out, symbolizing the first step to freedom. At the door, Susu stood there, her eyes fixed on the backs of the two people. Her nails dug into her palms involuntarily, and the pain in her heart was hard to hide. The man who once belonged to her was now carrying another woman on his back, with firm and gentle steps. She could only watch all this, and the pain in her heart almost suffocated her. If I had agreed to Brother Lin Tao, would this be the ending? Susu's mind flashed with many past scenes, those tender moments that she had never taken seriously. It seemed that everything came too easily. She had never cherished it. And now, Lin Tao was no longer the knight who always protected her. However, she still had hope in her heart. Although Lin Tao and Susan looked like a couple, they had not yet obtained a marriage certificate. Susu's eyes lit up, and she secretly thought to herself, there is still a chance. She followed quietly, thinking about her own little plan in her mind. It didn't matter, as long as there was a chance, she would fight for it and let Lin Tao come back to her side. At the same time, Lin Tao carried Susan slowly downstairs. Su Fan sat on the sofa, opened his eyes, and saw Lin Tao carrying his sister, and couldn't help showing a trace of relief. Although he couldn't recognize his sister publicly, he felt relieved to see that she was taken care of so well. Brother Su Fan, I plan to take Susan out to relax. She has been bored in her room for too long, Lin Tao explained. Su Fan nodded, looking at his sister lying on Lin Tao's back, with mixed feelings in his heart. Although his smile was stiff, he tried to keep it. Lin Tao glanced at Su Fan, and the twisted smile made him couldn't help but shout in his heart. The Dragon King's crooked smile? This is simply a classic. Susan stared at Su Fan, not understanding why this man smiled at her in such a strange way. Su Fan noticed her gaze and became even more flustered. Could my sister be fascinated by my charm? He quickly put away his smile, fearing that it would trigger any inappropriate emotions. He looks so ugly when he smiles. Susan complained inwardly, then turned to look at Lin Tao's solid back and felt extremely at ease. Chapter 186 Lin Tao activates special skill. Stick to the mirror. Oni-chan, why aren't you leaving yet? Chin Kursin excitedly pulled by Susu downstairs. Seeing that Lin Tao and Susan were ready to leave, she couldn't help but urge them. Lin Tao carried Susan on his back and smiled. Let's go. He walked out of the villa, but inadvertently shortened the distance between him and Su Fan. The system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Su Fan, the son of destiny, has his friendship increased, and his magnetic field points have increased to 20 points per second. The favorability has increased? Lin Tao was stunned for a moment, glanced at Su Fan, and a hint of pride appeared on his lips. As the points soared, he secretly thought of sticking to her, but then shook his head. Forget it. How can I smell as good as a girl? At this moment, the system sent another prompt. Do you want to activate the mirror skill? Of course. Lin Tao chose without hesitation and copied Su Fan's primary cultivation of the Grandmaster of Huajin. Feeling the influx of power, he was secretly happy in his heart. With this cultivation, I can also walk sideways. Along the way, Lin Tao deliberately kept a close distance with Su Fan. Although Su Fan was a little confused, he didn't say anything in order to spend more time with his sister. Susan couldn't help but think, why is Lin Tao so close to Su Fan? Is he even close to Min? The brief awkwardness was broken, and everyone started walking towards the amusement park. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women attracted a lot of attention from passers-by. However, Lin Tao helplessly found that they were approached by 3 waves of people along the way, including drunkards and rich second generations. What is this strange halo? Lin Tao looked at Su Fan speechlessly and couldn't help but wonder if it was the protagonist's physique that caused the trouble. Especially every time Su Fan easily solved a problem, he would attract the admiration of the women around him. Finally, after a series of embarrassments and troubles, everyone arrived at the amusement park. Lin Tao looked back at Susan and said softly, Susan, are you ready? Today, I will take you to see the outside world. Chapter 187. Amusement Park Incident. Wang family's ambitions for Su Group. In the amusement park, the sun was shining brightly, and the laughter of children echoed all around. Lin Tao walked slowly into the park with Susan on his back and asked gently, Susan, are you happy? I will take you out often in the future. Susan looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar scene in front of her, with mixed feelings in her heart, but she could only respond with a pair of expectant eyes. Just as Lin Tao was about to take her into the amusement park, there was a commotion ahead. It turned out that Chen Kursin and Bai Susu had met an arrogant rich second generation, Wang Xiaofa, while queuing. He ignored the rules and forced his way into the queue. When Chen Kursin questioned him, he arrogantly threw out his wallet and taunted, How much is it? Take it and get out. Chen Kursin was furious and took out the pepper spray without hesitation and sprayed it over. Wang Xiaofa covered his eyes, angry, and swung his fist to hit the little girl. At this moment, Su Fan coldly attacked and kicked him to the ground. Wang Xiaofa was not convinced and stood up and continued to shout, You dare to touch me? I am the manager of Su Group. You are finished. Su Fan's face instantly turned livid. Hearing the name of the Su Group, he couldn't stand this guy who ruined the family's reputation. He slapped Wang Xiaofa mercilessly and said coldly, You are not worthy of mentioning the Su family. At this time, Wang Xiaofa's girlfriend quickly took out his employee ID to try to prove his identity. Seeing the ID, Susan's eyes flashed with confusion and anger. This Wang Xiaofa is actually an employee of the Su Group? She fell into deep thought. What happened to the Su family while she was unconscious? Lin Tao stood aside, looking down at Wang Xiaofa on the ground with a sneer, and said lightly, You don't know who I am yet? Wang Xiaofa was speechless for a moment. He finally recognized the man in front of him, the real heir of the Su family, Lin Tao. His face turned pale instantly, and he realized that he had hit a wall, and fear instantly spread throughout his body. Lin Tao smiled slightly and said softly, Go away. Wang Xiaofa was dumbfounded. How could he not recognize the person in front of him? Is Lin Tao, the founder of Myandan? The other party was Su Shengtian's designated heir and the Su family's grandson-in-law for good luck. At the same time, it is also the biggest obstacle for their Wang family to seize the Su Group. Chapter 188 Lin Tao is like a Prince Charming, hugging the girl and riding a wooden horse. Lin Tao carried Susan on his back and walked slowly into the amusement park. The noise and joy around them kept hitting them. Susan's eyes flashed with a trace of longing, and her big blinking eyes seemed to reveal her desire for freedom. Looking at the smiling faces of the tourists, she sighed in her heart, thinking that she had been so carefree in the past. Lin Tao noticed her disappointment and smiled. Don't worry, after you recover, I will take you to try all the projects. His words were as warm as a spring breeze, caressing Susan's heart, making her gradually smile and rekindling hope in her eyes. Chen Kursin, who was far away, couldn't hold back her excitement. She jumped up immediately when she saw the pirate ship and said, I want to play this. Who wants to join me? Her voice echoed throughout the amusement park. Susu nervously grabbed her hand and agreed. Although she was afraid, Susu didn't want to show her bitterness. As the two walked towards the pirate ship, Susan lay on Lin Tao's shoulder with a softer look in her eyes. Although she was physically disabled, she was looking forward to playing these exciting games with Lin Tao next time she came here. As the music of the carousel sounded, Lin Tao took her there. On the carousel, the children were laughing and spinning, and Susan's face showed a trace of doubt and nervousness. Her body was stiff, but she was eager to try it in her heart. Don't worry, I'll hold you all the time, Lin Tao said softly, carefully carrying her onto the wooden horse, wrapping his arms around her body to ensure that she wouldn't fall off. The warm embrace made Susan a little shy, her cheeks slightly flushed, but her heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of security. The carousel began to spin. The breeze blew gently. She closed her eyes and felt the long-lost freedom. At this moment, she seemed to have returned to her childhood, the happy time she had with her father in the amusement park. In the distance, Susu sat on the pirate ship, her palms full of sweat, but she still stayed firmly beside Chen Kursin. She felt complicated and couldn't get rid of the image of Lin Tao and Susan together. The tacit understanding and sweetness between the two made her feel deeply hurt. When the carousel slowly stopped, Susan was still immersed in this brief happiness. She lay quietly on Lin Tao's back, feeling his warm back, and a little happiness rose in her heart. Not far away, Su Fan leaned against a tree, looking at the smile on his sister's face, with a hint of relief on his lips. He knew that his sister had found her support. Chapter 189. In the small pavilion, Lin Tao feeds the girl ice cream. Susan sat on the carousel, feeling the breeze by her ears, with mixed feelings in her heart. She hadn't experienced such simple happiness for a long time, and now she could only rely on Lin Tao's arms, being gently protected by him like a child. In the distance, Susu stood in a corner of the amusement park, her eyes fixed on the two people who were cuddling sweetly on the carousel. The pain in her heart was beyond words. Once upon a time, Lin Tao's eyes were also exclusively for her, full of tenderness and doting. But now, those beautiful moments seemed to be moving away from her little by little. Her heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and she was in great pain. Lin Tao's song suddenly sounded in the amusement park. The familiar melody seemed to be telling her feelings. I should be under the car, not in the car. The lyrics were piercing, and Susu stood there, listening to these lyrics, as if revealing her inner struggle and regret. She finally understood that what she had lost might never be recovered. Let's go. If you want to ride the roller coaster, I'll go with you. Susu suddenly stood up and said to Chen Kursin. She needed some external stimulation to suppress the pain in her heart. At the same time, Lin Tao carried Susan off the carousel and brought her to a corner of the amusement park. He gently placed her on his lap, holding a strawberry-flavored ice cream in his hand, and teased her with a smile. Susan, do you want to eat it? Strawberry flavor. It's delicious. Susan stared at the red ice cream, feeling angry and helpless. She couldn't move, but Lin Tao teased her on purpose. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and she was secretly angry. You did this on purpose, didn't you? If you want to eat, just blink your right eye and I'll feed you. Lin Tao approached her with a wicked smile, dipped his finger in some ice cream, and gently applied it on her lips. Susan's face instantly turned red, and her heart was full of shyness and helplessness, but she could not resist and could only silently accept this sweet punishment. Susu, who was far away, watched this scene, and the pain in her heart came back. Lin Tao had completely changed. The boy who once belonged to her was now in someone else's world, smiling so brightly. Everything can never go back to the way it was. Chapter 191. The sun sets. The Ferris wheel is at the top, and a kiss seals love. As the sun sets, the city is enveloped in a golden afterglow. The 200-meter-high Ferris wheel stands quietly in the center of the amusement park, looking romantic and dreamy. Susan, let's go home after this ride. Lin Tao carried Susan on his back and walked into the Ferris wheel. Although the car was small, It allowed the two of them to get close to each other. The Ferris wheel slowly rose, and the panoramic view of the city gradually appeared in front of us. The high-rise buildings reflected the sunset like a dream, and the streets were bustling and lively. Lin Tao suddenly looked down and found that Susan in his arms had her eyes closed, as if she was trying her best to suppress her inner fear. He patted her back and gently comforted her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Susan in his arms listened to this familiar voice and gradually calmed down. She opened her eyes and saw the city under the setting sun. The memories that had frightened her seemed insignificant at this moment. The scenery from the height was beautiful, and the magnificence of the city was in full view, and her heart became peaceful. "So beautiful," she whispered, as if the haze in her heart had finally dissipated. Lin Tao held her quietly, watching her gradually relax, with a slight smile on his face. "Do you still remember our previous agreement?" Lin Tao suddenly asked in a low voice. Susan was slightly startled, her eyes flickering, thinking of the promise she had made. First kiss. She shyly looked away and wanted to say something, but she felt Lin Tao's face approaching her. The next second, she felt a warm touch on her lips. Her heartbeat accelerated instantly, and her breathing became rapid. At this moment, the world seemed to freeze. She felt an indescribable emotion welling up in her chest, as if the height of the Ferris wheel was not as high as the emotions stirring in her heart at the moment. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the two of them, as if the whole world had stopped just for them, and Susan's heart melted. At an altitude of 200 meters, her first kiss was gently taken away by Lin Tao, and her heart was unknowingly given to the man in front of her. This unprecedented experience made Susan very playful, as if she had returned to her carefree childhood, cheering mischievously in her heart. Then she snuggled up on the boy's back, slowly closed her eyes, and greedily enjoyed this warm moment. In the dim night, street lamps emit white light. On the ground, the two people's shadows were stretched out, but always kept close together. No matter how their shadows swayed and jumped on the road, they still overlapped tightly, as if they were destined to become one. And at this time the Hua family, in the brightly lit room. "Damn woman, I'm warning you. Don't challenge my bottom line so easily again. Since you are pregnant with my child, I will show mercy and give you a chance to carry on my family line." On a big white and soft bed, Hua Kitchen was wearing dark brown pajamas and lying at the head of the bed. He was staring at the woman who was standing in front of the door and trying to open it and escape with a sinister look. "Master Hua, please let me go. I beg you to let me go, okay? I really don't want to have a child. That was just an accident. With your family and wealth, there are many women willing to bear children for you. Why do you have to keep pestering me? I tell you, even if you get me, you can't get my heart." At the door, Mus Shawan, who was wearing cheap clothes, made her accusation at the top of her voice. She just felt that she had been extremely unlucky during this period. Ever since she accidentally walked into the wrong room, she has been targeted by this megalomaniac. At first, she didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just a whim of a rich man who would naturally lose interest in her after a while. After all, she is still very clear. Her own weight. But who would have thought that these days? She found that she always had the urge to vomit from time to time. "I thought it was just an ordinary gastrointestinal problem, and it would be fine after going to the hospital and getting some medicine." "Congratulations, Miss Mu. You're pregnant. This is normal morning sickness." After hearing the doctor's diagnosis, Mus Shawan was stunned on the spot. She immediately realized that she had walked into the wrong room that day and had not taken adequate precautions. Then, Mus Shawan made a prompt decision and decided to have an abortion immediately. But before she could lie on the operating table, a group of men in black rushed into the hospital and forcibly took her to the Hua family. It was not until this moment that Mus Shawan realized that she had been monitored. "You ungrateful woman. Stop trying to provoke me. You may end up getting burned if you play with fire. You can use your body to bear children for me, Hua Kitchen. Don't you know how to be grateful?" Hua Kitchen sneered, with 3 parts of coldness, 3 parts of ridicule, and 4 parts of indifference on his lips. In his eyes, Mus Shawan was playing hard to get, trying to use the child as a tool to monopolize his personal love and affection. "Tell me, how much money do you want? Will you be quiet for a while and take care of your baby?" "That's enough. Mr. Hua, although I am poor, I also have dignity." Mus Shawan couldn't bear to listen anymore. She couldn't accept. The man in front of her had such a condescending attitude, not to mention having a baby for him. When she thought about this future, she was so angry that she almost exploded. And at this time, the maids and housekeepers not far away also began to brainwash her with pua overtly and covertly. Ms. Mu, you should be content, because you are the first girl that the young master brought home. Yes, I haven't seen the young master smile like this in a long time. His fan-shaped smile blooms only for you. I've lived for decades, and I've never seen a young master so attentive to a woman. Miss Mu, you're the first. Hearing these words, Mus Shawan felt her three perspectives exploded, and her entire body went numb. Chapter 194. Susan sat in a wheelchair and said thank you to my husband in person. Lin Tao frowned even more tightly, and for a moment he was speechless. Su Yin was pregnant with Wang Defa's child, and she wanted to use this to threaten Su Shengtian to hand over the group to the unborn child? This was simply ridiculous. Susan's face was also pale. She suppressed her shock and tightly grasped the armrest of the wheelchair. Her heart was trembling, but she knew that she couldn't break down at this moment. She had to calm down and not let her emotions overcome her reason. Lin Tao looked at her face, patted her shoulder gently, and comforted her. Susan, don't worry, we have to go to the hospital quickly. No matter what, we have to see Grandpa Su first. Susan took a deep breath and nodded. She suppressed her emotions, pressed the button on the wheelchair, and signaled Lin Tao to move quickly. At this moment, Lin Tao's heart was also filled with huge waves. Wang Defa, this never-clean conspirator, even made the child a pawn in his attempt to control the power of the Su family, and Su Yin had even reached such a point of no return. He couldn't imagine how desperate Su Shengtian would be when he heard the news, and he might even be so angry at his own daughter that he would have a heart attack. Thinking of this, Lin Tao's anger soared to the sky. The news of Su Yan's pregnancy was undoubtedly the last straw that broke the camel's back. This woman not only ruined the reputation of the Su family, but also almost killed her own father. Just as they were about to leave for the hospital, Susan suddenly raised her head, her eyes full of coldness and determination. She finally made up her mind. Lin Tao, when Grandpa recovers, I will clean up the mess myself and not let Su Yin do whatever she wants. Lin Tao nodded, held her hand tightly, and said firmly, no matter what happens, I will stand by you. Faced with the two reports from the hospital, Susan didn't even bother to look at them because she didn't care at all. Now she just wants to know how her grandfather's condition is. Then he quickly rushed over to stay by his side, just like his grandfather stayed by his side every day when he first became a vegetable. Ding-ling-ling. As the cell phone rang, Hu Zhang received a call from the hospital. That's great, Mississippi. The chairman is no longer in danger. His condition is currently stable. He was taken out of the emergency room and all his body indicators are stable. He is safe. After hanging up the phone, Hu Zheng's face was full of joy, and he told everyone the news given by the doctor. Hearing this, everyone present secretly breathed a sigh of relief, their worries finally at ease. Even Susan's originally frosty face softened a little at this moment. Which hospital is Grandpa Su in now? Aunt Lu, arrange for the car to drop you off. Susan and I will be there soon. Lin Tao pushed the wheelchair and headed towards the underground parking lot. He knew very well that Susan's most urgent thought at the moment was to stay by Su Shengtian's side, so what he had to do was to take the girl to the hospital. Lin Tao really understands me. Seeing that she hadn't made any move yet, Lin Tao arranged everything for her as if he were a prophet. Susan couldn't help but feel a little grateful. Before they took a few steps, Hu Zhang hesitated for a second, then quickly stopped the two of them and advised earnestly, Miss, I know you must be extremely anxious right now and want to stay by the chairman's side immediately. But the group has more important things to do now, and we may need you to go back and take charge of the situation. Snort. Is there anything more important than my grandpa? Susan's brows were furrowed, like a dark cloud pressing down on her head, with a bit of majesty and anger. After the chairman fell, the Su group is now leaderless, and those people in the company are very restless. Especially those people from the Wang family, as well as some shareholders such as Shi Kongbing and others. They convened a group meeting without authorization, and it seems that they are planning to take advantage of this opportunity to steal the recipe of the beauty pill. If Su Shengtian were still there, those villains in the company would naturally not dare to act rashly. But now as the news of the chairman's critical illness spreads, some people in the company immediately rushed in like wolves smelling meat, trying to take advantage of the opportunity to gain personal benefits for themselves under some high-sounding pretexts. Because in their eyes, if Su Shengtian falls down at this age, he may very likely fall into the grave and never get up again. And Susan was a vegetable and couldn't move, so she couldn't do anything to them. As for Su Yin, the only one who has the ability to stop it, this love-brain guy doesn't even want to go against them. As long as the old man from the Wang family had the say, she might even hand over the Su group to her. In a nutshell, today, the Su group is their world, and they can slowly wipe out the entire family and do whatever they want. So they immediately held a group meeting to divide the interests. Especially the key to the Su group's rise recently, the recipe of the beauty pill. If only I could get the full version of the prescription, even if they were separated from the Su group, they could still rise up immediately by imitating others. These damn bastards. After listening to Hu Zheng's description of the current situation, Susan's face turned livid in an instant, like the sky before a storm. She never expected. In addition to the Wang family, there are some shareholders who seem to be in the same mind as the Su family on weekdays. He actually chose to betray it this time. Snort. It is true. When there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey becomes king. There was a deep chill in Susan's beautiful eyes. A flame of anger seemed to burst out from her pupils. At the same time, she frowned and felt a little conflicted for a moment. Now, how should I choose? If I didn't know that something happened to the group, then she would definitely go to the hospital immediately and stay by her grandfather's side until he woke up. But if you really do this, in a company without a leader, those good-for-nothings, I wonder what kind of mess they will make of the group? Now the Su group has finally risen again. If they bring him to the brink of bankruptcy again, I'm sure Grandpa will be depressed when he wakes up. Thinking this way, Susan gradually made a decision. Of course, the most important thing was that she had heard the news that her grandfather was doing well, which allowed her to feel a little more at ease. Susan, don't worry about it. Just follow your heart. At the same time, a gentle voice came into Susan's ears. No matter what decision you make, I will fully support you and stay by your side. His eyes rolled. The girl's gaze just happened to meet Lin Tao's affectionate eyes, which made her feel at ease and feel full of security. On the one hand, I am moved by the other party's unconditional trust. On the other hand, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She is now unable to move around easily and cannot do without Lin Tao's support. As for the other staff members, first of all, she didn't trust him. Moreover, there is not enough tacit understanding and the adjustment process takes too long. Susan had to admit that after spending some time together, she had become accustomed to having Lin Tao around. The two of them cooperated more and more tacitly. Basically, with just a glance, you can probably understand what the other person wants to express, and everything is implied. Finally, Susan made a decision and gestured on the pinyin input keyboard with her right hand. The text was converted into AI voice, and a cold mechanical sound came out from the small speaker. Let's go to the company. Hearing this, Hu Zheng's face was full of joy, and he hurried downstairs with Lu Wan to arrange a vehicle. Although he could see that the eldest lady's body had not yet fully recovered. But as long as she still has independent consciousness and can communicate, it is enough for her to exercise the right to use the shares in her hands. Plus the shares under Lin Xiao's name. As long as the two of them can work together, they will be able to achieve their goals. Those scoundrels in the group can't cause any trouble at all. Chapter 196 Group Meeting. Wang Family's Conspiracy Exposed. The atmosphere in the Su group meeting room was depressing. Wang Fuguwei, a fat man with a big smile on his face, was now sitting in the seat that originally belonged to Su Shengtian. He announced the start of the meeting, his voice full of pride. The senior executives in the audience were whispering, all dissatisfied with the man who suddenly took power. This guy Wang Fuguwei is clearly taking advantage of the opportunity to seek benefits for the Wang family. Su Yin is crazy to hand over the company to such a person. The shareholders' discussions continued, but no one dared to object. Wang Fuguwei was overjoyed. Ever since Su Yin was pregnant with his father Wang Def's child, the entire Wang family seemed to have the lifeblood of the Su group. As soon as Su Shengtian fell ill, Wang Fuguwei was eager to hold this meeting, ready to seize the formula of the beauty pill, which was the core asset of the Su group. As long as we get the beauty pill, the Wang family will rise. Wang Fuguwei was secretly proud. He glanced at everyone and slowly proposed his plan. In order to expand the production line of beauty pills, Miss Su Yin has agreed to let my Wang family take over some production orders. He paused, then emphasized, my Wang family and the Su family are one family. Don't worry, I will do my best to serve the company. The conference room was silent. No one dared to refute him. Behind him stood Su Yin, who owned 10% of the group's shares. This delicate power relationship made the senior executives present dare not speak out. Just as Wang Fuguwei was about to push forward his plan, the door to the conference room suddenly opened, and everyone fell silent. At the door, Susan was sitting in a custom pink wheelchair, pushed in by Lynn Tao. With a cold smile on her face, she swept her eyes across the entire conference room, finally stopping at Wang Fugue. "Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long," Susan said in a cold but firm voice. "I will preside over the next meeting." Wang Fugue's smile froze on his face. Chapter 197. Susan, the Vicious One, and Lynn Tao, the Lamb to be Slaughtered. Lynn Tao pushed Susan into the Su Group headquarters and immediately attracted everyone's attention. In the hall, whispers rang out, and the employees were shocked by Susan's appearance. The former vegetative person had miraculously woken up. Her cold aura was like an iceberg, oppressing the people around her, making everyone dare not look at her. "She's back," someone whispered. Those senior executives who wanted to take advantage of the situation are in big trouble now. While pushing the wheelchair, Lin Tao noticed Susan's cold expression and thought to himself, "This is the young lady who once frightened everyone in the company, and now she has returned to her former ruthless ways." The elevator door slowly closed, and the two drove to the top-floor conference room. At the same time, in the conference room, Wang Fugue was triumphantly manipulating the vote, trying to pass a proposal that was extremely beneficial to the Wang family and plunder the group's core resource, the formula for the beauty pill. "I object." A cold rebuttal broke the atmosphere in the conference room. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lin Tao pushing Susan slowly in. Wang Fugue's face instantly turned pale, and everyone in the conference room held their breath. Susan's cold eyes swept across the room, and her arrival seemed to freeze all the sounds in the air. "Does everyone think that we can do whatever we want when the chairman is not here?" Her voice was cold and contained an irresistible sense of oppression. Many senior executives immediately lowered their heads and avoided her gaze guiltily. "The Wang family wants to take away the group's most important assets?" She sneered. "Impossible." The atmosphere in the conference room was extremely tense, but Wang Fugue still argued unwillingly. "Ms. Su, we are all doing this for the future of the group." Susan interrupted him coldly. "Stop using the group's name to seek personal gain for your Wang family. It's not your turn to get involved in the Su group." Lin Tao stood aside, gently held her hand, and whispered, "Leave it to me." Susan's expression softened a little, but she still remained stern. Lin Tao smiled slightly and said to everyone, "Today's meeting ends here. Any attempt to seize Su's assets is courting self-destruction." The executives present looked at each other in shock. They knew that Susan was back, and she was still the unshakable iron-fisted figure. And Lin Tao was no longer the despised son-in-law. He would become the guardian of the Su group. In the end, the meeting ended in silence. Susan's coldness and Lin Tao's decisiveness had already made everyone feel afraid. Chapter 198. Domineering Susan, a purge of the group's top management. What's up with these guys? What? Suddenly looking at me with such pitiful eyes. Noticing the strange looks from everyone, Lin Tao felt a little puzzled. But he didn't care. He just nodded at Hu Zheng, indicating that it was his turn to perform. Then, Lawyer Hu, dressed in a suit and tie, took out several pre-prepared documents from his black briefcase. Everyone. Before he fell into a coma, the chairman had already transferred his shares to Mr. Lin, and the 10% that originally belonged to Miss Su Yin has now been transferred to the eldest lady and Mr. Lin respectively according to the chairman's wishes. Mr. Lin now owns 30% of the group, Miss Su owns 27% of the group, and Miss Su Yin has no shares? Hu Zheng spoke briefly and made public Su Shengtian's secret arrangements, which immediately caused an uproar in the audience. No one present expected that Su Shengtian had already arranged everything. Even the shares that originally belonged to him were transferred to Lin Tao's name. Moreover, the other party's shares are even higher than Susan's. So, is the Su group surnamed Su or Lin now? Isn't Su Shengtian too bold? Isn't he afraid that Lin Tao might have evil intentions? Then wouldn't the wealth accumulated by the Su family over the years be wasted for no reason? Is the chairman determined to hand over the group to young Master Lin? No one could have guessed the result. I thought that no matter how much the chairman thought highly of young Master Lin, he was a son-in-law after all, and the majority of the shares should be left to his daughter or granddaughter. Is it because he didn't expect the young lady to wake up? That's why the chairman wants to put his trust in young Master Lin to prevent the company from being destroyed by a love-brain person. It looks like Miss Su Yin has been abandoned by the chairman. It seems that the chairman is still foresight. Strange. If the chairman has completely given up on Miss Su Yin, Why does he leave these jumping clowns of the Wang family alone? Maybe he wants to make an example of Lin Xiao and the others? I told you so. With the chairman's personality, he would never allow his own daughter to act like this. The sudden and explosive news caused a group of people to whisper and talk. Their hearts are as clear as a mirror. Once these documents are released, it means that Lin Tao and his team will have the final say in the group from now on. Damn it. We were only one step away from success. How could things turn out like this? That old man actually dared to play tricks and try to take away the opportunity that belongs to my Wang family. It's really despicable. She would rather leave her shares to a son-in-law than to her own daughter. Is this old man qualified to be a parent? Wang Fugue was so angry that he felt that Su Shengtian was seriously ill. He glared at Lin Tao fiercely, his eyes as if he was looking at someone who had killed his father. If this guy hadn't come out to mess things up and woke Susan up, I'm afraid that in today's Su group, he is the one who has the final say. Lin Tao didn't care about the opinions of the clowns and announced, "The top executives of the group are all here today, so I will announce a few things. First, Su Yin has nothing to do with the group and is not qualified to negotiate business on behalf of the company. So all the cooperation projects signed by her during this period are invalid, and recover the losses incurred by the group due to certain unfair terms she signed." This. Although many people had expected it. But if these words were really put on the table, it basically meant that he was determined to turn against Su Yin. Can the young lady really bear it? This is one of her few relatives, her aunt. Everyone couldn't help but look at Susan, only to see that she still had that cold expression, as if she hadn't heard Lin Tao's words at all. It seems that the fact that the chairman fainted from anger has really touched the bottom line of the young lady. Yes, in the past, even if Miss Su Yin was making trouble unreasonably, the eldest lady would choose to quietly clean up for her for the sake of her aunt. But now, it's better this way. If you hesitate to make a decision, you will suffer the consequences. If the young lady really wants to manage the group well, then Miss Su Yin, this burden, will have to be dealt with sooner or later. It seems that Master Lin is just a puppet. All his orders were probably issued by the eldest lady, forcing him to do so. Poor Master Lin. I learned that Susan had finally made up her mind to officially break off all ties with Su Yin. The senior executives of the group present were so shocked that they couldn't help but whisper to each other. Among them, the people with the ugliest expressions are from the Wang family camp. The reason why they can call the shots in the Su group is because of Su Shangtian's biological daughter, Su Yin. Now that the other party has obviously been abandoned, how can they escape unscathed? I'm afraid they will be the next targets. After all, a new emperor appoints new ministers. Everyone present was a smart person. The signal released by Lin Tao and the other man was too strong. Anyone with a discerning eye could see it. The couple is preparing to take charge of the company. For this reason, I am afraid that a major reshuffle will be going on in the company. Wang Fugue gritted his teeth secretly and felt terrible. He knew that if he didn't do something, the plan that has been hidden for a long time may fail today. Nothing else to say. All the cooperation projects signed by Su Yin are invalid and the losses must be recovered. Then most of everything they had worked so hard for would be taken away in an instant. After all, isn't it all thanks to Su Yan's help that the Wang family has been getting better and better these days? They have to spit out the meat they have eaten with great difficulty. This is even more painful than killing them. Wang Fugue's fat face was filled with unwilling anger. He raised his head suddenly and nodded to some shareholders in the crowd who had been won over by him and had common interest with him. Soon, several group shareholders stood up one after another. They all had reached cooperation with the Wang family and had conflicts of interest. "Mr. Lin, aren't you going too far?" An old man with a Mediterranean appearance stood up with a smile and laughed like a smiling tiger. Miss Su Yin is the chairman's biological daughter after all. Even if her bones are broken, her tendons are still connected. She is also the eldest lady's biological aunt. Personally, I think we should wait until the chairman wakes up, and then the whole family can sit down and talk calmly. Family members, how can there be any grudges left overnight? If we really force Miss Su Yin to leave, it will be too late to regret. Miss Su Yin is just naive. She will grow only after making mistakes. She shouldn't hold on to her mistakes. I suggest you take back your decision. The company is booming these days anyway, and we don't care about the loss caused by Miss Su Yin. Why would you hurt the precious relationship between Miss Su Yin and you for a little benefit? Mediterranean spoke eloquently and sincerely, and it seemed that he really cared about Lin Tao and the other man. Are you teaching me how to do things? Lin Tao glanced at the other person and sneered. He recognized the person in front of him at a glance. Fang Yangyao. Su Group is currently the third largest shareholder, owning 10% of the shares. He was considered one of the first people to follow Su Shengtian in building the empire, and a founding member of the dynasty. He used to be the old man's right-hand man. Unfortunately, it has gradually become corrupt over the years, and has developed some inappropriate ambitions, just sitting back and watching the Wang family and others messing around in the group. Not to mention coming out to stop it, they even fanned the flames from behind and sought huge benefits for themselves. How could Lin Tao give a good face to such a person? She raised her head on the spot and looked at him directly through her nostrils. Who do you think you are? You old man, are you qualified to teach me how to do things? Lin Tao, you this. Fang Yangyao's face turned red with anger. He didn't expect Lin Tao to be so disrespectful to his elders and embarrass him in person. You have to know that at his age, he can almost be Lin Tao's grandfather. How could the other party be so vulgar? According to normal logic, a normal person would at least pretend to be decent. Which leader would act like a gangster? Even the former Su Shengtian treated him as a brother in front of him, and as for Susan, she even called him Grandpa Fang. How can we let this humiliation go? Miss, please do it for me. Fang Yangyao thought that the girl in the wheelchair would still be as respectful to him as before. But before he could finish the word, be the master, he was met with a pair of cold eyes. Those eyes were like a cold blade, piercing deep into Fang Yangyao's soul, making him feel a little uneasy. At the same time, he suddenly realized the mastermind behind all of Lin Tao's current actions must be Susan. As for this son-in-law who was brought here for the purpose of getting married, he was nothing more than a puppet of the other party. This also means that Susan noticed something. Is she planning to take action against these heroes? Think of this. Some senior executives who had been waiting to watch the show suddenly became frightened. After all, no one can guarantee that they will not be implicated in this purge. And at this time, Susan finally took action, tapping a few times on the keyboard on the wheelchair armrest. The cold and merciless mechanical sound suddenly resounded throughout the venue. Fang Yangyao, if you have any objections, you can convene a board meeting to remove us. Otherwise, just follow the instructions. If anyone is dissatisfied, you can submit your resignation report now, pack up your things and get out. In the past, my grandfather was considerate of our old friendship, so when it didn't touch his bottom line, Susan will try her best to tolerate some seniors who take advantage of their seniority and are proud of themselves. But times are different now, especially when I saw these old comrades whom my grandfather once trusted so much, but they were only interested in their own selfish desires. Taking advantage of the time when the old man was in trouble, they colluded with some bad apples and only cared about their own interests. Susan was furious. Forget about respect. If she could move now, she would jump up and hit the other person in the face a few times. These guys will be dealt with one by one, and she will slowly settle the score with them later. Snort. Susan's lips were tightly closed, but the corners of her mouth were raised, revealing a hint of a sneer. That smile seemed to be a mockery and contempt for everyone, making people feel an invisible sense of majesty and oppression. Now, no one dared to challenge Susan's authority or question her decisions, because everyone knows that the couple's combined shares are as high as 57%. In the face of this despairing number, everything they do is in vain. Fang Yangyao's face turned ashen after being scolded by two juniors in succession within one day. But he didn't dare to refute it all, and could only sit back in his seat with a stern face. At the same time, a great sense of crisis arose in my heart. Susan is not like his good brother, who would care about old friendship. She might be stabbed in the back at any time. This moment, Fang Yangyao particularly hopes that his good elder brother will wake up safely, as if he is accusing contemporary young people of having no martial ethics and not knowing how to respect the elderly and love the young. My wife is so domineering. Lin Tao quite likes this kind of domineering female president. This cold side of the other person is not visible at all when they are alone together, and the contrast is huge. Okay, since no one has raised any more objections, let's announce the second thing. All those whose names are read above will be expelled regardless of the reasons. We will also thoroughly investigate all the projects they have handled, and if any problems are found, we will hold them accountable according to the law. Logistics Minister Mo Wenhui, Customer Service Specialist Hui Liangkai, Cleaner Lu Yuhuan, Administrative Assistant Chuang Yi, Logistics Specialist Legangyi. They will take over Triple X's positions respectively.
Auntie, Auntie.
For a moment, the conference room fell into deathly silence, with only Lin Tao reading out the personnel appointments. Everyone was stunned by this sudden personnel reshuffle. This major change involves dozens of positions, which means that the entire company's senior management will be completely reshuffled. There were many people whose names were called at the scene, and they felt as if they had lost their parents and felt unwell all of a sudden. But Lin Tao didn't care about their mood and continued to make arrangements in an orderly manner. The people he selected, some of them were once loyal old employees who were suppressed and transferred from their positions for various reasons. Some people have sufficient working ability, but are envied and bullied by their superiors and colleagues, and are unable to get promoted. Anyway, they are all talented people who can stand on their own. As for those that were replaced, they are either ungrateful people who can never be trained, or spies from other companies, or good-for-nothings like Wang Xiaofa. Thank you, Mr. Lin and Miss, for your trust. We will definitely work hard and live up to your high expectations. When Lin Tao announced the personnel appointments, several employees present who were favored could not suppress their excitement and stood up to show their loyalty. In fact, some of them have long been disheartened and feel that the group is nepotistic. Even if you have ambitions and abilities, you have nowhere to display them. Fortunately, the young ladies have a keen eye for talent. These talented people have finally found their own mentors, so how can they not be grateful? Okay, keep working hard. The future of the group depends on you. Lin Tao encouraged with a smile. Then he motioned for everyone to sit down first, as this matter was not over yet. Chapter 199. Susan's determination to survive after losing her arm, and a thorough investigation of the group's corruption. Lin Tao announced without hesitation. The group will conduct a thorough personnel cleansing. All corrupt and disloyal people must be removed. This decision caused a great stir in the conference room, especially Fang Yangyao, who immediately stood up and hurriedly dissuaded him. Mr. Lin, such a large-scale personnel change will affect the normal operation of the group and may bring immeasurable losses. Please think twice. Lin Tao smiled coldly and responded bluntly, I don't care what you think, I care what I think. Then, he ordered the group's legal advisor Hu Zheng to conduct a thorough investigation of the accounts, vowing to find out all the problems one by one. As soon as these words came out, many people in the conference room broke out in cold sweats. Those who had taken the opportunity to enrich themselves during Su Yan's control of the group were all flustered and began to advise. Mr. Lin, now is a critical period for the development of the group, and it is not appropriate to cause turmoil. It is better to wait until the company stabilizes before dealing with these minor issues. TSK, are you threatening me? Lin Tao looked around with disdain. Don't think you can suppress me just because you have more people. He didn't care about these so-called threats and was even ready to fight to the death. However, Su Group was Susan's hard work after all, so Lin Tao decided to ask for her opinion. Susan stared at the whole place coldly, her eyes as sharp as a knife. Without saying much, she announced her decision directly through the cold voice system. No destruction, no construction. Investigate, must investigate. The Su Group will not leave any room for black sheep. Her attitude was extremely firm, leaving no room for compromise. The conference room fell into silence. The executives who thought they could force Lin Tao to compromise by relying on their numbers were all pale. They finally realized that Susan was not a weak female CEO who could be bullied. Even though she was sitting in a wheelchair, she was still the decisive decision-maker. Susan cut off everyone's fantasy with an iron-fisted determination. What she wanted was a thorough reform, even if the group experienced a short period of pain. Chapter 200. The Wang family collectively recognized their relatives. Susan became a cousin, uncle, and cousin. The door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open, breaking the depressing atmosphere. Mr. Lin, the police are here. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Wang Fugue and the other shareholders, who were originally thinking about how to turn the situation around, were now terrified and confused. Lin Tao called the police? What was he going to do? Mr. Lin, what are you doing? Someone asked timidly, but Lin Tao ignored him and asked Hu Zheng to take out several lists and some criminal evidence. Comrade police, these people are involved in corruption, bribery, and leaking of secrets within the company. Please deal with them according to the law. Lin Tao's tone was calm and firm, not giving the other party any chance to breathe. The conference room exploded instantly, and the executives who had just held on to their luck changed their expressions. They originally thought that Lin Tao was just a paper tiger, but they didn't expect him to be serious. All the evidence was ready, and more than 20 executives on the list were not spared and were immediately taken into custody by the police. Mr. Lynn, Miss, please spare me. I still have an old mother to support. A senior executive who was once arrogant now turned pale and cried for mercy. But Lin Tao had no expression on his face, and Susan treated them coldly. Facing their pleas, there was only cold silence in response. Just when everyone was in despair, Wang Fugue suddenly shouted, "Miss, you can't do this. My father and your aunt Su Yin have already decided to spend their lives together, and she is pregnant with your cousin. Aren't you afraid that your aunt will be angry if you do this?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Su Yin was pregnant? And it was with that old man Wang Defa? Suddenly, the whole conference room fell into a deathly silence. No one could believe that such a scandal would be exposed at this time. Seeing everyone's astonishment, Wang Fugue thought he had found a life-saving straw and continued to beg. "Your cousin hasn't been born yet, miss. We are all family. Why make things so awkward? Cousin, help." Wang Xiaofa shouted cousin, without blushing or beating his heart, completely ignoring the fact that he and Susan had no blood relationship at all. Lin Tao almost couldn't help laughing when he saw the funny way the Wang family members recognized each other. But when he turned around and saw Susan's angry expression, he suppressed his smile. "Relatives?" Susan smiled coldly, her tone piercingly cold. "You are not worthy." After she said this, no one in the conference room took any chances anymore, and everyone felt as if they were sinking into an ice cellar. Chapter 201. Susan cried helplessly. Lin Tao comforted her. The First People's Hospital of Shanghai, VLP ward. After dealing with the evildoers in the group, Lin Tao and his companion rushed to the hospital to visit the unconscious old man. As soon as she entered the door, Susan's eyes turned red. On the hospital bed, Su Shangtian was wearing a ventilator and sleeping quietly. There were various tubes connected to his body, and his skin was a deathly gray color, without a trace of blood. His breathing became very weak, and he needed the help of a ventilator to maintain his vital signs. When he exhaled, the gas he exhaled hit the medical mask, making a faint and dull sound, as if telling of his pain and helplessness. The air was filled with a pungent smell of medicine, making people feel a little suffocated. At the same time, it also makes people feel a sense of despair and powerlessness, because it is a symbol that life is about to come to an end. Grandpa, how did he become like this? Seeing her grandfather in this state, Susan burst into tears. In her heart, Su Shangtian has always been that majestic and powerful figure, the pillar that supports the Su family's survival. At any time, he would remain calm even when faced with a mountain collapse, as if no difficulty could defeat him. But now, looking at the grandfather who was once a powerful figure, he is now like a fragile old man, lying on the hospital bed, barely gasping for breath. Susan finally realized that her grandfather was really old. If he were someone of his age, he would probably be enjoying his retirement and family happiness by now. It's all my fault for being incompetent. That's why Grandpa has to worry about all kinds of things at this age. If I were strong enough, this would never happen. Grandpa, I'm sorry. I won't make you worry anymore. I will be able to handle the burden on my own. Please, please get well. Please don't leave me alone in this world. If you are gone too, then I will really have no relatives anymore. Even if it's for me, Grandpa, please wake up. Susan blamed herself extremely and hated her own powerlessness. Her tears, like crystal pearls, silently moistened her cheeks. I don't know how many years. She didn't experience this feeling of fear, loss, and sadness. Even though she had become a vegetable before, the only emotions she felt were resentment and anger. This intense fear of loss seems to only occur on the day when a parent or relative dies. Don't cry, Grandpa Su will be fine. I promise. Just when the girl fell into endless sorrow, Lin Tao's gentle and firm voice was heard, and his words were full of strong self-confidence, which made those who heard it instinctively trust him. Immediately following, a tissue came over, gently wiped Susan's tears, and then gently held her in his arms. Of course, if you still want to cry, then let me lend you my shoulder to cry on. It'll be all right once you release all the accumulated emotions. Don't worry, I will keep it a secret for you. Hearing this tone that sounded like coaxing a child, Susan didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a surge of grievance and sadness in her heart. She seemed to see the shadow of her own father in the young man. When I was sad as a child, Dad often hugged her like this, smiling and saying he would lend her his shoulder so she could cry as much as she wanted. Good boy, cry, cry. Lin Tao patted the girl's back gently, comforting her tenderly as she shed silent tears. After you cry, the rain will stop and the sky will clear up. Everything will be fine. I will always be with you. No matter what path you choose to take in the future, I will be by your side until the end of time. In the original plot, Susan's character is always cold and ruthless. I have never shown my vulnerable side, let alone cried in front of other people. But because of Lin Tao's intervention, the girl was able to get through the vegetative state period that was originally characterized by blackening with a new sunny and positive attitude. This makes her more like a girl pretending to be strong. Faced with the blow of the impending death of a loved one, she reveals her fragile and helpless side and cries like an ordinary girl. However, Lin Tao did not resist this change and was even quite happy about it. After all, a woman will show her most helpless attitude in front of another man. That means she trusts you in her heart, or she considers you as someone she can rely on. Susan, I know you are very strong. You want to handle a lot of things by yourself and don't want to cause trouble to those around you. But you can't bear this. When all the emotions in your heart are suppressed to the extreme, you will collapse. I'm always by your side. I hope you can trust me. I hope you can rely on me. No matter what happens, we will carry it together. I don't know how much time passed. Lin Tao only remembered that he kept talking, while the girl was listening and crying silently, until a cold mechanical sound rang out. I'm fine. Please let me go. Thank you. After letting go of the girl in his arms, Lin Tao discovered that the girl's tears had dried up and her pupils were firm again, no longer as fragile as before. When the two looked at each other, Susan's pretty face turned red and she looked away awkwardly. Only then did she secretly blame herself in her heart. Why couldn't she control her emotions? I cried in front of others again. Didn't I make up my mind long ago that I would never cry in front of anyone? However, in the face of Lin Tao's comfort, her heart was still full of gratitude. If it weren't for the other party, how could my emotions be released like this? It must be piling up in my heart, full of hatred. Even she herself knew that if she continued like that, her mind would only become darker and more twisted. It was just the first time that he showed such incompetence in front of Lin Tao. She didn't know how to face Lin Tao. After all, if the other party married into the Su family and married herself, it would mean, from now on you have to protect the other person by yourself. How can such a crying little girl give Lin Tao a sense of security in the future and make him believe that she can take good care of him? Chapter 202. Lin Tao decided to have a child a year and collect all 12 zodiac signs. Fortunately, at this time, the door was pushed open and several doctors in white coats walked in, interrupting the conversation between Lin Tao and Susan. The head of the group was the hospital director, who immediately came forward to greet Lin Tao when he saw him. Dean, let's get straight to the point. How is Mr. Su doing? Lin Tao said briefly. Chairman Su is no longer in danger of death, but due to excessive excitement his cerebral blood vessels ruptured, and he has fallen into a deep coma. Whether he can wake up in the future can only rely on a miracle. The dean looked solemn. Susan was shocked when she heard the news, and her face turned pale. As a former vegetative patient, she knew the despair of being trapped in darkness. She knew that her grandfather's consciousness might be trapped in his body and unable to break free. Lin Tao, can you please talk to my grandpa? Maybe this can wake him up. Susan pleaded through the voice device. Lin Tao's heart stagnated. Chat with the old man? Although he was afraid, facing Susan's pitiful eyes, how could he bear to refuse? He nodded gently, walked to the bedside, and said, Grandpa Su, Susan and I have discussed it. We will let you hold your grandson as soon as possible, and we will definitely make the Su family prosperous. Susan blushed instantly and her eyes widened. Lin Tao, I asked you to talk to Grandpa, but you actually said these nonsense here. Lin Tao spread his hands innocently. Susan, think about it. The old man is most concerned about the continuation of the Su family's bloodline, and talking about children can best stimulate his consciousness awakening. Susan was speechless. She had to admit that her grandfather had always hoped that she could carry on the family line. Even though she didn't like this topic, she had to cooperate in order to wake up her grandfather. But don't talk nonsense. It's impossible for 12 children to have all the Chinese zodiac signs, she said angrily in her heart. Ah, what about the other 7? Just like the Calabash brothers, each one has a companion. Lin Tao smiled cunningly. Shameless. 2 at most, no negotiation. Susan glared at Lin Tao angrily. Lin Tao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Okay, one or two will do. As long as it can make Grandpa Su happy, maybe he will wake up soon. Susan rolled her eyes at him. Even though she was extremely angry, she felt a little warm in her heart when she saw Lin Tao doing his best for her grandfather. Chapter 203 Susan's Decision. At the celebration banquet, she completely cut off ties with Su Yin. Time flies, and it is already dusk. In the ward, Susan looked at her grandfather who was unconscious on the bed, feeling heavy-hearted. She pondered for a moment, and an idea flashed through her mind. Lin Tao, tell me, if we find an old lady for Grandpa to bring him good luck, will he wake up like me? Lin Tao was stunned, his face full of embarrassment. This is not good. Marriage is not a joke. And if the old man wakes up and finds that he has an old lady, I'm afraid he will be in tears. Susan couldn't help but smile, and then she became serious again. But I really don't want Grandpa to be so lonely. Maybe there are other ways? There was a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Lin Tao sighed softly, knowing that she was worried about her grandfather. I understand, but things like getting married for a good marriage are not reliable. You'd better forget about it. Let's find other ways. Susan nodded and suggested, then maybe the massage you gave me before can also help Grandpa? Lin Tao looked embarrassed. This massage method is effective for vegetative patients, but Grandpa's condition is different. I'm afraid it can't be used. Just when the two of them were at a stalemate, the door of the ward was pushed open, and Chen Kursin and Su Fan walked in. Chen Kursin asked anxiously, how is Grandpa Su? Lin Tao briefly explained his grandfather's condition, and Su Fan's face darkened. He walked to the bedside, his expression solemn. Let me take a look. Su Fan carefully examined Grandpa, and after the diagnosis, he said in a deep voice, Grandpa's condition is complicated, but I will do my best to treat him. Lin Tao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Su Fan, the son of destiny, really did not let him down at the critical moment. Then, Lin Tao briefly described what Su Yin had done. After listening to it, Su Fan clenched his fists, exuding a murderous aura. Auntie, she's gone too far. Susan said coldly, I will announce tonight that I will break off relations with her. Su Fan was stunned and tried to dissuade her. Susan, family love is the most precious thing. She was just blinded. Susan interrupted him coldly. Shut up. This is my family affair. It's none of your business to interrupt. The cold tone made Su Fan speechless and at a loss. Seeing this, Lin Tao took Susan's hand and said softly, no matter what decision you make, I will support you. Susan's eyes softened and her heart warmed. She held Lin Tao's hand tightly, with a determined light in her eyes. Thank you, Lin Tao. The atmosphere gradually relaxed, and Chen Kursin suddenly jumped out to break the silence. But, Sister Susan, your pink wheelchair is really a bit of a contrast. Isn't it the color you hate the most? Susan blushed slightly and glanced at Lin Tao. Lin Tao said seriously, pink represents tenderness, sweetness, optimism, and love. It's the perfect color for Susan. Susan smiled helplessly, feeling mixed emotions. She knew that the man in front of her had not only changed her life, but also made her gradually change herself. Chapter 204 Lin Tao teaches massage techniques. The Su brothers and sisters are moved. While Lin Tao was playing with the two girls, after careful diagnosis, Su Fan has roughly understood Su Shengtian's condition. To be honest, it relies on the unique skills learned from my master, the 13 ghost needles. He has several ways to wake up his grandfather. However, these methods are relatively radical and involve forcibly stimulating the brain to wake the other person up, which may cause some irreversible damage to the old man's body. Although the probability of this happening is extremely low given his medical skills which are comparable to the reincarnation of Hua Tuo, there is still a risk. If it was anyone else, it would be fine. But when facing his own grandfather, Su Fan still wants to find a 100% treatment plan. I need to find a gentler, step-by-step approach. Sudden. Susan in a wheelchair, and an idea suddenly occurred to him. If I have Lin Tao's massage method to assist me, plus the elixir I made, I can almost guarantee that everything will go well. It's stable. Brother Lin, Mr. Su's illness. Perhaps because he wanted to ask a favor of others, Su Fan's attitude became much more sincere and he expressed his thoughts. After all this detour, you still want me to get intimate with the old man? Brother-in-law, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Your destiny child seems a bit fake. How come you can't even fix this little problem? Lin Tao resisted in his heart. He was asked to give the old man a massage? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But facing Susan's expectant eyes, Lin Tao couldn't say no. Brother Su Fan, since the old man needs me, as the grandson-in-law, I will definitely do it without hesitation. Lin Tao spoke righteously, his face full of righteousness, which made the brother and sister's eyes soften and they were secretly moved. But the next second, Lin Tao changed the subject. But Susan's health hasn't recovered yet, and I really can't take care of her. Now something has happened at the company again, and Susan and I need to deal with it. We really don't have the time to spare. So I want to teach you this massage technique. Brother Su Fan, can you pay more attention to the old man's affairs in the future? You can ask for the reward at that time. Ah, this? You actually want to teach me this unique method? Su Fan's pupil shrank slightly, and he was shocked. You know, most people keep these long-lost techniques like treasures, for fear that they will be learned by outsiders. Some people even pass it down to males rather than females, treating it as a family heirloom passed down from generation to generation. For example, his second master strictly forbade him to pass on his 13 ghost needles to outsiders, and in the future he could only pass it on to his only direct disciple. But Lin Tao actually contributed like this. How selfless this is. Su Fan was moved. If it were him, he would not be able to be so unreserved. Aside, Susan also felt a lump in her throat and felt guilty. She knew very well how valuable this magical massage was. But for the sake of the grandfather and grandson, Lin Tao chose to teach the skills to a stranger. I'm crying to death. I owe the other person more and more. Now, grateful to Lin Tao and felt that he was selfless and was truly a modern saint. Only the little Lolita, who remained silent the whole time, was watching everything with a suspicious look. She always felt that Sister Susan and the others had misunderstood. From the perspective of the famous detective Chan Keenan, there is only one truth. This old pervert, Oni-chan, might just be simply dislike Grandpa Su's aging and fading looks. Okay, Brother Su Fan, without further ado, I will give you a live demonstration right now. This massage technique is called Danqing Miaoshou massage method. The massage process is divided into 10 steps. The most important thing is to find the acupuncture points accurately. In order to explain better, Lin Tao picked up the girl in the wheelchair and placed her on the bed next to him. Then, with a serious face, he started to post pictures of himself as if he was being punished by his brother. And at such a close distance, I saw with my own eyes my precious sister being kneaded wantonly. Su Fan was stunned at first and couldn't help feeling a little weird. But looking at Lin Tao's righteous, gentlemanly demeanor, he couldn't help but curse himself in his heart, dirty, judging others by one's own mean heart. Then Su Fan calmed himself down and started studying seriously. He climbed onto the bed, followed Lin Tao's example and held the old man in his arms, listened to his instructions, and began to massage him. Looking at the bed next door, Su Shangtian looked like a little old man, his whole body held tightly in Su Fan's arms. Lin Tao's mouth kept twitching. After biting his tongue several times, Lin Tao finally suppressed the urge to burst out laughing. He looked down at the beautiful girl nestled in his arms and was extremely glad for his decision. Oh, why do I feel so ashamed? I haven't experienced this feeling in a long time. Before, we were in a familiar environment, and there were only 2 of us. Over time, I gradually got used to the daily massage. But now in the hospital, in front of a strange man, how can I feel so awkward? But for Grandpa, I have to endure it. With this massage method, Grandpa will surely recover quickly. Now I have begun to feel my limbs, and they are becoming clearer and clearer. Maybe soon, I'll be able to stand up again. Susan used her wild imagination to dilute the strong feeling of shyness in her heart. But soon, she succumbed to Lin Tao's skilled kneading and massaging techniques, and her face flushed with pleasure. As for Su Fan, due to his own talent and serious attitude towards learning, he gradually became familiar with massage techniques and became more and more adept at it. Chapter 205 Su Yin was touched. With a husband like this, what else could a wife ask for? City Center, Uesho District, Daruefa Shopping Center. In a luxury store, there was a rare combination of an old man and a young wife, which attracted the surprised gazes of countless tourists in the mall. The old man looked to be around 60 years old, already reaching the age of knowing how to live. He was wearing a gray mouse suit, gold-rimmed glasses, and had a mustache. Although his hair is gray, his figure is well-maintained, and he exudes a gentle and elegant temperament. From a distance, he looks like an old professor with great knowledge. The woman holding his arm was a beautiful young woman with a pretty face. She has a beautiful smile and a graceful figure, which attracts the passionate gazes of many male tourists. Wearing a purple cheongsam, she looks noble and elegant, giving people a sense of gentle feminine charm, especially on the other person's face. The happy smile that appeared from time to time, and the gentle movement of touching the belly every few steps, perfectly showing a kind of glory called motherhood and endless tenderness. Originally, there was nothing wrong with this. Seeing the old and the young walking together intimately, everyone just thought they were a father and daughter, and the father was accompanying his daughter out to buy things. Until the young woman called out sweetly, "Husband, listen, our child is so naughty. It seems to be kicking me again."
Auntie, Auntie,
They are not a father and daughter, but a husband and wife. Everyone's worldview exploded. Many male tourists were particularly angry, wondering where they had lost. Is it because of my young age? Or is it because I take a bath every day? No, sisterly, I really am not sisterly. Noticing the envious, jealous, and hateful looks from the people around him, a hint of pride flashed in Wang Defa's eyes. Then he deliberately touched the young woman's belly and boasted loudly, "Our son is less than a month old. How can there be fetal movement so soon? Yenner, you're too nervous. Relax. You and the child are my treasures now. If anything happens to you too, I, an old man, will not want to live any longer." Hearing this, Su Yan's face flushed with happiness. "I just feel that I didn't really make a mistake in choosing the right person, and my husband really loves her the most. You see," he said, "my child and I are his treasures. For us, he is willing to sacrifice his own life. How could I easily let go of such a good man who treats me so sincerely? Why? It's a pity that the old woman at home just doesn't understand love, and she even said that her husband is a scumbag who cheated on her. Humph, you are really slandering me." Ever since Wang Defa's child was born, Su Yan's whole heart was tied to the old man, and she simply changed his address to husband. She felt very happy and had found her life's destination. So after the pregnancy test report came out, she found Su Shengtian immediately, wanting to share this joy with her father. But who would have thought that the old guy was still stubborn and unyielding? Not only did he not give her blessings, he also cursed her viciously and ordered her to go to the hospital and have the baby aborted immediately. Even now, when I think back to my father's ruthless and ugly face, Su Yin still felt a chill in her heart, and it was heart-wrenching. I am his biological daughter, and the baby in my belly is his grandson, a living being. How could he say such a vicious word as abortion? Su Yin really didn't know why her father could treat her so cruelly. At that moment, she felt really discouraged and burst into tears. Fortunately, God is watching what you do. Cause and effect will always come in a cycle. Perhaps God couldn't stand his father's evilness, so he punished him. Yenner? Yenner? Are you okay? Don't scare me. I noticed that Su Yin was in a bad mood. A trace of anxiety appeared on Wang Defa's old face. Honey, I'm fine. Don't worry. Seeing Wang Defa's worried eyes turned red, it looked like he was about to cry in the next second. Su Yin felt warm in her heart and extremely happy. She felt more and more that having children for the man in front of her was the glory of her life, the honor of her whole life. With a husband like this, what else could a wife ask for? I am glad that I persisted and did not listen to my father's nonsense. Otherwise, how could we live together like this today? Hearing this, Wang Defa grinned, revealing his big yellow teeth, looking very proud. So what if Su Shangtian is very successful in his career? Didn't I sleep with his daughter too? Even if the other party has worked hard for half his life to obtain his wealth, it will all fall into his pocket sooner or later. Of course, he just thought about these words in his mind, but on the surface he sighed deeply and looked guilty. Hey, Yenner, actually, what Brother Su said is right. Our age gap is too big, so it's hard for us to have a future. I can understand Brother Su's concerns. If my daughter were the same, then I would probably do the same as Brother Su. But who told me to love you? Even though I know there may be no future, I just can't help loving you. Even if I will be criticized by thousands of people, I don't want to leave any regrets in my life. Because my brain and my heart, every wrinkle on my face, every old organ in my body are saying, I love you, Yenner. Wang Defa grinned, his face full of wrinkles, and recited the greasy lines that his grandson had copied for him last night. At the same time, he knelt on one knee, not caring at all about his ugly old appearance, and imitated the young people in making a passionate confession. And this scene of an old man courting a young woman seems a bit disgusting to outsiders. In the eyes of a love-brained person, all that remains is deep affection. She couldn't help but cry for joy and was so moved that she couldn't control herself. My husband is so romantic. As for the pointing and talking of the people around her, under Su Yan's subjective filter, it turned into envy, jealousy, and hatred, and turned into a whispered blessing. Immediately afterwards, the old and the young kissed passionately in public. This disgusting scene made some tourists vomit their overnight meals. 2.5 minutes later, their lips parted as they realized that there were a bit too many people watching to wish them well. Su Yan shyly took the old man's hand and ran in the crowd. When they were about to leave the mall, the two handed the bags of luxury goods they had bought to the clerk and prepared to check out and leave. These things were the gifts that Su Yan, as Wang Defa's wife, prepared for his entire family. I'm sorry, Yenner. It's all my fault. I always spend your money. Husband, what are you talking about? It's just tens of millions. Besides, isn't my money your money? Seeing Wang Defa belittling himself, Su Yan felt distressed and hurried to comfort him. I know you are a very talented man. You just need a platform and an opportunity to display your talents. I couldn't help you before, but now I have the final say in Su Group. I will definitely do my best to help you realize your dream. Thank you, Yenner. Wang Defa was so moved that he beat his chest and stamped his feet, tears streaming down his face. Don't be like this. We are husband and wife. Isn't mine yours? Besides, after our child is born, I have decided to be a full-time housewife at home, and the company will be fully under your control. I just want to take care of my husband and children and be the happy little woman behind you. After all, a woman's virtue lies in her lack of talent. Since ancient times, men have been responsible for external affairs, while women have been responsible for internal affairs. The most important thing for us women is to serve men well, respect our parents-in-law, and raise children. This is the meaning of women's lives. Hearing this, Wang Defa said, times have changed and gender equality, and so on, but he actually agreed in his heart and was very satisfied with Su Yan's self-awareness. Just at this moment, the clerk looked strange and handed over the bank card. Miss Su, your card seems to be frozen. How about changing it? Freeze. How is this possible? Su Yan was stunned, and a bad premonition arose in her heart. The last time my bank card was frozen was because my vicious father used despicable means to force me to give up my true love. But the other party? Now, isn't it because of God's punishment that he is still lying in the hospital? Chapter 206, The Su Family's Celebration Banquet begins. Yenner, what's going on? When Wang Defa heard that his bank card was frozen, he exclaimed in surprise. Since Su Shangtian went to the hospital, the bank card in Su Yan's hand should have been restored to an unlimited Super VLP gold card? I don't know either. Maybe the bank made some operational mistake? It's okay, I'll change it. Su Yan frowned slightly, but he didn't take it too seriously and took out a few cards from his wallet and handed them to the clerk. Nowadays, the Su Group is making a lot of money every day, and many banks are begging to cooperate with her. It is not a big deal if one of them has a problem. 2.5 minutes later, under the clerk's strange gaze, all bank cards were shown as frozen. How could this happen? Su Yan looked unhappy, and it was obvious that she also realized that something was wrong. Ding-ling-ling. Just when the old man and the young were confused, Wang Defa's cell phone suddenly rang. Grandpa, something big happened. My dad, my uncle, my aunt and I were all fired from the group. Moreover, most of them were arrested for corruption and bribery, and they may face at least 3 to 5 years in prison. Help. Grandpa, Wu. Wang Xiaofa was obviously frightened, and there was a cry in his tone. What did you say? What happened? Explain clearly. Could it be that Brother Su woke up? Suddenly heard this unfortunate news. Wang Defa exclaimed repeatedly, his old face full of disbelief, thinking that Su Shangtian had woken up and was settling the score with him. It's not that old man. It's that damned son-in-law who came to marry for the sake of getting married. He brought that vegetative person with him. Luckily, my mother asked Mr. Hua for help, and my father and I were rescued. But it's not that easy for my uncle and the others. Those two bastards have now frozen all cooperation projects with my Wang family. They are preparing to kill us all. Wang Xiaofa gritted his teeth and told the whole story. The reaction is so fast. Wang Defa was shocked to learn that everything was done by Lin Tao and his wife. Ever since I learned that Susan had woken up from her vegetative state, Wang Defa had anticipated this day, but he never expected it to come so soon. After comforting his grandson for a few words, the call was hung up. Hubby, don't worry. I'll call my niece right now. She usually listens to me the most, and she definitely won't dare to disobey my orders. Because she was on hands-free mode the whole time, Su Yin understood the whole story and was instantly furious. She never thought that when Susan woke up, how dare she arbitrarily block her bank card without telling her, and even attack her husband's family. Snort. Good, very good. This unfilial niece doesn't seem to take her aunt seriously at all. Su Yin patted her chest, indignantly, and threatened that she would make Susan resume the cooperation between the two families and apologize to everyone in the Wang family. Hearing this, Wang Defa's eyes flickered. Immediately, a trace of sadness appeared on his old face, and he pretended to be reluctant to dissuade. Hey, Yenner, forget it. Let's stop here. I can understand your niece's feelings. She must be resentful of you because of Brother Su's fall. The Wang family is what it is today, all thanks to you, Yenner. Now, this is all fate and has nothing to do with others. You've already paid enough. I already felt guilty about what happened to Brother Su. I can't let you get into trouble with your niece because of me. We are not destined to be together, so let's just not have any contact with each other for the rest of our lives. As for the child, just abort it. Wang Defa pounded his chest, tears streaming down his face, looking heartbroken. How can this be possible? When Su Yin heard the old man say that he wanted to break up and asked her to abort the child, her face changed drastically. Now Wang Defa is her life. The fruit of their love together is an indispensable part of her life. She was willing to give everything and sacrifice everything for Wang Defa and their children. Now that she wants to never have anything to do with me again, what can I do? It's even more painful than killing her. I might as well just let her die. Think of this. Su Yin became more and more resentful towards her niece. If she hadn't interfered, I would have been living a life of envy with Chow Yun Fat. It would be better to be a vegetable forever? Why wake up? If only I could sleep like this forever. Su Yan's face was gloomy, and he took out his phone to call his unfilial niece. Hubby, don't worry. I will never leave you. No matter what despicable tricks my niece uses to break us up, I would rather die than surrender. Your family is my family, and I will never stand by and do nothing about it. I'm going to call Susan right now and ask her if she still has me as her aunt in her eyes and if she's planning to rebel. Su Yin spoke coldly and looked angry. Normally, she was restricted by her father, but now even a junior dared to disobey her. Susan was always respectful to her on weekdays. So Su Yin felt that she had the upper hand over the other party and was determined to let Susan experience the dignity of an elder. Why? Seeing that the cooking was almost done, Wang Defa stood aside and sighed hypocritically, with a look of pity on his face. In fact, my heart was already filled with joy. He once investigated and found out that Susan attached great importance to family affection and would always listen to and obey the advice of the too few relatives around her. Now that Su Yin has called to ask for culpability, I'm sure the little girl from the Su family will come to them soon to apologize. Beep, beep, beep. I made several calls in a row, but the signal was always busy. I was blocked? How dare she do that? Su Yin slowly put down her phone, her pupils full of disbelief, her face turning pale and blue. She is not a fool. Finally, I smelled something unusual. Not only her, Wang Defa's face also changed. He felt that things were getting serious. If Su Yan's trump card doesn't work, that would be really troublesome. Yenner, let's go home first. After saying that, Wang Defa, facing the clerk's contemptuous gaze, shamelessly returned all the packed items and quickly left with Su Yin. Until the two returned to the Wang family villa, Su Yin was still immersed in the shock of being blocked and couldn't believe it. In her impression, although her niece has a somewhat cold personality, she is always obedient to her. But this time when I woke up, how could she be blocked? Susan was completely pissed off because of the fact that she had angered her father. After all, they are grandparents and their relationship is much better than mine. Thinking of this, Su Yin frowned even deeper, feeling inexplicably unhappy. She had always known that her father favored his niece and reserved all the good things for her first, which made her feel very unbalanced. In a way, she was extremely jealous of Susan. While he was daydreaming, the two men had already walked into the villa and came to the hall. At this time, Wang Defa and his family were sitting on the sofa in the hall. Seeing Su Yin come in, they all turned their eyes over and their faces looked a little unhappy. Normally they would smile and come forward to pretend to be friendly. But today something unexpected happened, and he was obviously angry, so he naturally didn't have a good face towards Su Yin. Among them, there was a woman who was as thin as a bamboo pole and had a sarcastic look on her face. She snorted coldly and said in a sarcastic tone, Yo, mom, are you willing to come back? I thought your niece was arresting my husband and son for the sake of justice. Was it your idea, mother? Hearing this, Su Yin immediately smiled apologetically and said, Showman, you misunderstood me. Don't be angry. I just found out about this too. Don't worry. I won't let you suffer in vain. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. The woman's name was Zhu Xiaoman. She is 2 years younger than Su Yin. She is Wang Defa's daughter-in-law and Wang Fugui's wife. After learning that her husband and son had been arrested, she was almost scared to death and immediately asked the Hua family for help. Although Wang Xiaofa and the other person have been released now, but the rest of the relatives, including aunts and uncles, are still in the detention center and face the risk of imprisonment. How could Zhu Xiaoman not be angry? Naturally, she didn't look happy at all. Even Wang Fugui, who was beside her, was shaking the fat on his cheeks and said in a sarcastic tone, Hee, how dare we be angry with you, Mom? Otherwise, what if you ask your niece to arrest me? No, this matter really has nothing to do with me. Su Yan's face was full of anxiety, and she tried her best to explain. You are all my husband's family, so you are also my Su Yan's family. How could I possibly harm you? It was all my unfilial niece who made the decision. When Mom returns, I will definitely seek justice for you. Faced with Su Yan's pleading, with Wang Defa there to smooth things over, the expressions of Wang Fugui and his family finally eased a little. The main reason is that they don't dare to really fall out with Su Yan, so they just need to manipulate her a little bit and make her realize her own status. The Wang family was originally just an ordinary family, so poor that they could only rent a basement. The reason why I can live in this small villa now is inseparable from Su Yan's strong support, so naturally I can't really turn against her. Grandma, don't blame my parents. They are just too concerned. After all the businesses in the company are closely related to the group. Now all cooperation has been frozen and stopped, and they are also saying that they will pursue legal responsibilities. Isn't this going to kill our whole family? You have to understand. Wang Xiaofa advised earnestly and cooperated with his parents, one playing the good cop and the other playing the bad cop. Su Yin had obviously been fooled and nodded repeatedly to show her understanding. Don't worry, I am still Susan's elder. She dare not disobey me. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. As for your losses, I will compensate you double. Hearing this, Wang Xiaofa's family's faces were immediately filled with joy, and they finally nodded in satisfaction. But Mom, isn't your niece too inhumane? I told her about my relationship with you. I even told her that you were pregnant with my father's child. But Susan still looked indifferent and called the police to have us all arrested. And Grandpa is really unfair. Why did he leave all the shares to his grandchildren but not a single share to you, Mom? He is so biased. Wang Fugui frowned, fanning the flames and pretending to stand up for Su Yin. But he was speaking from the heart. I originally thought that Su Yin had at least 10% of the shares. They never expected that there was none at all, otherwise they wouldn't have been so passive. It would be nice if Su Shengtian left all the shares to his daughter. Then it would be much easier for them to seize the Su group. They could just ask Su Yin to transfer the shares to them unconditionally. Why would they need to go through so much trouble? Wang Fugui's words really touched Su Yan's heart. She originally felt that Su Shengtian was biased, and now she is even more convinced of this. However, the most urgent task is to find a way to contact Susan and order her to apologize to the Wang family. Just thinking of the blocked number, her face suddenly turned ugly again. Even now, Su Yin still couldn't believe that her obedient niece would be so decisive in blocking her. At this time, Lin Tao's annoyingly handsome face suddenly appeared in her mind. Reminiscent of the first time we met, the other party was aggressive and disrespectful to elders. And since my niece stays with this person every day, it is reasonable for her to be influenced by him and believe his instigation. So that's it. Susan became like this was because she was bewitched by the son-in-law who came to marry her for the sake of getting married. At this moment, Su Yin completely understood. At this time, a nanny came in and handed over a red invitation. Boss, someone sent an invitation to Miss Su Yin. Everyone was stunned. Not knowing why Su Yin suddenly received an invitation, Wang Defa took it, opened it, and immediately understood. This is the originally planned celebration banquet. Brother Su is hosting a celebration banquet for many celebrities to celebrate the great success of the beauty pill. I originally thought that Brother Su's situation was the celebration party was canceled. I didn't expect it to go ahead as planned. It looks like the young couple will show up in person. After hearing what Wang Defa said, Su Yin trembled all over. A light bulb went off in her head, and all her thoughts connected together. She realized it again. My niece, you took great pains to come up with this plan. You are really calculating. She took action against the Wang family, froze my bank card, and blocked my contact information. Everything she did was actually to put pressure on me and force me to break up with Fa Go. That's what I said. Even if she was bewitched by someone, Susan has always respected me. How could she suddenly change her personality? It seems that the girl was really angry because of my father's admission to the hospital. That's why she resorted to such a desperate measure. As for deliberately sending this invitation, it is proof that my niece has bowed to me. Otherwise, if she really wanted to break off all ties with me, why would she have done this? It was all because she wanted to find an opportunity to repair her relationship with me at the party. It's just that she underestimated me. How could I break up with Fa Gu just because of this little pressure? Su Yin was full of confidence and spoke very logically. She was 95% sure that her guess was correct, because apart from this reason, she couldn't think of any other explanation. And hearing this speculation, everyone in the Wang family thought about it carefully, slapped their foreheads together, and suddenly realized it. Yes, that makes sense. I didn't expect the truth to be like this. I see. As expected of you, you are Brother Su's granddaughter. You have inherited all his true teachings. Ha ha ha. Unfortunately, she underestimated the true love between her parents. This little trick is useless. That's right. All the conspiracies and tricks are in vain in front of the true love of Grandpa and Grandma. After learning the truth, Wang Fugue and others finally breathed a sigh of relief, and they couldn't stop smiling triumphantly. As long as Susan still misses this aunt, then we can only let them do whatever they want, and there is no need to be afraid of them at all. As for the son-in-law who was brought in to get married, he was nothing, just a tool. Time flies by in the blink of an eye. Before I knew it, an afternoon had passed. 8 p.m. The Su family's celebration banquet has begun. D207 Zhang, the confusion of the people in the Magic City? The Wang family's calculations. Night falls. Outside the Modu Hotel, there was a bustling crowd of dignitaries. Countless wealthy and famous people came in droves in luxury cars. They all came to attend the celebration banquet held by Su Group. The back door of the hotel, a Maybach slowly stopped. The car door opened, and Lin Tao and his companion suddenly appeared. Since the death of my father, the Su family has gradually declined, and its influence has been declining day by day. I haven't seen such a prosperous scene as today for many years. If only Grandpa could see this scene, he would definitely be very pleased. It's a pity for Auntie. This is too cruel for Grandpa. I am the only one who can sever this relationship. I hope that when Grandpa wakes up, he won't be too sad. Looking at the banquet scene filled with guests, Susan had a complicated expression. In recent years, the Su group has been declining. She didn't expect that when she woke up from her dream, she would see such a scene again. It really is how unpredictable things are. The only regret is, but she has to part ways with her aunt tonight, and from now on, they will be strangers. Susan thought of this. She felt a tightness in her chest and felt extremely uncomfortable. But she is a very rational person and naturally knows when to make a decision. My aunt is beyond help. To protect the Su group's century-old foundation from being dragged down, she has no choice but to sacrifice her own family for the sake of justice. If Grandpa were still conscious, he would definitely make the same decision as her. However, he personally drove the daughter he had raised from childhood out of the house. This is too cruel for my grandfather. The other party has been exhausted both physically and mentally, and is probably unable to withstand such torture. So this matter can only be carried out by her. Just as Susan was feeling sad, a pair of broad arms embraced her from behind. The sound of steady breathing came to my ears. Susan, I'll be with you no matter what decision you make. Lin Tao's words were like the spring sunshine, shining warmly on the girl's heart, making her curl the corners of her mouth unconsciously, and all her sorrow disappeared. Yes? Things are different now. She is no longer alone. The biggest gain from this sleeping trip is the man behind me. If it weren't for the other party's help, how could the Su family have a chance to restore its former glory? For the sake of all the important people around me, I must draw a line between myself and that stupid aunt. Think of this. Susan's heart was no longer confused, and her eyes became firm again. Let's go. Susan, we need to dress up before going on stage. Lin Tao smiled carefreely, pushed the wheelchair, and the two of them disappeared out the back door of the hotel. At the hotel entrance, for the sake of her man, she can show up in front of many powerful people. As soon as Su Yin, wearing a red cheongsam, got out of the car, she put her arm around Wang Defa and stood in front of the hotel to welcome guests. She greeted the guests with a smile, just like the host of a banquet, thanking the wealthy people for coming. Mr. Liu, you are so kind to me today. It is a great honor for our Su family. You're welcome, Miss Ji. Please come in. Please come in. Haha, Mr. Liu, the last time we met was a month ago, right? You seem to be getting younger and younger. It's windy outside. Please come inside. Thank you all for your support. After all, she was taught by Su Shengtian, and under the influence of Su Shengtian, Su Yan's communication skills would naturally not be too bad. Moreover, she inherited the good genes of the Su family, so needless to say, her appearance is excellent. Coupled with her graceful figure and gentle and soft temperament, all of them embody the elegance and nobility of women. Who could resist talking to a beauty like this? As soon as she stood at the door, many dignitaries came forward and bowed to congratulate her. The only thing that bothers the rich is, it was the old man whom Su Yin was hugging intimately. His face was full of wrinkles, and when he smiled, he showed a mouthful of yellow teeth, which made many wealthy ladies feel nauseous. There are many jokes circulating in the Magic City about the rumor that Su Yin is obsessed with love. Many wealthy families naturally guessed Wang Defa's identity. This made many people present feel extremely unbalanced. I totally don't understand what such a beautiful lady likes about this stinky old man. Their looks are miles better than those old men. Why don't any beautiful young women fancy them? But even if I am still confused, everyone greeted Wang Defa with a smile. No one would be rude in such an occasion, which would make both parties embarrassed. Because the resurgence of the Su group is already a foreseeable fact. Su Shangtian was hospitalized for critical illness. His only granddaughter was a vegetable, and the son-in-law who married for the purpose of getting married seemed to have not yet received the shares of the group. There is a high probability that the Su group will fall into Su Yan's hands in the future, so it is not advisable to offend them. Only some well-informed celebrities looked at Su Yin with amusement in their eyes. In a secluded corner of the banquet hall, Wang Fugue's family of 3 gathered together, all with proud smiles on their faces. When they first saw so many wealthy people, they were a little scared. They came from a humble family, so how could they have ever been to such a high-end occasion? Unexpectedly, after learning that the 3 people were Wang Defa's son and daughter-in-law, many important figures immediately treated them warmly and drank and chatted with them. This made Wang Fugue's family's vanity soar instantly. Grandpa is still capable. If he hadn't caught that stupid woman, we might never have been able to get into this wealthy circle in our lifetime. Wang Xiaofa's eyebrows were almost raised to the sky, and he felt dizzy and extremely happy. Keep your voice down, that's your grandma. If your grandma hears it, I'm afraid she will be dissatisfied with us. Wang Fugue was so frightened that the fat on his face trembled, and he glared at his son. Being in this grand banquet, he knew very well that the Wang family's current success was inseparable from Su Yan's support, so he became more cautious. Oh, Dad, you think too much. That woman is just trying to please us. How dare she have any objections? Grandpa has treated her so well, she wouldn't dare to be dissatisfied with us even if she is beaten to death. She still needs us to put in a good word so that Grandpa can marry her as soon as possible. Wang Xiaofa sneered, even though Su Yin is much older than him. But the other party's humble and flattering attitude on weekdays made him look down on him from the bottom of his heart. Xiaofei, keep your voice down. Walls have ears. Now that the damned vegetative patient has woken up, the initiative is not in Su Yan's hands, understand? Although that girl values family affection, she doesn't treat us well. We can use Su Yin to control her niece, but we must find a good balance. Otherwise, if that little bitch gets desperate and even family affection can't restrain her, it will be troublesome. We should take advantage of the affection between them and try to gain benefits for our Wang family. Zhu Xiaoman stopped her son from talking nonsense, her pupils full of calculation. Hearing this, Wang Xiaofa frowned, but finally listened to some of it and restrained his arrogant attitude. The whole family knows it very well. At this celebration party, Susan will definitely find a way to bow her head and take the initiative to apologize to her aunt. In order for the Wong family to grow and develop, they must first choose to be patient, lower their attitude to gain Susan's trust, and finally play the sympathy card of their children. Just when the three members of the Wong family were harboring ulterior motives, Lin Tao, who had changed into a suit, appeared in the banquet hall alone, holding a glass of red wine. Chapter 208. In the banquet hall, Lin Tao became the focus of everyone's attention. Lin Tao's appearance instantly attracted the attention of the dignitaries present. After all, they all came for the Su family's celebration banquet. As the heir chosen by Su Shangtian and the original owner of the beauty pill, he was naturally the central figure of this celebration banquet. Now, Lin Tao, dressed in a white suit, stood out among the crowd like a shining pearl. His face was well-defined and as handsome as an ancient Greek sculpture. A pair of deep eyes, sparkling with wisdom, seemed to be able to see into people's hearts. The slightly upturned corners of his lips revealed his calm confidence and composure. The white suit was tailored to perfection, highlighting his slender figure and showing his unique temperament. With her upright posture and confident steps, she seemed to be the most dazzling star at the banquet, making it difficult for people to look away. He raised his glass and chatted with some of the higher-ranking celebrities at the banquet in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. His conversation was elegant and profound, and he communicated calmly with the wealthy people with unique insights and wisdom, and immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Is this really the Master Lin I know? His temperament has changed so much, right? Fuck, doesn't he have bipolar disorder? Every time I met him before, he always looked angry. It's rare for him to be so kind. So handsome, he can definitely be a star with this look. He's young and promising. The Su family is lucky to have found such a son-in-law. Speaking of which, is the Lin family going to collapse? Master Lin doesn't plan to help? What the hell? You know the situation of Lin Jianjun's family. Young Master Lin is eager for the Lin family to fall. But I heard that Lin's enterprise seems to have been acquired by a mysterious person. Where is our most beautiful woman in Shanghai? I still remember the first glimpse of her that year. She was so beautiful. As everyone toasted each other, they engaged in a lively discussion about gossip. At this time, the three members of the Wong family also noticed Lin Tao. Thinking that they would be relatives in the future, they raised their glasses with a smile and prepared to come forward to start a conversation. Lin Tao is a son-in-law who has no dignity. It was really helpless that Su Shengtian chose him as his successor. Now that Susan has woken up, under normal circumstances, she would definitely try every means to take back the shares from the other party. As long as a man has a little ambition, he will definitely not choose to surrender. This is also an opportunity for the Wong family to take advantage of the opportunity to alienate the relationship between the young couple and win over Lin Tao as their ally. Cousin, may I have a word with you? Uncle, we have something very important to discuss with you. Faced with the three members of the Wong family, who suddenly came up to claim to be their relatives, Lin Tao ignored him without even raising his eyelids, and continued to toast and chat with the guests around him. The three Wong family members thought that it was because of the noise around them that Lin Tao was temporarily deaf. So he raised his voice and shouted a few more times. Finally, Lin Tao reacted and looked around in confusion. Weird. Why did I hear a dog barking? Everyone, did you hear it? Phew. As soon as these words were spoken, a female guest laughed out loud. For a moment, it seemed like a chain reaction, causing the entire audience to burst into laughter, and everyone cast teasing glances at Wang Fugue's family. Faced with this great humiliation, the three members of the Wang family were so angry that their faces turned red. He gave Lin Tao was filled with anger. The other party's move was undoubtedly an attempt to humiliate them, deliberately trying to embarrass them in public. Fortunately, their savior appeared at this time. Damn it! Su Yin, dressed in a red cheongsam, strode over with an angry look on her face. She had just seen her family from afar and was humiliated by Lin Tao, so she immediately rushed over, pointing at Lin Tao's nose and cursing. Do you have any tutors? We are your elders, and you actually humiliate us in front of outsiders. You are simply smearing my Su family. Humph. I knew that you married into my Su family and actually had evil intentions behind your back. You have no respect for your elders. Apologize to my husband's family immediately. Seeing that Lin Tao just looked at her coldly and ignored her words, Su Yin suddenly felt that her dignity was challenged and was about to step forward and push the other person. But who would have thought that two bodyguards in black would immediately stand in front of her like two huge mountains? You two dogs, why don't you get out of the way? Do you want to devour your master? Look carefully at who I am. I am your master. My father is Su Shengtian. Su Yin glared at the two bodyguards fiercely and jumped in anger. She never expected. Now even a mere servant dares to disobey her. If she doesn't find a way to take back the initiative, will there still be a place for her in the Su family? But how could the bodyguards care about this shrew? The other party's condescending attitude had already made them quite unhappy. Now that the eldest lady has woken up, they will ignore Su Yan's orders. Rebellion, rebellion. Is my Su family's son-in-law going to rebel? Where's Susan? Let my niece come to see me right now. I'd like to ask her if she wants to watch her own aunt being bullied. Su Yan's anger suddenly reached its limit, and she questioned the whereabouts of her niece. Shut up. Susan will show up soon. You stay here quietly for now, or I'll have you thrown out right now. Lin Tao's tone was calm. His face was calm. Yet he gave people an aura of authority without even being angry. This one sentence actually made Su Yin feel a bit of Su Shengtian's majestic shadow from the other person, which made her subconsciously stunned. Immediately, his face darkened, not daring to say more. Fuck. It looks like the Su family is not peaceful. They are clearly fighting among themselves. Oh my god, Su Yin is a love-brained person. How can she have the intelligence to engage in internal strife? If it weren't for the blood relationship, she would have been dealt with by the Su family's grandfather and grandson long ago. It sounds like Susan has woken up from her vegetative state? Unbelievable. Wasn't it rumored that she would have to spend her life in a coma? Mr. Su is awesome. I thought the wedding ceremony was a feudal superstition, but he actually hired someone to wake up his granddaughter. This move is awesome. I think it will be difficult for Su Yin to play the emotional card like before this time. The fall of Mr. Su has touched Susan's bottom line. As their respective messages gradually became common, when the guests looked at where Su Yin and the others were again, a hint of teasing flashed through their eyes, and they were all waiting for the show to begin. Chapter 209. Su Fan arrives at the banquet hall, and the show begins. Mom, what the hell is going on? Didn't you say that tonight's banquet was specially held by the Su family to apologize to you? But look at his attitude. Does he even have the slightest intention of apologizing? You actually implied that we were barking dogs? Humph. My Wang family has lost all face. The other side. Wang Fuguwei, who was kept in the dark, whispered a few words to Su Yin, who was walking back. Beside him, Zhu Xiaoman and her son also looked extremely ugly. They had just enjoyed the vanity of being praised by everyone, and before they could savor it carefully, they became the laughing stock of the guests. Isn't this just rubbing their faces on the ground? Fuguwei, don't be angry. This must be the bastard's own decision. He won't dare to be so arrogant when my niece comes. I promise you that I will make that disrespectful bastard personally pour you tea and admit his fault, and I will give you back your honor. Su Yin was very annoyed, but she still smiled and tried to persuade him. Not only do you have to pour tea to admit your mistake, you also have to bow and apologize in public. That's right. That kid made us lose face so much, we must get it back tenfold. Oh, and we need to pay for mental damages. We are in a bad mood because of his humiliation, so we must give him financial compensation. Humph. He actually dared to give us a cold shoulder. Who does he think he is? That's right. He's just a live-in son-in-law with no dignity as a man. How can he be qualified to treat us like this? Faced with the increasingly outrageous demands of Wang Fuguwei's family, Su Yin agreed to all of them without thinking twice. This made the Wang family trio calm down, and the joy on their faces became even more intense. Seeing this, Su Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was really annoyed by the noise, and her disgust for Lin Tao deepened. If it weren't for the other party's aggressiveness, I wouldn't have ended up in this situation and been blamed by the children. Fortunately, she knows her niece very well. She always helps her relatives and not others, so she will definitely make the decision for herself when the time comes. After all, they have the same blood, and they are relatives whose blood is thicker than water. Even if the two sides have some minor conflicts now, the broken bones are still connected. In front of Lin Tao, a man who has no blood relationship with him, it is obvious who to choose. After learning that he was bullied by a mere son-in-law, Susan will definitely stand up for her, and the aunt and niece will focus their fire and unite to attack the outside world. Really? Will it be that smooth? Wang Defa was the only one on the field who remained silent and watched everything. His right eyelid kept twitching, as if foreshadowing a bad premonition, especially when he noticed the playful look on Lin Tao's face. The uneasiness in his heart became even stronger. Fortunately, he looked up and around. Finally, I spotted a sinister and domineering figure in the crowd, and I felt relieved immediately. With this person backing the Wang family, they can rest assured. The only thing that surprised Wang Defa was the top young master who claimed that no woman in the world was worthy of him. This time he actually brought a female companion with him, and that female companion seemed reluctant and timid, as if she was not some rich girl. Everyone, please feel free tonight. We won't leave until we're drunk. Susan was still changing clothes backstage because she was not feeling well. Lin Tao was bored, so he came to the banquet early to hang out and make friends with some powerful people. He held up a goblet filled with red wine, toasted and chatted with the guests, and seemed quite relaxed. Long time no see, Mr. Lin. After 3 days of absence, I'm really impressed by you. At this moment, a rough voice sounded, causing Lin Tao to look back in confusion. I saw a bald man in a floral shirt walking towards me with a wine glass in hand. The big man was holding a large cigar in his mouth and had a black Siberian tiger tattooed on the back of his head. It turned out to be Zhao Hu, whom I had met once before at Tiancheng KTV. Master Tiger, you have come here to mess things up, don't you? You want to avenge your son's death on Bidu? Lin Tao narrowed his eyes, making some guesses. Mr. Lin, you're joking. My kid deserves a beating. It's his honor to be taught a lesson by you. I am here to congratulate you sincerely. Please don't misunderstand me. Zhao Hu hurriedly explained, his forehead almost sweating. Lin Tao now, otherwise he would die without knowing how. The rise of the Su group is now unstoppable. Who knows, one day in the future, he might be able to reach the level of his backer, the Han family. Zhao Hu is a smart man. Naturally, I would not create an enemy with unlimited potential out of thin air, just for a little conflict in the past. Certainly, what scares him most is, Master Su seemed to be a very good friend of the person in front of him. The reason why he was present today was mainly because he received a call from Master Su and temporarily acted as a tool to bring the other party in. Oh, by the way, I heard that Lin Jianjun once borrowed some money from you. Has the debt been repaid? This? No, Mr. Lin. Is your father after all? When Zhao Hu mentioned the hundreds of millions of you on loan from the Lin Group, a trace of pain flashed across his eyes. That's not a small amount of money. If he were an ordinary person, he would have used the bloody methods of usury and crazy methods to collect debts. But the other party is Lin Tao's biological father. Even though there were rumors that they had severed their father-son relationship, Zhao Hu still didn't dare to go too far. Now Lin Jianjun has not repaid a single cent, and even the interest has risen to an incredible amount. But after careful consideration, Zhao Hu was mentally prepared and chose to grit his teeth and accept his bad luck. Sudden, Lin Tao's deep voice reached his ears. It is only natural to pay back debts. It is the same for anyone. Zhao Hu raised his head in disbelief and met Lin Tao's playful eyes. Both sides are smart people, so some things can just be said with just the right words. Ha ha ha. Mr. Lin is indeed a man of high moral character. I admire him. Zhao Hu gave a thumbs up and laughed out loud. It seems that I can let go of that account and collect it. Zhao Hu, what are you so happy about? No, you were here, Mississippi. Hearing Han Xinxiao's voice, Zhao Hu shuddered all over and quickly suppressed his smile and spoke respectfully. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Ms. Han Xinxiao, and this is Mr. Lin Tao. Han Xinxiao? One of the 4 great beauties in Shanghai, the one who is said to be ranked 3rd? I remember that in the original book, she was a selfish woman who admired the strong and was the most loyal bootlicker of her brother-in-law. She wants to be the best in everything and has a female competitive attitude towards Susan. Lin Tao grinned, and Han Xinxiao's character emerged in his mind. Look up. The woman had a pretty face and wore a low-cut black evening dress that revealed a large area of white skin. Combined with her charming eyes and soft voice, she was indeed very attractive to men. But with Susan's stunning beauty in front of her, Han Xinxiao's appearance did not give Lin Tao a feeling of being too impressed. What really attracted him was standing next to Han Xinxiao, a young man wearing a bleached shirt, ripped jeans, with a cold expression and his hands in his pockets. Su Fan. Chapter 210 Su Fan's Heart-Wrenching Pain. Brother Su Fan, how could you? Lin Tao held up the goblet, a hint of just the right amount of surprise on his face. Lin Tao had already anticipated Su Fan's arrival. Susan said in the hospital that she wanted to cut off relations with her aunt. With Su Fan's personality, it is impossible for him to remain indifferent. I am an old acquaintance of Miss Han. I happen to be free tonight, so I came with her to join in the fun. Oh, I see. I understand. Lin Tao looked at Han Xinxiao and Su Fan with an ambiguous gaze, with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. He didn't ask too many questions to avoid his brother-in-law losing too many brain cells to cover up his lies. Seeing my cheap brother-in-law seems to have misunderstood something. Su Fan did not explain and simply admitted his mistake, secretly feeling relieved. He came in a hurry today. If Lin Tao asked again and again, his words would probably become incoherent and only add to the joke. Now Su Fan doesn't want to have anything to do with the Su family, so as not to bring trouble to his younger sister. The reason why he wanted to expose his relationship with the Han family was mainly because, when it is inconvenient for him to help the Su family openly, he can use the Han family to resolve the crisis for the Su family. This is really a helpless move. He originally wanted to get along with Lin Tao as an ordinary person, but what he got in return was alienation from his younger sister. Forget it, I won't pretend anymore. He decided to show off a little bit of his strength in front of his sister. Aside, there was doubt in Han Xinxiao's eyes, and she was a little confused about the relationship between Lin Tao and Su Fan. The reason why she was here today was mainly because she received news from Zhao Hu that Su Fan would attend the banquet. So I put on my makeup immediately and chased after him. Seeing Su Fan did not refute. Instead, he allowed Lin Tao to misunderstand their relationship. Han Xinxiao's heart moved, and she quietly put her arm around Su Fan. Su Fan frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable all over. But in order not to arouse Lin Tao's suspicion, he continued to endure and did not slap Han Xinxiao in the face. Han Xinxiao was delighted to see that she was not pushed away. She felt very good about herself and thought that she had completely defeated Su Fan. She only had one last step left. Mr. Lin, I've heard of you for a long time. Hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. You are really handsome and extraordinary. You're too kind. Miss Han is truly beautiful. No wonder Brother Su Fan, who has such a cold personality, would also be attracted to you. Han Xinxiao smiled as brightly as she exchanged business words with Lin Tao. At the same time, he looked up and down the man in front of him without showing any emotion. Is this Susan's partner? He looks handsome, but that's all. After all, he is just a mortal. How can he compare to the man I like, Su Fan? Han Xinxiao looked calm, but she couldn't help feeling proud in her heart. She has always regarded Susan as her imaginary enemy and wanted to surpass her in every aspect. Unfortunately, things always go against one's wishes. But after meeting Lin Tao in person, she felt that she would definitely be better than Susan as a future husband. Because compared to external things like appearance and wealth, Su Fan is a genuine young master. Just based on his personal strength, he is worthy of being a master of his own family. Only a man like this is qualified to have a hand on the beauty of Han Xinxiao. Although Su Fan is now indifferent to her. But things change over time, so don't look down on a young girl because she is poor. One day, Su Fan will fall at her feet and fall into her boundless charm. At this time, a servant approached quickly and told Lin Tao that everything was ready. Brother Su Fan, enjoy your meal. I'm going to go entertain other guests first. After a quick farewell, Lin Tao walked away with a smile until his back was blocked by the crowd. Su Fan then turned cold and quickly pulled his arm back from Han Xinxiao's arms, and threatened in a calm and cold voice. For your father's sake, I'll let you off this time. But if you dare to touch me again, I'll kill you. Han Xinxiao, who was originally immersed in a beautiful dream, sensed the cold, murderous intent in Su Fan's words. When she came to her senses, she was immediately frightened and dared not move. As for Zhao Hu, at this time, his legs were trembling and he dared not even breathe. Fortunately, Su Fan only gave a verbal warning and left with a cold face. After a minute of pause, the expression on Han Xinxiao's face gradually changed from shock to unwillingness. Damn! Is this man gay? How could he remain indifferent to my stunning beauty? Han Xinxiao was so angry that she stomped her feet several times on the spot and seriously doubted Su Fan's sexual orientation. Ever since she learned that Su Fan was the legendary martial arts master, She was determined to make this man fall in love with her in order to prove that her charm far surpassed Susan's. So she deliberately wore a low-cut evening dress today, revealing a large area of white skin, paired with a charming look and that tingling voice. She just couldn't believe that there was any man who could remain indifferent to her beauty. At the banquet, countless guests' eyes popped out of their heads, looking as if they wanted to see but were afraid to. Han Xinxiao was secretly delighted, knowing that her man-attracting makeup was a great success. But what made her fail was, faced with her own stunning beauty, Su Fan still had an indifferent attitude, as if he treated the beauty as nothing. This dealt an unprecedented blow to Han Xinxiao's self-confidence. Humph, I won't give up. Su Fan. One day, I want you to surrender to me and lick my toes clean. Han Xinxiao was like an indestructible cockroach. She encouraged herself with the method of spiritual victory while chasing after Su Fan. And at this time Su Yin, who was silently looking at the corner, mixing with the Wang family, looked inexplicably sad. He had just witnessed his aunt's arrogance and knew that everything was irreversible. My little sister's decision was right. If the aunt is not driven away, she will sooner or later bring big trouble to the Su family. Why? Forget it. At worst, I can just keep an eye on my aunt's life in private and make sure she has no worries about food and clothing for the rest of her life. Su Fan stopped struggling and gave up the childish idea of reconciling his aunt and nephew. But if Auntie wants to start over, those guys must disappear. Looking at the Wang family, Su Fan's eyes gradually became indifferent, as if he was looking at a few dying people. As a martial arts master, he has too many ways to wipe out ordinary people. This is also the reason why warriors are independent of the secular world, are feared by the government, and have certain privileges. When a powerful warrior goes crazy, the destructive power he causes is unimaginable. Just when Su Fan had made up his mind and was about to look away, inadvertently, he caught a glimpse of a familiar, thin figure out of the corner of his eye, and his whole body was shocked. She is not far away. In front of the banquet table stood a woman in an expensive white dress. Her face is as clear as autumn water and as beautiful as spring flowers. Simplicity and kindness sparkled in those bright eyes. The slightly trembling corners of her lips revealed her nervousness and uneasiness. Her long, silky hair fell naturally on her shoulders, and minimal makeup made her look even more stunning. Stand among the crowd. She seemed a little at a loss, frowning anxiously, and seemed a little inferior. But her unique temperament is enough to make her stand out at this banquet. She is like an uncut gem, with a bit of simplicity, but it is enough to make people fall in love with her. Shawan. How come she is here? A rare expression of emotion appeared on Su Fan's face. He was so shocked that he even pulled his hands out of his pockets unconsciously. He never expected. Here I met the girl with whom I had secretly pledged my life during college. Mus Shawan. Things have changed and people have changed. Su Fan's eyes were a little moist, and he unconsciously moved closer to the other person. At the same time, scenes from the past emerged in my mind. That year, he and she were both in their youth, and Su Fan, who was trying love for the first time, felt the feeling of being heart-pounding. In order to prevent Mus Shawan from feeling inferior after knowing the gap in wealth between their families, Su Fan lied that he came from a working-class family and chose to date the girl as an ordinary person. As I was about to graduate from college, he went abroad with his family to discuss business and made a promise with Mus Shawan to be together forever and get married when he returned. I originally planned to return to my country. He told Mus Shawan that he was a second-generation rich man, but who would have thought that man proposes, God disposes? Su Fan breathed rapidly and instinctively came to the woman's side. Seeing the other person's face up close and seeing the familiar facial features made Su Fan dazed, but at the same time, he completely confirmed the other person's identity. It's her. It's her. It's her. Shawan. The sudden call startled Mus Shawan, who was already feeling a little uneasy. She was confined at home to take care of her baby today and was racking her brains to figure out a way to escape. Hua Kitchen suddenly came in, threw a dress at her, and asked her to be his companion to the party. Mus Shawan immediately protested against such an impolite request. Certainly. In front of the domineering boss, all her resistance was in vain. This was her first time attending such a luxurious banquet, so she couldn't help but feel a little inferior and timid, feeling as uncomfortable as an ugly duckling. Sir, do you know me? Hearing someone calling her name, Mus Shawan instinctively looked up and saw an ordinary-looking young man wearing an old shirt and ripped jeans. With red eyes, he stood in front of him. For some reason, she always felt that there was a faint sense of familiarity between the other person's eyebrows and eyes. This person is actually dressed so ordinary? Doesn't he feel ashamed? Isn't this outfit a bit too inappropriate for a banquet like this? Mus Shawan recognized the cheap clothes Su Fan was wearing at a glance at Ding Jun. She was not laughing at the other person. On the contrary, she felt very friendly, because she has a lot of the same clothes. This made Mus Shawan feel that the person in front of her was just as poor as herself, an ordinary person from the same class. I'm your college classmate. I'm a year younger than you. Su Fan thought quickly and made up a new identity. Senior, you may not know me, but you were the school belle back then, so I recognized you at first sight. My junior? Mus Shawan was stunned for a moment, but did not doubt it. After all, she was quite famous in school, and she topped the school beauty list with her looks. Therefore, many boys know her, and it is normal that she does not know them. Junior, what's your name? Mus Shawan was very happy to have an acquaintance in the school, and she felt less restrained. My name is Su Fan.
Su Fan.
Hearing this surname, Mus Shawan's body froze. She thought of a certain beast who had seduced her and then abandoned her. Su Yang. At this moment, she discovered that Su Fan's voice was similar to that of the beast. But soon, she dismissed this absurd idea. This face is really too ordinary, and it is completely different from the handsome face in my memory. Senior, why are you here? Su Fan adjusted his mood and asked about his biggest confusion at the moment. He remembered that with Mus Shawan's family background, she should not be able to attend a banquet of this level? Mus Shawan was a little nervous and didn't know how to answer. When she was nervous, she always had the urge to vomit. He covered his mouth all of a sudden, squatted in the trash can beside him, and retched a few times. This kind of reaction, could it be possible? Su Fan possesses extraordinary medical skills. Just by looking at his facial reaction, an incredible thought suddenly emerged in my mind. I'm sorry, Junior, I haven't been feeling well lately. Senior, I happen to know a little bit about medicine. Why don't you let me take your pulse? Su Fan subconsciously reached out and grabbed Mus Shawan's wrist. In an instant, he knew what was going on inside the other person's body. Pregnant. She is actually pregnant. When Su Fan confirmed that his first love was pregnant with another man's child, he felt a black screen before his eyes. He found it hard to accept that the girl who had once made vows to him and shown him so much tenderness and love was now secretly sharing her passion with another man. Now, Su Fan felt a pain in his heart as if being pricked by needles, and an indescribable anger surged in his heart. He felt betrayed and hurt by the person he loved the most, and the pain almost suffocated him for a moment. He wanted to loudly question Mus Shawan. Why did she betray him? Why the love they once cherished was so fragile? At this time, Lin Tao's song was playing in the banquet hall. That was a new song he released not long ago under the name L. The lyrics were beautiful and timely. I should be under the car. Shouldn't be in the car. See how sweet you are. In this way, I tend to give up easily. Give me the courage to leave. He must love you very much. You're better than me. It only took you 1 minute to break up. The readers must love me very much. I was moved to tears. It only took a minute to send gifts. Chapter 211. Susan makes a domineering appearance, and the whole audience falls silent. He must love you very much. I will please you better than I do. I won't be as childish as me and embarrass you. Hearing these lyrics, it feels like they were tailor-made for me. Su Fan felt a moment of the pain of breathing. Pain. It hurts so much. Before he could recover from his grief, he heard Mus Shawan's struggling sound. Junior, what are you doing? You're hurting me. Sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Su Fan subconsciously let go of his hand and apologized repeatedly. Looking at Mus Shawan's somewhat impregnated expression, he couldn't help but feel guilty. Yes, I have been away for so many years. Isn't it normal for Shawan to get married and have children now? Could it be that? Do you want to let the other person wait for you foolishly for a lifetime? Who am I to blame her? It's obviously me who is wrong. The anger in Su Fan's heart gradually dissipated, replaced by a deep sense of guilt. In fact, he had anticipated this result. After returning to the Magic City, I didn't take the initiative to look for him. Isn't it that I have made psychological preparations to never see him again in this life? Now that I see Mus Shawan is happy and healthy and has a happy family, it is enough. It's impossible to be a mistress and destroy the family that the other person has worked so hard to build, right? Moreover, his goal in this life is to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. As for love between men and women, it is no longer what he pursues in his heart. Su Fan thought a lot, and finally curled his lips and smiled with relief. Just when he was about to let go of everything and send his blessings to his former lover, a domineering and familiar roar came. "What the hell are you doing?" It turned out that Hua Kitchen had returned from taking a shit. As soon as he came out of the toilet, he saw a scene that he couldn't stand. "The toy that I love so much is actually talking to another man?" Hua Kitchen's expression suddenly turned gloomy, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists, trying to control his emotions, strode forward, grasped Mus Shawan's wrist, and pulled her in front of him. "Bitch, how dare you trample on my bottom line and hook up with other men while I'm away? Are you really that hungry and indiscriminate? I've promised you, as long as you obey me, you can always enjoy my close care. How could you not appreciate such a great favor? Woman, even if you are unruly, do you think I should become a shameless whore like you if you want my child?" Hua Kitchen's voice is deep and magnetic, with irresistible majesty. He was high above, looking down at his plaything with his nose, and made his own domineering love quotes. "You can only have me in your world, not any other man. You can only see me in your eyes, not any other man's shadow. You can only love me in your heart, and cannot have any feelings for other men. You can only live your life for me, and you cannot have your own ideas and pursuits. Your decision can only be made by me, you can't make your own choice. Your body can only be owned by me, and cannot have any contact with other men. Your future can only be planned by me. You cannot have your own plans and goals. There can only be me in your world, no other man can exist. Your feelings belong to me, and no one else. You are my plaything, my slave, and I am your master, your king, the god who rules your life. You must rack your brains to please me and serve me. If I see you being unruly again, I will kill all your clans." Facing the psychopathic Hua Kitchen, Mus Shawan felt hopeless. She felt that she might never be able to escape from this demon in her lifetime, but she still wanted to fight and struggle. "Mr. Hua, you're going too far. Although I'm poor, I also have dignity. Please respect my personality. Otherwise, even if you get me, you will never get my heart." Mus Shawan tried to break free from the boss's hand, but the strength disparity between men and women was too great, and she was unable to move. "Oh, you little thing. You are challenging my bottom line." Hua Kitchen's eyes became even colder, causing Mus Shawan to tremble all over. She felt a piercing chill and dared not speak a word. Seeing this, the domineering president nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at the adulterer. It was him, the Su family's bodyguard. Hua Kitchen recognized Su Fan at a glance at Ding Zhan, and a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. "If you don't want to die, stay away from my woman in the future. Otherwise, I will let the entire China be buried with you too." The boss's voice was calm and firm, yet full of threats. He was proud of his status and didn't want to conflict with a mere bodyguard, as it would seem too low class. So, he grabbed Mus Shawan's arm and wanted to leave. "Stop." Su Fan reacted and stood in front of Hua Kitchen and the other man, his tone cold. "Let her go. I never expected." The baby in Mus Shawan's belly is actually Hua Kitchen's? Even now, Su Fan still felt dizzy and could not accept this fact. But seeing that Mus Shawan was obviously not doing well and seemed to have her personal freedom restricted, how could he just stand by and watch? In short, rescue the person first, and then slowly ask Mus Shawan what happened? How dare you? If you push your luck again, I'll make your blood splatter within 5 steps. Seeing that Su Fan actually provoked him again and again, Hua Kitchen became furious and shouted, "Uncle Zhou?" Hearing the young master's call, the old man beside him slowly raised his eyelids. He stared at Su Fan with his cloudy eyes, as if he was looking at a dead person, and a strong murderous intent spread out. He is Hua Kitchen's personal bodyguard, and has helped him avoid many dangers. This is my last warning to you. Get out of here. I know you have some skills, but Zhoubo is a powerful warrior with a small level of internal strength. Killing you is like butchering a dog. At this time, the old man named Zhoubo spoke. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant. Young people should not be too aggressive and should learn to be patient. Don't touch a woman you shouldn't touch. It can kill you. What surprised Zhoubo was that in front of his terrifying aura of a powerful person, if it were an ordinary person, he would probably have turned pale with fear and fallen to the ground begging for mercy. But Su Fan turned a deaf ear to it. She even dared to continue flirting with the young lady in front of him. Zhou Bo's face instantly became gloomy. Senior, are you being coerced? Don't be afraid. As long as you nod, I will take you away immediately. Su Fan ignored the two noisy people beside him from beginning to end. Instead, he looked at Mus Shawan with gentle eyes. If the other party asks him for help, he will choose to help without hesitation. How dare you? No one has dared to challenge me like this in person. Do you really want to die? Hua Kitchen was furious, his sharp face filled with endless coldness. But Su Fan didn't care and stepped forward to save the beauty. I'm going to take her away today. Let's see who has the guts to stop me. Uncle Zhou, I sentence him to be torn into pieces by 5 horses. Go ahead. Here. Zhou Bo hesitated. He wasn't afraid of killing people, but it was a bit too brazen to do it in public. Su Fan didn't even raise his eyelids. If tonight wasn't the Su family's celebration banquet, he really didn't want to see blood here and would have sent the master and servant to meet the king of hell long ago. At the critical moment, that's enough. Junior, Hua Kitchen is my husband. My husband and I quarreled and made up at the end of the night. Please don't meddle in our business. Mus Shawan's face turned cold and she scolded Su Fan to leave. She was well aware of the power of the Hua family, and that it was definitely not something that a junior like her could afford to provoke. Mus Shawan didn't want the other party to be retaliated by the Hua family for her sake, so she could only pretend to be cold and drive the other party away. Feel sorry? Junior Su Fan. After silently apologizing in her heart, she pulled the stunned boss away. Haha, this woman. You just called me husband? Sure enough, no woman can escape my damn charm. Hua Kitchen was immersed in the address just now and was pulled away in silence. Seeing this, Zhou Bo also decided to spare Su Fan's life for the time being. He looked at him deeply and followed him away. The strangeness here has already attracted the attention of many guests. When they saw that one of the two parties in conflict was the eldest son of the Hua family, they couldn't help but look at Su Fan with sympathy. Fortunately, the young man was lucky and escaped the disaster. But who is that woman? He was actually able to appease the overbearing CEO of the Hua family? The guests present all watched this farce with amused eyes. Of course, Su Fan has always done his own thing. So why would he care about the pointing and criticizing of ants? He watched Mus Shawan's departing back with an unsightly look on his face. Even though he was scolded by the other party, he was not a fool and could see the trick at a glance. However, considering that today was the Su family's celebration banquet, Su Fan temporarily suppressed his anger. He turned to Zhao Hu and the other man who were approaching and ordered, "Check it out. What happened between Mus Shawan and that idiot?" Yes. Master Su, I will immediately order someone to check it out." Zhao Hu, who witnessed the whole process, wisely did not ask any more questions and just nodded rapidly. Aside, Han Xinxiao frowned, very curious about the relationship between Su Fan and that woman. It was the first time that she saw a different expression on Su Fan's face. Damn it. What is so special about that woman? Although she looks okay, she is far inferior to me, okay? Just as the guests were discussing the incident, hey, look, Su Shangtian's granddaughter is on stage. Oh my goodness. Did she actually wake up from her vegetative state? For a moment, the whole audience was silent and turned their eyes to the podium. Snap. The sound of the wheelchair was particularly prominent in the quiet banquet hall. Lin Tao pushed the wheelchair slowly, looking solemn and meticulous. Susan, sitting in a wheelchair, attracted the attention of everyone present. She was wearing a dark business suit, delicate makeup, and her hair was tied up, which made her look more capable and neat. There is always an unparalleled confidence and domineering look on his face, as if he is the center of the party and people can't take their eyes off him. When she was pushed onto the stage and faced the crowd of guests, Susan didn't say anything. She just looked up at the guests below the stage with eyes as sharp as a knife, as if she could see through people's inner thoughts. That silent and cold aura frightened many people at the scene. Under Susan's sharp gaze, the guests in the audience all felt an invisible pressure. They finally realized. The woman in the wheelchair was once a legend in the business world. With her wisdom and decisiveness, she led the Su group to glory. However, an accident turned her into a vegetable. But today, she appeared again. The cold and strong woman she once was returned again. Everyone turned their eyes towards the podium, as if witnessing a miracle. When Susan became a vegetable, no one thought that she would wake up and countless people were lamenting the passing of a legendary female president. After all, the probability of a vegetative patient waking up is too low, basically 1 in 10,000. Hearing that Su Shangtian had made so many stupid moves, even resorting to such futile and superstitious means as getting married for good fortune, everyone secretly wanted to laugh at his joke. But who would have thought? Looking for someone to wake him up. Actually, he woke her up. Once the news spread. Next, there will probably be a lot of people looking for partners to bring good luck to the vegetative patients. I didn't expect. There will be a day when I can represent the Su family again. Susan looked indifferent, but she was deeply moved. At this moment, she was serious and knew that she represented the face of the Su family and had to be solemn. Under her aura, no one dared to make any move. Then Susan controlled her head and nodded gently to Lin Tao. She is now recovering faster and faster and has begun to control the movements of her head. However, since she was still unable to speak, the two of them decided to let Lin Tao temporarily serve as her mouthpiece. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'm glad that everyone can come to the Su Group's celebration banquet. Because Susan is still recovering, I will be speaking on her behalf for the time being. I will take a moment of your time to announce 2 pieces of news. Lin Tao stood in front of the microphone, looking down at the guests with a smile, and his words immediately caused the crowd to whisper. Everyone was very curious and talked about it. In the audience, Wang Fugue's family was overjoyed and felt that what was coming would be the Wang family's highlight moment. The 2 younger generations of the Lin family must have been unable to resist the condemnation of their conscience and had to bow their heads and submit to their elders. What news does that kid want to announce? Is he going to apologize to our Wang family in public? Need I say that? I am 95% sure that today's celebration party is held to repair the relationship with us. No, with Mom, right? Grandma, please don't forgive them so quickly. You have to teach them a lesson. That's right. We need to let these 2 brats know who is the boss, so they don't poop and piss on us in the future. First, we need them to pour us tea, admit their mistakes, bow and apologize in front of everyone. And they need to compensate us for our mental damages. Relatives at the police station also have to go and greet them in person and apologize. Listening to the happy discussions of the children around me, Su Yan's heart skipped a beat, and she had a bad feeling. Because when she just made eye contact with her niece, the other person looked at him with a cold look, without any emotion, as if he was looking at a stranger. Chapter 212. Susan made up her mind and announced in public that she would sever ties with Su Yan. I am Susan's biological aunt, her elder. This is an indisputable fact. She respects me so much, she will definitely stand on my side. Su Yan suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and secretly cheered herself up. She was 95% sure. When her niece hears that she was bullied, she will definitely take revenge for her. The more Su Yan thought about it, the more it made sense, and a smug arc appeared on the corner of her mouth again. But the next second, her smile froze on her face. First thing, I hope you all can bear witness together. From now on, Su Yan has nothing to do with our group. All the decisions she makes have nothing to do with the Su group. See, after hearing Lin Tao's announcement, the whole audience was in an uproar. All the guests gasped and were stunned. Su Yan is Su Shengtian's only daughter and Susan's aunt. Can such a close and direct relationship really be severed? This is equivalent to driving the other party out of the Su family, and the 2 sides completely break up. Someone stole a glance at the girl in the wheelchair and found that her expression was still cold and expressionless. Suddenly I understood. The son-in-law on the stage was just a lip service. The real mastermind behind the severance of relations with Su Yan was the woman in the wheelchair. It seems that Su Yan's ridiculous behavior over the years has completely angered Susan. This made her harden her heart and decide to break off all ties with her love-minded aunt. This is impossible. At this moment, the most panicked person was Su Yan herself. It took him a long while to react, his face full of disbelief. She had expected the worst-case scenario, which was 10,000 times better than this news. He immediately pointed at Lin Tao's nose and cursed. You bastard! Are you crazy? I am Susan's aunt, and my father is Su Shengtian. Who do you think you are? You actually want to kick me out of the Su family? You beast with evil intentions. Don't you think I don't know what you are planning? You want to take advantage of my father's illness and my niece's inability to move around to usurp the throne, right? As long as I'm here, you won't succeed. The Su group will always belong to the Su family. You, an outsider, won't get involved, and you have no right to drive me away. Su Yinhan's face was distorted, and her delicate body wrapped in the red Chong Sam was shaking with breath. She would rather die than believe this fact, and at the same time she felt inexplicably panicked. If I lose the support of the Su family, how can she live a life of luxury and enjoy a life with Fagu that is envied by two lovers in the future? Humph. My mother is right, Master Lin. You are going too far. You actually want to destroy the relationship between my mother and the Su family. In any case, blood is thicker than water. There's no way Mr. Su would agree to this. Are you worthy of the trust that the Su family has placed in you by doing this? Wang Fugue's family reacted, looked at each other, and tried to dissuade them. I thought that at tonight's celebration banquet, Lin Tao and the other juniors would bow their heads and apologize to them. I never expected. Forget about apologizing. This is an attempt to completely sever ties with the relationship. But if Su Yin loses the support of the Su family, then she will be worthless to the Wang family, right? So we must stop her. Faced with the desperate actions of Su Yin and others, Lin Tao sneered. Su Yin, your cerebral palsy behavior over the years is obvious to everyone. For an old man, you are willing to damage the interests of the group just to provide blood for the Wang family. Now you have even pissed off Grandpa Su to the point of being critically ill. Do you, a love-brained person like you, have the qualifications to stay in the Su family? Of course. The decision to kick you out of the Su family? Grandpa Su told me this himself, and it was Susan's decision, so just get out of here. As if in response to Lin Tao's words, Susan looked directly at her aunt's furious expression, took a deep breath, and nodded indifferently. At the same time, the cold AI mechanical sound spread throughout the venue. Aunt, you have disappointed me and Grandpa so much. Once these words were spoken, the final word was drawn and Susan's attitude was completely determined. She really wanted to kick her aunt out of the Su family. No, this isn't true. Susan, I'm your aunt. Why do you treat me like this? Why? When my dad wakes up, he won't forgive you. I am your elder. You are a traitor. How dare you go to the Su family's ancestors in your grave? I am just pursuing true love. True love is invincible. I am not wrong. It's not me who is wrong, but this world that lacks love. Su Yin was unwilling to accept the facts and roared and accused madly. Susan with vicious eyes and gritted teeth, his eyes full of resentment. Susan felt uncomfortable about this. She still looked at her aunt coldly without backing down. That's her personality. Or just don't do it. Or just follow through to the end and do it thoroughly. If you hesitate to make a decision when you should, you will suffer the consequences in the end. As for whether my aunt is resentful or angry, it doesn't matter anymore. TSK, TSK, TSK. Looks like they're serious. I can only say that it was a good hand, but Su Yin beat it to pieces. I can't understand the thinking of a love-brained person. She's obviously not bad-looking. She comes from a good family, even if she doesn't have any abilities. But as long as she doesn't commit suicide, she will have no problem having food and clothing for the rest of her life. But now... Haha. Without Su Yin as a backer, I wonder how the Wang family will be able to show off in the future. It must be bankruptcy liquidation. It's like going back to the time before liberation. Everyone knows that the Wang family was able to develop entirely by sucking the blood of the Su group. I noticed the constant contempt, ridicule, and gloating looks coming from all around me. Su Yan's face turned pale, her brain suddenly went blank, and she stood there at a loss. What to do? What to do? The reason why she was so confident was that she was sure that her last name was Su, and she was Susan's aunt. No matter what they have done, they should accept themselves unconditionally, because there is an unbreakable blood relationship between the two sides. But now Susan agreed to expel her from the Su family in front of so many powerful people. This means there is no room for maneuver, and he is determined to sever ties with me. Without the support of the Su family, how would I live in the future? Damn it, how could it turn out like this? At this moment, Su Yin felt a moment of regret. If I hadn't been with Fagu, now she must still be the Miss Su that everyone praises. Su Yin turned her head and glanced at Wang Defa's equally unbelievable face, and suddenly realized, the wrinkles on this man's face are kind of disgusting. Chapter 213. Wang Defa's family, all members were baptized by Dabadoo. Damn it, what should we do? The Su family has gone crazy. They are really going to kick Su Yin out of the house? Asshole. Without Su Yin, how can we suck the blood of the Su family in the future? Oh, we can only accept our fate. Fortunately, Grandpa is still in his prime, so we can find a way to get him to seduce a new rich girl and continue to provide us with blood. Get lost. You can only find someone who is in love. Do you think every rich girl is as easy to manipulate as Su Yin? Most of them are very smart. Fortunately, we have secretly made a lot of money from the Su group over the years, which is enough for us to live comfortably for the rest of our lives. That's true. If it doesn't work out, we can just retire. We've made enough money anyway, so it's not bad to immigrate to the United States and enjoy life. Wang Fugue's family originally looked unhappy and were whispering to each other. They never expected Susan, who is said to value family affection very much, turned out to be so stupid this time and chose to cut off the source of the problem. She broke off relations with her aunt in public, catching them off guard. However, after the Wang family discussed for a while, they felt relieved and felt that things were not so bad. As for Su Yin, who was standing there in a daze, they simply chose to ignore her. Ever since Lin Tao announced, after the Su family and Su Yin no longer had any relationship, in their eyes, Su Yin was nothing more than a worthless waste, and there was no need to waste energy paying attention to her. Now, they only think about leaving here, taking the money they got from the Su family, and immigrating to which country to enjoy life. But before Wang Fugue and his family could feel at ease, Lin Tao stabs them in the back with a sneer. The second thing to be announced tonight. Su Yin previously used her identity to collude with Wang's enterprise and used various illegal operations to cause huge losses to our Su group. I hereby declare that all cooperation projects with the Wang family will be frozen, and I will resort to law to recover all losses from the Wang family. What? Fate! The Wang Defa family, who had been quite calm, could no longer sit still and immediately jumped up and down. Mr. Lin, don't go too far. This is a normal business cooperation. How can you slander us for violating regulations? That's right, this is blatant slander. Don't involve us in your conflict with Su Yin. Are you going to kill us all? Don't push us. A desperate dog will do something desperate. If you recover all the losses, won't that force my Wang family to go bankrupt? The Su group is so rich, why would they bother with my Wang family? Can't we just treat that little bit of money as alms? Don't go too far. Master Lin, be careful or we will fight you to death. Their dissatisfaction towards Lin Tao on the stage. If Lin Tao really insists on not letting go, forget about going abroad to enjoy life. Not only will they have to give up all the money they have made over the years, they may also face imprisonment. Fight with me? Do you have the strength to do so? Lin Tao was amused by the Wang family's shameless words and actions. The Wang family was originally just an ordinary working-class family, with all the family members working as wage earners. If it weren't for Su Yin, who was crazy about love, falling for the old man Wang Defa, she would have kept using the Su family's interests to suck their blood. How could they have such a good life living in a small villa today? But Lin Tao was too lazy to waste his breath. Anyway, things are different now. Whatever the Wang family has taken in over the years, they should spit it back double. Not only that, he also needs to find a team of lawyers to send this weirdo to jail in good order. After witnessing Lin Tao's iron-blooded methods, many of the dignitaries present were surprised. I thought Lin Tao, the son-in-law who came to marry for good fortune, was just a puppet. But judging from his performance today, it seems that I have underestimated this guy. Give me a chance. Master Lin. The benefits we gained were all given to us willingly by Su Yin. That's right. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can go and vent it to her. Instead of pointing the finger at us, you are just taking revenge on her. The Wang family members were struggling desperately, and their extraordinary values made everyone present astonished. Even Lin Tao couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This weird statement shocked him greatly. I don't want to bother with you guys. By the way, I remember some of the friends present here have had business cooperation with the Wang family, right? You guys have to be careful. If nothing unexpected happens, Wang's account will be frozen soon, and your funds may. Lin Tao had a smile on his face and deliberately stopped talking. But the meaning behind the words made many wealthy and powerful people come to their senses. I immediately felt sick and no longer had any interest in watching the show. Some of them have cooperative relations with the Wang family, some are suppliers, some are borrowed, and some are cooperating with the Wang family because of the relationship with the Su family. Now the Wang family is about to be in trouble. Then, won't they be unable to recover the funds they invested? All the money was lost. Think of this. Nearly 20 men and women surrounded, Wang deafed his family and demanded that they return the money immediately. Boss Wang, please return the 30 million you lent me last time. I'm a little short of money these days. Brother, let's be frank. Your Wang family is about to be ruined. For the sake of our past friendship, please pay me the money first. Wang Fuguwei, I was blind to trust you to invest. Pay me the penalty immediately. Don't force me to do it. Oh shit. Bastard. These two youngsters from the Su family are trying to push my Wang family into a dead end. Wang Fuguwei and his family were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. But they had no choice but to implement a policy of appeasement and beg everyone to give them a little more time. At the same time, I guarantee that I will sue the Su group. It is still unknown who will win, so I ask you to trust the Wang family. Fuck you. You really take me for a fool. Do you think I don't know you're trying to delay time? Stop talking so much nonsense. You don't understand what I'm saying, do you? It's only natural to pay back debts. Don't force me to do it. You old bastard, I've been annoyed with you for a long time. If you don't pay me back today, I'll tear you apart alive. Only a psychopath would believe you. Who will win the case is still unknown. You still want to win the case. What are you dreaming about in broad daylight? Are you fucking sick? You still want to sue the Su family's legal team? It's as easy for the Su family to crush your Wang family as it is to crush an ant. When he thought about the Wang family's impending bankruptcy, he would soon lose a large sum of money. More than 20 men and women screamed in excitement and used threats and inducements to demand that the Wang family compensate for the losses. Some of the more impatient people couldn't hold back and slapped Wang Fuguwei in the face, forcing him to pay back the money viciously. Seeing this, the others were no longer polite. Anyway, the Wang family is going to be ruined, so I'm not afraid of offending them. Pa pa pa. There were continuous sounds of slaps. The 3 generations and 4 people of the Wang family were all served by Dabadoo. Wang De covered his heart in anger, and his whole body twitched. He has lived to be nearly 60 years old and has never encountered such a humiliation. Just when he wanted to get angry and exercise his immortal privilege to lie down on the ground and pretend to faint. Bang! Wang Defa's wrinkled face suddenly turned red. You? What are you talking about, old Biden? You want to lie down and blackmail me? If you dare to lie down, I will send you directly to the crematorium. Look at your mother. And you dare to glare at me? F***. Bang! Just as everyone in the Wang family was being baptized by Dabadoo, not far away, in front of a wine table, Hua Kitchen was staring at the scene coldly. You're useless. You can't even do such a small thing. Having said that, but he still planned to take action, which was why he came here tonight. Chapter 2:14 Hua Kitchen's Arrogance. Lin Tao, how about giving me some face? Banquet Hall. The angry debt collectors slapped 3 generations of the Wang family. Pa pa pa. Many guests were stunned at first, but later they gloated and made comments. I came at the right time tonight. I saw a great show. It was so exciting. Ha ha ha. I've been annoyed with Wang Fuguwei for a long time. He relied on his relationship with the Su family to show off in front of me every day. Now he's fine. I support it. These 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren deserve to be beaten. Good beating, wonderful beating, and awesome beating. TSK, TSK, TSK. Who asked for their own death? If they had cooperated with the Su family honestly, even if they could have made a little profit, it would have been enough for them to live a full life. Unfortunately, they are greedy and want more. Yeah, that old man should be content to be favored by Su Yin, but he actually intended to use her to usurp the entire Su group. Isn't this too much? The Su family is also in a miserable state. Some of the capable members of the family have died, while others have been injured. The only healthy member is a love-brained person, and now he is about to be expelled from the Su family. Listening to the discussions of the people around them, Wang Defa's family had red and swollen faces and regretted their decision. Yes? If they had not been so ambitious, relying on the current development trend of the Su group, their Wang family would have been able to get better and better. However, at that time, there were only 2 direct descendants of the Su family, a grandfather and a grandson, both of whom were old, weak, and sick. Su Yin obeyed their orders, so how could she not have such a bold idea of eating up the whole family? Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. Is my Wang family really going to go back to the time before liberation and live that kind of poor life again? No, how can this be? It is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality, but it is easy to go from frugality to extravag. Having experienced the music in a brothel, No one can accept the disparity between daily necessities and daily necessities. Wang Defa covered his cheek, feeling extremely anxious. Sudden, he remembered that he still had one last trump card and shouted loudly to the stage. Niece-in-law, please listen to me. I was the one who was bewitched before. I apologize to you. Please give me another chance. We are all relatives after all. Why do we have to make things so extreme? Leave some space for us so that we can meet again in the future. How about this, as long as you are willing to let us go? How about I give the surname Su to the child in Yenner's belly? The Su family is now dwindling in numbers, so they definitely need a new generation to inherit the family business. The more Wang Defa spoke, the brighter his eyes became. He felt like a genius and put forward suggestions that he thought would please everyone. Niece-in-law, why don't I follow your example and marry into the Su family? As for the baby in Yenner's belly, I've already done a gender test and it's a son. When he is born, he will be adopted by you as your son. He will provide for you too in your old age. Won't the Su family have successors? As long as you train him well, the child will definitely be able to inherit the Su group and lead it to prosperity. What do you think? My nephew-in-law, for the sake of me entrusting my own flesh and blood to you to raise, please give us another chance. Wang Defa clasped his hands together and begged bitterly. Beside him, his son and daughter-in-law also spoke up and begged Lynn to show mercy. Oh, whatever. Su Yen sighed, stroking her belly with a struggling look on her face. After all, I don't want to end up severing ties with my niece. As long as you promise to treat the child well, sign a contract, and swear to hand over the group to my child, then I am willing to give my precious son to you to raise. Sobbing quietly. And I promise that after I marry Fat Gore, I will not take the initiative to mention his background to my children. You are the biological parents of the child, and you can let the child take care of you in your old age. Sobbing. I wonder if he has thought about the future separation from his family. Su Yan's eyes became moist unconsciously, and even her voice had a hint of tears, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Nanny? The guests present were all stunned. They didn't know whether they were crazy or the world was crazy. The Wang family's values are simply outrageous. You want someone else to be your scapegoat. What a big injustice, and it's okay for them to raise your child for you. 100 years later, he still wanted to seize the Su family's century-old foundation. With such a shameless request, they all acted as if they had suffered a great loss and were aggrieved. It really lives up to that saying, there are strange things every year, but there are especially many this year. Hee hee. Lin Tao was so angry at this time that he couldn't help but sneer out loud. He thought he was thick-skinned enough. I didn't expect that there is always a mountain higher than the other. Compared with these shameless guys in front of me, I am still a dwarf compared to them. Before he could speak, Su Yin waved her hand and announced like the head of the family. Okay, let's just decide it. Today's farce should end, so that others won't laugh at it. I need to take good care of my baby during this period. Please prepare some adoption contracts first. By the way, also, in front of everyone, pour tea for Brother Fa and the others, admit your mistakes, and bow to apologize. Lin Tao, whose mouth was twitching, threw her nose and gave the order in a haughty tone. She had completely returned to the smug attitude she had had not long ago. Because in her eyes, the son of himself and Fa Gu must be a rare talent. Lin Tao and his wife got a great deal, but she suffered a great injustice, so naturally she had to vent her anger. As the saying goes, a mother's son is her greatest treasure. She is here to carry on the Su family's bloodline, which is now dwindling in number. Therefore, the Su family took her as the head and recognized her as the mistress of the house. Just at this moment, a cold mechanical voice came from the host desk. Have you had enough of this? How long are you going to keep embarrassing yourself? Su Yin was stunned. She turned around and met a pair of angry eyes. This was the first time she faced her niece's anger. She subconsciously looked away, not daring to meet her gaze. Someone, throw all these people out. Susan was really angry and asked the security personnel to kick the man out immediately. She had completely lost her patience with her aunt. Until now, the other party still maintains that condescending attitude and is completely unaware of his mistakes. This made Susan more determined. As expected, driving my aunt away was the right decision. When the security personnel came to chase people away, Su Yin had an ugly look on her face and was still struggling desperately. No, Susan, don't be ungrateful. The child in my belly is the bloodline of the Su family. Do you want to watch my Su bloodline die out? Shut up. I will continue this bloodline myself. Susan was so mad at her aunt that she accidentally said something that she would find difficult to say. After she realized what was happening, her cheeks turned slightly red and she took a few deep breaths to suppress her shame. Damn, that's so embarrassing. What was I just saying? If Lin Tao heard this, he might think I was hinting at something. Lin Tao beside her and found that he was looking at her thoughtfully. Then he had an expression as if he had suddenly realized something and was like, I understand. That's right. I have discussed it with Susan and will start the 12 zodiac signs plan for more children and more blessings. Since I married into the Su family, it is my mission to give birth to children for Susan. Aunt Su Yin, you can rest assured. As long as I am here, the Su family's bloodline will never be cut off. I will use my own strength to lead the Su family to a path of prosperity. Lin Tao's righteous speech made the guests in the audience look confused. Then he looked at Lin Tao and the other man strangely. My goodness. Do you really have to work so hard to have one child per year? Puff. After hearing Lin Tao's words, Susan's eyes twitched and she almost vomited blood in anger. Who discussed this with you? How come I, the person involved, don't know? One a year, you are really bold. I am not a pig. If she hadn't been unable to move, Susan would have jumped up and covered Lin Tao's big mouth. In the audience, I heard that Lin Tao planned to ask his sister to give birth to a child for him every year. Su Fan's expression froze, and he felt an urge to beat Lin Tao to death. That boy, what does he think of his little sister? How can her body bear it? But thinking of the current situation of the Su family, he would definitely not be able to complete the task of continuing the family line. In this life, he only wants to protect the essence in his body and reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Women will only affect the speed at which he becomes stronger. Therefore, the task of inheriting the bloodline of the Su family seems to fall only on. It's the time and the fate, so stop it. At worst, you can prescribe more tonic medicine and take care of my little sister's body yourself. With my medical skills, the damage she suffers after giving birth should be minimized. Su Fan sighed in his heart, and a complicated look appeared on his face. This expression fell into the eyes of Han Xinxiao, who was standing beside him and paying close attention to him, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. What's going on? Ever since Susan appeared, Su Fan's eyes basically never left the other person. Now when he heard that the other party was going to have a baby, he still had an unhappy expression on his face. Could it be that he has a crush on Susan? That's why he was so unhappy when he heard that she was going to have a baby with another man. Han Xinxiao thought a lot and became more and more certain of her guess. Susan not far away, even if the other person has difficulty moving and is sitting in a wheelchair. But her stunning beauty and intimidating aura still make her dazzling and charming like a halo. Even though Han Xinxiao claimed to be extremely beautiful, but in front of Susan, he still felt a little ashamed of himself. She felt very unwilling about this. Since Susan was born, who knows how she survived these 20 years? People only know that there is a Susan in Magic City, but never mention her Han Xinxiao? How cruel is heaven? Why did it give birth to Liang when you was born? Finally, Susan collapsed and became a vegetable. She thought that from now on, the Magic City would be her, Han Xinxiao's, era. But who would have thought? The beautiful dream had only lasted for a few days when Susan was alive. She was alive. She was alive again. Don't you think this is infuriating? Han Xinxiao was disheartened. She desperately wanted to surpass Susan to prove that she was the most noble and beautiful woman in Shanghai. But she was helpless because she couldn't match the hard conditions. Fortunately, Su Fan appeared. Don't look down on a young girl because she's ugly. Just wait, Susan. At least when it comes to choosing men, I will definitely surpass you. One day, sooner or later, I will make this young master surrender to my urethra. Ha ha ha. Han Xinxiao thought of this, smiled, and regained her fighting spirit. She firmly believed that with her beauty, she would be able to melt the heart of the young man next to her sooner or later. The other side, Hua Kitchen stood in front of a dining table, his face as sharp as a knife, looking extremely blue. With sinister eyes, he stared fiercely at Susan in the wheelchair. This woman was once his plaything, but he didn't know what was good for him and was rude to him many times. She had no idea that being favored by me was a great blessing for her Su family. Now, she is flirting with her adulterer in front of her master and threatening to give birth to a child for him. Bitch, unfaithful whore. Hua Kitchen just felt his head turn green, and he felt extremely depressed. He crossed his arms, straightened his back, and his shoulders were tense, like a volcano about to erupt. In his opinion, if a toy he likes, it can only be his. If I can't get it, I would rather destroy it than give it to other men. This is also the reason why he wants to take action against the Su family. But now, he still lacks a reason, a justifiable reason to attack the Su family. He had originally wanted to use the Wang family to slowly disintegrate the Su family from within. But who would have thought that the 3 generations of the Wang family were all useless people who were unable to accomplish anything and were always causing trouble? In that case, he had no choice but to do it himself. I can just use the Su group as a stepping stone to let the world once again experience the power of my Hua family. Seeing Su Yin and others howling like ghosts, they were about to be kicked out of the banquet hall. Hua Kitchen decided to make use of this group of useless people and make the most of their remaining energy. Think of this. Hua Kitchen shook his wine glass lightly, stood out from the crowd, and said lightly, Miss Su Yin is a pregnant woman after all, and she still has the blood of the Su family in her body. It's really inhumane for the Su family to just let her be kicked out like that. And the Wang family has done things for me before. I can't just sit there and do nothing. Mr. Lin, why don't you give me some face and stop making things difficult for the Wang family? Chapter 215 Hua Kitchen is showing off? Close the door and magnify his brother-in-law. Mr. Hua? Help. Mr. Hua, please give us justice. Lin Tao, young Master Hua has spoken. Do you dare not give him face? Seeing Hua Kitchen speaking up for justice, 3 generations of the Wang family's ancestors all cried for joy, as if they had met a savior. In their view, the Hua family, as a first-tier family in Shanghai, is far from being able to compete with the current Su group. Therefore, the Su family has to give this face, whether they want to or not. The guests present couldn't help but secretly smack their lips in amazement. What's going on? This overbearing CEO is actually standing up for the Wang family. Do they have any connection? TSK, TSK, TSK. Come to think of it, Mr. Hua seemed to have pursued Susan before, right? But he was harshly rejected. Is he taking this opportunity to take revenge? The Su group has been developing rapidly recently. However, it has been weak for a long time and has not yet fully risen. It cannot be compared with the long-established Hua family. Now that young Master Hua has come forward, I'm sure the Su family will have to give face and let the Wang family go. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if we anger the Hua family. On the high platform, Susan in the wheelchair was stunned at first, and her attention was instantly attracted. Strangeness? This disgusting bastard actually came to attend the banquet hosted by my Su family? I remember that after I rejected him a while ago, I thought that with his arrogant personality, he would take the opportunity to take revenge on my Su family? But then everything calmed down, and Hua Kitchen didn't make any unnecessary moves to retaliate, which surprised me for quite a while. What are you trying to do now that you're jumping out? Andarind, etc. He came forward to protect the Wang family? This shows that he has some connection with the Wang family. But how could the powerful Hua family look down on a small family like the Wang family, unless they wanted to use them to do something? The Wang family deceived my aunt and tried to overthrow the Su group. Could it be that behind this? And the real reason why I became a vegetable? Hee, that's what I told you. With Hua Kitchen's personality, how could he be indifferent to my rejection? Perhaps his revenge plan has already been quietly implemented. At this moment, Susan's mind was working at high speed and she thought of many things. She was naturally good at thinking. Otherwise, he would not have been able to manage the huge Su group in an orderly manner by himself before he fell into a coma. But later she became a vegetable, fell into despair and lost her mind, and completely gave up independent thinking. After all, lying in bed unable to move is like a living dead. What's the point even if you have a lot of thoughts in your mind? I was schemed against? Then was Grandpa's critical illness also planned by someone? Even though there is no definitive evidence yet. But Susan trusted her instincts. Based on the scattered clues, she was almost 100% sure. Behind all this, there is definitely the shadow of Hua Kitchen. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. I want revenge. The Hua family has no need to exist anymore. I want to destroy it. Destroy it. Thinking back to everything that had happened recently, Susan's face flashed with a hint of ferocity. In order to get revenge over the years, she had made a lot of preparations in private, some of which even her grandfather didn't know. But it almost failed. Fortunately, she has woken up now. But what if I hadn't woken up? Damn, Hua Kitchen. I'm going to kill you. I must kill you. Susan's eyes flashed with viciousness. As her body gradually recovered, the dark side of her heart gradually awakened. Susan, are you okay? Are you tired? It's getting late. Let me take you home to rest. Noticing something strange about the girl in the wheelchair, Lin Tao quickly squatted beside her and asked softly. The caring words soothed the anger and restlessness in Susan's heart. She stared blankly at the young man in front of her, suddenly smiled, shook her head, and indicated that she was fine. With Lin Tao by her side, for some reason, Susan can always quickly calm down and be in a good mood. That's good. Phew, I feel relieved. Gently pinching the girl's delicate cheek, Lin Tao smiled back. Amid the strange looks of many guests, the two of them looked at each other affectionately and exchanged glances. Damn it. Are we going to die of this wave of dog food? At this moment, the most annoyed person was Hua Kitchen. Countless cold rays flashed in his eyes, and his sharp face was filled with anger. I never expected. Lin Tao ignored his words. He even dared to act out a complaint in front of her husband, act right in front of him. This is a blatant disdain for him. Feeling his dignity was offended, Hua Kitchen suppressed his anger and spoke again. But this time, there were threats mixed in his words. It seems that the Su group has been developing quite well recently. It has made some people so arrogant that they even dare to ignore what Hua Kitchen say. Are you looking down on me, or are you looking down on my Hua family? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces changed drastically, knowing that today's incident might not be easily resolved. Unless Lin Tao can be sensible and apologize immediately to calm Hua Kitchen's anger, then there is still room for maneuver. Otherwise, if the Hua family were to take action, the rise of the Su group would be greatly hindered. Lin Tao, do as Mr. Hua says. Don't be ungrateful. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear Mr. Hua talking to you? Don't you dare not give Mr. Hua face? Seeing Hua Kitchen standing up for himself and others, Wang Fugue and his family suddenly felt that the storm had stopped and they were fine again. On the high platform, Lin Tao glanced at Hua Kitchen and said indifferently, since young Master Hua wants to stand up for the Wang family, let's make up for the losses of our Su group. Not much, just 10 billion. What? Hua Kitchen's face twitched and he stared at Lin Tao coldly with a sinister look. 10 billion? This is obviously nonsense. He is not mentally handicapped. How could he spend 10 billion for no reason for the Wang family? Haha, Mr. Lin is really asking for too much. 10 billion? Even if I give it to you, would you dare to take it? I'm telling you, I'll protect the Wang family. I'm afraid you have to give me this face. Hua Kitchen's eyes were as sharp as a knife, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. His voice was like thunder, echoing throughout the banquet hall and making people feel chilled. Listening to the boss's naked threat, Lin Tao couldn't help but curl his lips. He knew that he didn't need to do anything, and someone would naturally stand up for the Su family. Hee. Dare to bully me, Wu. I have a backer, right? Close the door and zoom in on my uncle. As expected, seeing his sister and brother-in-law being bullied, plus Mus Shawan's pregnancy, Su Fan, who was already unhappy, finally couldn't help but start to scold. He raised his eyes slightly, and his neutral voice spread throughout the audience. Face? Are you sure Hua Kitchen's face is worth 10 billion? Is your face inlaid with gold? Take a moment to piss yourself and look in the mirror. Look at your face. Do you think you deserve respect from others? The banquet hall was originally silent. The guests were all terrified by the Hua family's terror. As soon as Su Fan opened his mouth, he was immediately noticed by everyone present, and they were stunned with shock. Oh shit. What happened? Who is this guy? Is he a fool? How dare you jump out and speak for the Su family at a time like this? And his tone was full of sarcasm. Wasn't he afraid of Mr. Hua's anger? On the high platform, Susan was stunned for a moment. She had no idea. The person who will stand up and speak for the Su family will be Su Fan. Isn't this guy Ku Xian's bodyguard? He is just a bodyguard. Isn't he afraid of Hua Kitchen's revenge? And why would he appear here tonight if he wasn't with Ku Xian? And the person next to him is Han Xinxiao? The Han family and the Hua family's family businesses are mainly real estate. The two parties occasionally have overlapping business projects, and there have been constant frictions over the years, and the two families do not get along very well. So Su Fan stood up this time because he actually got Han Xinxiao's instructions. But doesn't this woman have an inexplicable hostility towards me? She shouldn't stand up for herself. After all, provoking Hua Kitchen for no reason would not bring any benefit to her Han family. Susan frowned slightly, not understanding why Su Fan spoke, and decided to wait and see. In fact, don't say she can't figure it out. Except for Lin Tao, almost everyone present looked confused. But there is one thing they all know very well. If someone dares to slap Hua Kitchen in the face in public like this, given the other party's temper, he will never let it go. What a courageous dog. Who do you think you are? Are you tired of living? How dare you speak rudely to Mr. Hua? Kneel down immediately and crawl over here, kowtow, and apologize to Master Hua. Maybe Master Hua will forgive me and spare your life. The Wang family took the lead in showing their loyalty, pointing at Su Fan's nose and cursing. Now, whether they can make a comeback depends entirely on Hua Kitchen, so naturally they will support him with all their might. Facing the contemptuous and playful looks of people around, Su Fan had a blank expression on his face, without even a trace of emotion in his heart. Over the years, he has experienced countless kinds of doubts and ridicules. Anyway, every time at the end, these ants would turn into shocked screams, and they were slapped in the face by him. They had long been accustomed to it, and at this time, Hua Kitchen's face had long been as gloomy as the night. It had been a long time since he had been humiliated like this in public. As the saying goes, when the overlord got angry, blood splattered 5 steps away. Coupled with the previous grudge between him and Su Fan, he really wanted to kill Su Fan. If it wasn't in public, he would have asked Zhou Bo to do it. Su Fan, do you still remember the scene when we first met at the Su family? At that time, I told you, people should know themselves. Because pretending to be cool is the arrogance of the strong, and it is also a good show for the losers to destroy themselves. Your provocation has touched my bottom line. I'm already irritated by you. Don't you think you're the strong one who can withstand my anger? If you swear to serve me as your master and spend your whole life to make up for your disrespect today, then I can reluctantly let you go. Hua Kitchen looked stern and serious. See, the cold tone made everyone present gasp, and they all looked at Su Fan with sympathy. This guy who spoke so arrogantly is ruined in this life. Either be a slave for life, or suffer a revenge worse than death. No matter what choice you make, there will be no future. But who would have thought? Hua Kitchen's threat not only did not scare Su Fan, but instead made him suddenly laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Since you mentioned what you said that day, you should also remember my answer. It does take capital to show off, but I have never lacked it. Because my capital to show off comes from your inferior strength to mine. A frog in a well will never know that there are people better than you. Everything you rely on is nothing but a bunch of dirt, and dirt in my eyes. They are vulnerable to attack. I also said at the time, if you dare to provoke me again, the Hua family will be expelled from the Magic City from today. I said it. So the Hua family has no need to exist anymore. I'm curious, what expression will you show when you lose the family you are so proud of? I'm really curious. Hee hee. Su Fan was grinning on the surface, but that smile was extremely cold. He looked down on useless people like Hua Kitchen from the bottom of his heart, who would be useless if they left the family. Since his confidence comes from the Hua family, then he will destroy the Hua family. I believe the other party's expression will be very interesting at that time. The betrothal gift was discussed, and it was about 90,000 yuan. I went to the bank, but they said I couldn't withdraw the money without an appointment. I had to make an appointment to pick it up on Monday. I borrowed a little from Mate One, and just enough to make up 100,000 yuan. I plan to pay it back in 3 months. Sad face Omicron asterisk. Alas. Here's a suggestion for everyone. Try to make as much money as possible and save more so that you can prepare for emergencies. Although people are bragging about just lying down and giving up on the internet, we are all ordinary people, and if we really lie down, our lives will be over. Having said that, change is difficult, but it is better to work hard than to give up. Don't be like me, a failure in life. I am full of ambition every night before going to bed, but I just eat and wait for death during the day. I am speechless myself, in one word, absolutely. Chapter 216. You have no self-awareness at all. How dare you look me in the face? Su Fan's words echoed throughout the banquet hall. It was like a collision between Mars and the Earth, causing countless guests to change their expressions. Crazy, crazy. This guy is really crazy. Threatening to make the Hua family disappear in person. This is totally not taking the Hua family seriously. Do you know what you are talking about? Hua Kitchen's eyes widened, and he gnashed his teeth in anger. The bastard in front of him actually insulted the Hua family in person. Now, even if he wanted to keep the other party as a slave, it would be impossible. This is a matter of family honor. As the heir of the Hua family, how can he sit back and do nothing? At this time, Han Xinxiao, who had been watching the show on the side, stood up. She raised her glass with a smile and explained to Su Fan in a neutral tone. Mr. Hua, why are you so angry? Mr. Su was just joking. Are you kidding? You. I see, it's Miss Han. Su Fan, your backer is the Han family? The moment he saw Han Xinxiao, Hua Kitchen suddenly realized. Finally, I know why Su Fan is so overestimating his own capabilities. It turns out that he is relying on the support of the Han family. The Han family is a first-tier family that has risen in recent years, and its strength should not be underestimated. Both parties are mainly engaged in the real estate industry, and there are constant minor frictions in their business. The relationship between the two families cannot be said to be hostile, but there is a tendency to develop in that direction. Especially in recent years, the population has been aging seriously, and the real estate industry has entered an unprecedented downturn. The competition between the two companies has become increasingly fierce. You misunderstood, Mr. Hua. The person who should be the backer of my Han family is Mr. Su. Mr. Su is a distinguished guest of our Han family. Please be respectful to him, Mr. Hua, and stop making such outrageous remarks. Han Xinxiao's smile was meaningful and did not reveal Su Fan's true strength. She didn't want a bunch of extra people to please Su Fan, otherwise her Han family would seem less prominent. Not to mention that the Hua family and they are business competitors. Seeing that Su Fan was at odds with the Hua family, she was so gloating that how could she take the initiative to remind Hua Kitchen of his stupid behavior? To be honest, she wanted the Hua family to fall more than anyone else. Only in this way can the Han family take advantage of the opportunity to gain the greatest benefits and swallow up all the cooperation on hand from the other party. Okay. It seems that the Han family is planning to break up with my Hua family? Miss Han, are you sure you can take this responsibility? This kid has gone too far today. No one can protect him. If your Han family insists on intervening, then I can only think that your Han family is declaring war on my Hua family. Hua Kitchen frowned. His eyes were as cold as ice, as if he wanted to freeze everything. There was no way he would let Su Fan go so easily. Otherwise, the Hua family might become a laughingstock in Shanghai in the future. So he made up his mind that he must make Su Fan pay the price. As for the Han family, now that I have said this, I believe Han Xinxiao will not dare to risk a war between the two families and insist on protecting Su Fan, this waste. After all, the price to pay is too high. But what Hua Kitchen didn't expect was, Han Xinxiao seemed to have taken the wrong medicine today. She was determined to be his enemy. Her cold voice echoed in the banquet hall. That's enough, Hua Kitchen. I've said that Mr. Su is a distinguished guest of my Han family. If you think this is a declaration of war, then my Han family has nothing to fear. See, hearing this, all the guests were shocked. They never expected. I just came to attend the Su family's celebration party tonight. How could things have developed to this point? The two major forces are about to fall out and go to war. Although they don't get along well on weekdays because of their respective business competition, but at least the peace was maintained on the surface. But now, they have completely fallen out over Su Fan? Who exactly is this Su Fan? How could the Han family protect it like this? And seeing how tough Miss Han is, could it be her lover? For a while, countless envious, jealous, and hateful eyes focused on Su Fan. At this moment, facing Han Xinxiao's strength, Hua Kitchen's face turned pale and anger surged in his chest. Is this woman sick? She actually wanted to start a war? Crazy. Who gave her the courage? There was anger and confusion in Hua Kitchen's eyes. He didn't know Han Xinxiao's character inside out, but he understood a lot about it. This woman is a sophisticated egoist. She cares most about the gains and losses when doing things and never touches a business that will lose her money. Now that she is willing to become an enemy of the Hua family for Su Fan, it means that in her heart, the importance of Su Fan is greater than that of the entire Hua family. But isn't he a bodyguard? What kind of background can he have? Hua Kitchen was puzzled. But no matter what, he is now in a difficult situation. If they let Su Fan off so easily because they were afraid of the consequences, how would the Hua family save face if the news got out? Thinking of this, Hua Kitchen decided that no matter who the other party was, he must make him pay a heavy price for his outrageous words. Miss Han, remember what you said today. I hope you won't regret it in the future. But Su Fan insulted my Hua family today. It concerns the family's reputation. I can't remain indifferent. As the saying goes, revenge never takes overnight. You can escape death, but you can't escape punishment alive. Anyone who insults our Hua family will be punished no matter how far away they are. Uncle Zhou, slap your face. The boss originally wanted to punish Su Fan by cutting off his tongue, but in broad daylight, taking into account the official deterrent power, he finally suppressed his anger and decided to let his men reward Su Fan with a few big bags first. After leaving here, I will secretly send someone to take revenge on Su Fan. As you command, master. After receiving Hua Kitchen's order, the old man named Zhou Bo took a step forward and approached the expressionless Su Fan with a sinister smile. Stop. What do you want to do? Hua Kitchen, didn't I tell you that Mr. Su is a distinguished guest of my Han family? You dare to attack him? Are you provoking my Han family? Bodyguard, stop that old man. Han Xinxiao pretended to be furious and gave an order. The several muscular men in black clothes that she brought with her quickly stepped forward and stretched out their hands to capture Zhou Bo by force. The next second, Zhou Bo, with a look of disdain on his face, walked among the bodyguards as if he was strolling in the garden. Facing the iron fists of the muscular men, he blocked them all with ease. Then he raised his hand and slashed the bodyguards' necks with his knife at lightning speed. Bump! On the ground, bodyguards were lying all over the place in an instant, all foaming at the mouth and unconscious. Weak, too weak. Why are you so weak? Hey, you're not even qualified to do warm-up exercises with me, an old man. Zhou Bo stood among the fallen people with his hands behind his back, looking like a lonely master. An old man who looked so frail actually defeated several muscular men. This is not scientific. Zhou Bo's powerful strength made everyone present gasp in shock. Some sharp-eyed dignitaries immediately recognized Zhou Bo as a warrior. This is the legendary warrior. His realm is far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. It is no longer a myth that he can defeat 100 people alone. Uncle Zhou, I know him, Hua Kitchen's personal bodyguard. His strength is unfathomable. I don't know how many enemies of the Hua family he has killed over the years. I heard that he seems to be a powerful warrior who has achieved a minor level of internal strength. Even when facing firearms and other hot weapons, he can still escape unscathed. Zundu, fake? You are not afraid of guns. Are warriors so powerful? They are really terrifying. TSK, 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 TSK. That kid named Su Fan is in trouble. How can he survive after these few rounds of fighting? The Hua family is indeed powerful. Even such a powerful warrior chooses to be loyal to them. Listening to the odd discussions of the guests around him, Hua Kitchen couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth with a smug smile. There is no doubt that Zhou Bo is powerful. If his grandfather had not once done him a favor, it would not have been easy to gain the loyalty of such a strong man. Now, let that ignorant boy experience the consequences of offending the Hua family. The other side. Han Xinxiao was slightly surprised to see that the bodyguards she had hired at great expense were no match for the old man. However, since she had some idea about warriors, she was not surprised. Instead, she felt more excited. The old man in front of me is so powerful with just his internal strength. Su Fan, who is beside him, is the legendary martial arts master. How powerful does he have to be? Although he had seen Su Fan use leaves as swords and release the terrifying power of his internal energy. But Han Xinxiao knew very well that this might just be the tip of the iceberg of Su Fan's strength. Really? Such a strong man is worthy of my conquest. At this time, Zhou Bo's figure gradually approached. Han Xinxiao knew that she couldn't stop the other party, so in order not to cause trouble, she quietly retreated behind Su Fan. Seeing this, Zhou Bo couldn't help but sneer, thinking that Han Xinxiao was afraid, so she chose to retreat. Boy, I warned you before. Young people should not be too impetuous. You should learn to be patient. It seems like you completely ignored my words. Hey, if you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer the consequences. Look, even the Han family has given up on you. Who else here can save you? Well, kneel down and beg for mercy. As long as your attitude is sincere enough, I, the old man, might be gentler and try not to slap you to death. Looking at the old man with his arms folded across his chest, staring at him with the eyes of a prey and a sinister smile on his face, Su Fan frowned slightly and said calmly, "You hold your head too high." Zhou Bo was stunned. He never expected Su Fan to react like this. Immediately, I felt extremely unhappy. Is this guy looking down on me? Before he could utter a word in anger, He felt a sharp pain on his cheek and was slapped to the ground by Su Fan. Bang! When you talk to me, you have to look up at me. Do you understand? You are a piece of trash like an ant. Looking at the old man lying at his feet, Su Fan gave the order in a condescending manner.
Auntie? Auntie?
This sudden scene made everyone in the audience stunned. They couldn't believe what they saw. The powerful warrior who defeated several muscular men with ease was actually slapped to the ground by Su Fan? Fuck. What's going on? Am I hallucinating? Isn't Uncle Joe an expert in internal energy? How could he be knocked down by that kid with just one slap? That guy called Su Fan is so fast. With the speed of that Dabadoo move, I feel like I will be knocked down if I go up to him. That's a lack of martial ethics. He actually used a sneak attack. The opponent is an old man. Shouldn't he let him take 3 moves first? Fuck you. You are sick. What a stupid thing to say. The other party is an internal force warrior. Let him give in. Is Su Fan also a warrior? Otherwise, how could he have hit Uncle Joe? That's impossible. Su Fan is only a few years old. How could he possibly cultivate to the level of internal strength? Most warriors are like Jobo. They have to devote most of their lives to martial arts before they can achieve any success. Even if Su Fan is a genius, he can't be stronger than Jobo at this age. It must have been an accident caused by a sneak attack. Ignoring the noisy discussions around him, Hua Kitchen, who knew Jobo's strength well, was the one with a look of disbelief at this moment. Uncle Joe was knocked down by a slap? Could it be that Su Fan is playing dumb and is actually stronger than Jobo? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be that Jobo was too careless, which led to the sneak attack. Yes, that must be the case. Just as Hua Kitchen was forcing himself to comfort himself, Uncle Joe spat out a knocked-out front tooth, covered his swollen cheek, stood up, and stared at Su Fan blankly, doubting his life. I was slapped? I was slapped in the face by a junior? Ever since he stepped into the realm of internal strength, he has been invincible. In front of him, everyone is polite. Even the head of the Hua family treated him with courtesy and had never suffered such a humiliation as today. Negative emotions such as anger, frustration, unwillingness, and resentment were growing wildly in Jobo's heart. He glared at Su Fan fiercely, with murderous intent in his heart. Jobo, who was dominated by strong anger at the moment, completely ignored why Su Fan was able to hit him. As the guests discussed, a warrior's training does not happen overnight. It took Jobo most of his life to acquire the strength he has today. He absolutely didn't believe that a young boy like Su Fan had a stronger cultivation base than him. Now he was going to slap this bastard to death and let him know what it meant to be. Internal strength masters cannot be insulted. Can you withstand this slap from me that is the result of decades of hard work? If you can't stop it, then die. Facing Jobo's cold eyes and the slap that came, Su Fan frowned even deeper and then glared at the other party. They are just like ants. I told you to lower your head. You have no self-awareness at all. How dare you look me in the face? Su Fan was furious, like a provoked lion. He slapped Jobo on the forehead, knocking him face down into the tiles of the banquet hall. Chapter 217 Su Fan. Since when did a bug dare to interrupt? Before Jobo could react, he was hit on the forehead by Dabadoo. The entire head sank into the tiles in an instant, like an iron ball, smashing the ground into cracks in all directions. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? Jobo felt dizzy, then his vision went dark and he fell into a baby-like sleep. Uncle Joe. Hua Kitchen was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out and he screamed. He never expected. Jobo, who was comparable to Superman, was slapped by Su Fan and his life or death was unknown. This shows that Su Fan is also a warrior, and his strength is obviously superior to Jobo. Could it be that he has achieved great internal strength? Or is it the peak of inner strength? At his age, it is amazing that he can cultivate internal strength. He can be called a genius. But no matter how evil one is, there must be a limit, and it is impossible for him to reach the peak of internal strength. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The fact that he could achieve great internal strength was already an extremely extraordinary talent. You are also a warrior? And you have great inner strength. No wonder the Han family values you so much, that's why. Hua Kitchen's face turned pale, and he even stuttered when he spoke. Because the sudden change came too suddenly, he suddenly lost his usual calm attitude. Damn it! How could this guy be such a powerful warrior? Generally, masters who have reached this level can gain due respect in all major families. This is the deterrence brought by absolute strength. Even the Hua family would not easily provoke a strong man of this level. But now, however, he has a deep enmity with Su Fan. What should he do? At the same time, Hua Kitchen suddenly realized what Han Xinqiao's strange attitude was just now. Really? This sophisticated and selfish woman has long known Su Fan's strength. To put it bluntly, the reason why he jumped out to protect Su Fan just now was to win over the other party and gain his favor. Mr. Su, I think there is a misunderstanding between us. I don't actually have any hostility towards you. Please forgive me if I have offended you. How about we make peace? I can give you a lot of compensation. And if you need my family in the future, just let me know. My Hua family has been developing for so many years, and I'm not boasting. We still have some strength. Hua Kitchen took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and chose to reconcile with Su Fan. He was a smart man and naturally knew that making enemies with a powerful warrior would not benefit the Hua family at all. As the saying goes, he who knows the times is a hero. A real man can bend and stretch. The conflict between him and Su Fan has not yet escalated to the point of a fight to the death, so it would be best to reconcile or choose a peaceful solution. I believe that as long as Su Fan has a little bit of brains, he will climb up the pole. He has already given the excuse and admitted his mistake. I believe Su Fan will also make a wise choice. Because the benefits gained from being on good terms with the Hua family are far wiser than a fight to the death between the two sides. At the same time, in order not to appear weak, Hua Kitchen secretly brought out the Hua family's trump card. Speaking of which, Master He, the worshipper of my Hua family, seems to have some realizations recently. After some time, perhaps I will be able to make a breakthrough and break through the peak of my internal strength that has been stuck for many years. Mr. Su, if you have any confusion about martial arts, I can set up a plan and introduce you to Master He. Hua Kitchen remained calm and brought out the strongest fighting force in the family to intimidate Su Fan. At the same time, he mentioned a bait that is very attractive to warriors, which is the master's guidance. No matter how talented a person is, it's impossible for him to learn without a teacher, right? You need a master to lead you in the door, so that you can forge ahead bravely and develop rapidly. For a warrior, what he lacks most is the guidance of his predecessors. An occasional word of advice may be able to clear the fog on his path of practice. It has to be said that Hua Kitchen is worthy of being the heir that the Hua family has high hopes for. After learning about Su Fan's identity as a warrior, he quickly carried out the most perfect public relations. If it were an ordinary internal force warrior, maybe it was just as he thought, that the two sides put aside their minor conflicts and shook hands in peace. Unfortunately, he was facing the arrogant Su Fan. At this time, the stunned crowd gradually came to their senses. In the banquet hall, there were rapid sounds of people inhaling gasps. Suck. Huh? Everyone was stunned by this shocking reversal. This twist, isn't it like a movie? The plot is so bizarre. Isn't that Jobo a peerless master? He is invincible, so how could he be beaten to the point of being in danger of death by that kid? You have no eyes. Can't you see that? It's obvious that Su Fan is also a warrior, and his strength is stronger than that old man. It's incredible. I've come across some information about warriors. In this Dharma-ending age, it should be extremely difficult for warriors to achieve anything. Yes, that Jobo was able to reach the level of internal strength at the age of over 50. In fact, he can be considered a genius. There are many people who are old, but cannot even reach the level of internal strength. But is that Su Fan a monster? At such a young age, his strength has reached a peak that Jobo has never reached in his life. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. This talent is really terrifying. No wonder young Master Hua would take the initiative to bow his head. With Su Fan's talent, as long as he does not die and his strength continues to improve, he may be able to step into the legendary realm, the martial arts master. Once you reach this level, I heard that even picking flowers and leaves can kill people. You can also release your internal energy, which is so terrifying. Even the Hua family has to be careful with this level of powerhouse and dare not provoke them easily for fear of catastrophic disaster. Countless people were whispering, looking at Su Fan with shock and awe. It was completely different from the look of contempt and disdain just now. This is a powerful young man with the qualities of a master. You can only make friends with him, not offend him. Look, even the arrogant Master Hua has bowed his head now, not to mention them. At that moment, Many flattering and friendly eyes gathered together. In response, Su Fan didn't even raise his eyelids. He had long been accustomed to others' initial contempt and later admiration and respect for him. Sudden, Han Xinxiao, who was standing behind him, took a step forward, held her head high and puffed out her chest, looking proud. In her eyes, Su Fan would be hers sooner or later. This honor should be shared with her. You bunch of idiots. The man I like is a martial arts master. If I tell you, you'll be scared to death. Han Xinxiao thought to herself, but a fake smile was on her face. She would not take the initiative to expose Su Fan's strength. On the one hand, this was Su Fan's explanation. On the one hand, she didn't want to attract a lot of love and bring about a rival in love. It's just that the feeling of not being able to show off is really frustrating. Han Xinxiao subconsciously looked towards the platform. She really wanted Susan to see the famous scene of herself and Su Fan standing side by side. Did you see it? The man I like is so strong. He is the legendary high-quality man. Are you envious? Are you jealous? Ha ha ha. Han Xinxiao is smiling, and her heart is filled with ecstasy. Little did she know that when her eyes fell on Susan, she was left with confusion. Is this woman not very smart? Why do you keep blinking at me, _? Looking into those narrow eyes, filled with clear stupidity, Susan couldn't help but marvel at the diversity of the human species. However, her attention was soon attracted back to Su Fan. The other party's performance today was beyond her expectations. This Su Fan was hiding so well that he could easily defeat Hua Kitchen's personal bodyguard. His strength has at least reached the peak of internal strength. I really don't know how he cultivated at this age. His talent is quite amazing. With such a strong power, he is willing to stay beside Ku Xian as a bodyguard? Is there some conspiracy? It seems that I need to remind Ku Xian to pay attention. After I fully recover, I will have to work harder on my cultivation. Master said that I have good talent. As long as I practice the skills he taught me and enter the inner strength, I will be able to quickly improve my strength. Although there are side effects, I can't care less about it in order to gain strength in a short period of time. I had just entered the inner energy realm a while ago and was preparing to formally practice the technique my master had taught me. I didn't expect that I would become a vegetable because of the accident. Fortunately, my body recovered quickly. After a while, I should be able to continue with the original plan. Looking at the commotion not far away, the girl in the wheelchair thought a lot. As her body gradually recovered, there were many things she could not avoid and had to face. But unlike before she fell into a coma, there is now a variable around her. A turn of sight. Susan set her sights on the young man next to her. The other person was holding a bag of melon seeds, eating them with relish while watching the show. If she was before she became a vegetable, she would definitely act according to the original plan without hesitation. But during this period after the coma, because of Lin Tao's company, she could no longer ignore his existence. What's wrong? Susan, do you want some melon seeds? Noticing the girl's gaze, Lin Tao turned around with a smile and picked up a melon seed. Before Susan could react, he stuffed it into her mouth. Is it tasty? Faced with the question, Susan smiled and nodded. At the same time, I stopped worrying and decided to fully recover my body first, and then take it one step at a time. The other side. Facing Hua Kitchen's goodwill, Su Fan remained expressionless. What kind of rubbish is this master he, who is at the peak of inner strength that the other party is talking about? And he still wants to teach me? Like ants. Roll. Su Fan became a little impatient with the noise and shouted. No matter how Hua Kitchen tried to pull the strings, he had said before, the Hua family no longer has any need to exist and will be removed from the Magic City from today onwards. Su Fan is a man of his words. He keeps his word, and if he says he will kill your whole family, he will definitely kill your whole family and he will never go back on his word. Moreover, Su Fan could see a strong sense of resentment in Hua Kitchen's eyes. If we leave it alone, this guy will definitely take revenge if he finds an opportunity in the future. Certainly, Su Fan claims to be invincible and is not afraid of any threats. But today it involves the Su family and my sister. For safety reasons, the Hua family must be destroyed. However, when he went down the mountain, he promised his masters that he would not become an enemy of the Chinese government. Therefore, Su Fan could not attack Hua Kitchen in public. As long as the authorities don't get any evidence of him doing it, then we can't be considered enemies. After this banquet is over, he will rush into the Hua family and kill everyone in the Hua family, leaving no one alive. Oh, by the way, I have to keep one. He had said before that he wanted to see with his own eyes what kind of expression Hua Kitchen would have after losing the family he was proud of. Think of this. Su Fan grinned, but his smile was extremely cold. You. Okay, I'm leaving. No matter how afraid he was of Su Fan, he still bowed his head and apologized in front of so many people. But the other party was shameless and shouted at him to get out. Hua Kitchen couldn't help but feel a raging rage rising in his heart. But his strongest fighter had already fallen, and he did not dare to anger Su Fan. Otherwise, if he attacks himself, no one can save him. And this is the deterrent power of a warrior. Even if you are extremely powerful and wealthy, you are still just an ordinary person with only one life. A powerful warrior, if he puts everything aside, can take your life in an instant. At this moment, Hua Kitchen was so angry that his gums were almost bitten off. Today can be said to be the most humiliating day for Hua Kitchen. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. He chose to endure. So he grabbed Mus Shawan's wrist, called a few of his men, asked them to carry Zhou and prepared to leave, etc. Seeing that Mus Shawan was about to be taken away, Su Fan felt something in his heart and spoke out to stop her. This bastard? What does he want to do? Hua Kitchen's face turned pale, and he turned around before he could ask any questions. Su Fan spoke first, but his target was Mus Shawan. Senior, do you want to leave him? If you don't want to go with him, you can stay. I'll take you away. Hearing this, Mus Shawan's eyes lit up and she was somewhat moved. To be honest, she is still confused until now. Everything she experienced tonight was far beyond the comprehension of a common girl like her. But she was clear about one thing. The junior student in front of me is very capable. He can suppress the psychopath next to him. If I want to escape from him and gain freedom, this may be my only chance of escape. Su Fan, don't go too far. This is my woman, and she's carrying my child. Stay out of my way. Hua Kitchen's face was grim, and he couldn't control his anger and shouted out. It's about a man's dignity. I can tolerate everything else, but I can't tolerate the hatred of having my wife taken away. Especially for a boss like him who has a perverted desire for control, how could he tolerate his woman being taken away by another man? Not to mention that the other person is pregnant with his child. Under Hua Kitchen's cold and threatening gaze, Mus Shawan hesitated and was a little at a loss. But the next second, Su Fan's angry figure flashed beside the two of them. A big ball hit Hua Kitchen's face heavily. Since when did a bug dare to interrupt?